Well, I promise I had an actual stream for us to get through tonight. But if you haven't heard, there is breaking news in this world that we live in. Donald Trump has authorized strikes on Iran in contravention of the U.S. Constitution, lacking any congressional authority to do so. He is about to make an address from the Oval Office, and we are going to attempt to watch that live together. Well, Space Fams, good to see you. Like I said, I swear, I had an actual show. It was already, I was just finishing it up, and then, here we are, suddenly, unexpectedly. 2 weeks, I think, was the number that we were all expecting, and now it's, how long was that? Anybody got a number on that? 48 hours? Going live to the podium. I thought it was going to be from the Oval Office, so...
Thank you very much. A short time ago, the U.S. military carried out massive precision strikes on the 3 key nuclear facilities in the Iranian regime: Fordow, Natanz, and Esfahan. Everybody heard those names for years as they built this horribly destructive enterprise. Our objective was the destruction of Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity and a stop to the nuclear threat posed by the world's #1 state sponsor of terror. Tonight, I can report to the world that the strikes were a spectacular military success.
Spectacular.
Iran's key nuclear enrichment facilities have been completely and totally obliterated. Iran, the bully of the Middle East, must now make peace. If they do not, future attacks will be far greater and a lot easier. For 40 years, Iran has been saying death to America, death to Israel. They have been killing our people, blowing off their arms, blowing off their legs with roadside bombs.
Wow.
That was their specialty. We lost over 1,000 people and hundreds of thousands throughout the Middle East.
He's just describing the
and
United
around
States
the
right
world
now.
have died as a direct result of their hate. In particular, so many were killed by their general, Qasem Soleimani. I decided a long time ago that I would not let this happen. It will not continue. I want to thank and congratulate Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu. We worked as a team like perhaps no team has ever worked before. And we've gone a long way to erasing this horrible threat to Israel. I want to thank the Israeli military for the wonderful job they've done. And most importantly, I want to congratulate the great American patriots who flew those magnificent machines tonight.
So magnificent.
And all of the United States military on an operation the likes of which the world has not seen in many, many decades. Hopefully, we will no longer need their services in this capacity. I hope that's so.
I hope we're done.
I also want to congratulate the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Dan Raisin-Kane, spectacular general, and all of the brilliant military minds involved in this attack. With all of that being said, this cannot continue. There will be either peace or there will be tragedy for Iran far greater than we have witnessed over the last 8 days.
Wow.
Remember, there are many targets left. Tonight's was the most difficult of them all, by far, and perhaps the most lethal.
Continue.
But if peace does not come quickly, we will go after those other targets with precision, speed, and skill.
Immediately,
Most
if not
of them
sooner.
can be taken out in a matter of minutes. There's no military in the world that could have done what we did tonight, not even close. There has never been a military that could do what took place just a little while ago. Tomorrow, General Kane, Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth will have a press conference at 8 a.m. at the Pentagon. And I want to just thank everybody, and in particular, God. I want to just say,
God.
we love you, God, and we love
Thank
our
you,
great
God.
military. Protect them.
We love you.
God bless the Middle East. God bless Israel, and God bless
He's really going off
America.
script
Thank
here,
you
I
very
think.
much. Thank you.
Thank you, God. God was involved in striking Iran. God was great. You are good and great, and thank you, God, for being so great. Wow. Wow. What did we just hear? What just happened? What in the hell just happened? Anybody? Wow. That was a very short speech from Donald right there. Well, thankfully I have an entire show prepared for us. My God, well, there you go. There was Donald Trump in the White House addressing the nation, the world, thanking God in U.S. strikes on Iranian nuclear facilities without the expressed permission of Congress, completely circumventing the rule of law, starting an offensive war once again in the Middle East for the, which time do we want to say in the 21st century? Number 5? Depends on what you want to call wars. The forever wars are here to stay. Donald Trump. Actually, not a great peacemaker. War is sometimes good. Sometimes you have to do offensive wars. Just as good as peace. I hear they give out the Nobel Prize for doing war too. Okay, wow. Okay. I'm blown away. Oh boy, why are we lagging all of a sudden? That's cool. Let's try the live stream. There's probably like 10 trillion people in the Associated Press live stream. That would be my guess. Wow, everybody. How's everybody in chat feeling? How are you, Space Fams? You holding up over there? You feeling okay? Don't worry. We're just World War III. It's okay. I know we said we were going to have 2 weeks until Donald Trump struck, and then what was it? 72 hours, and then we struck Iran. Totally normal. We live in a ridiculous time. Okay, should we do the whole stream, or should we just stick with Iran? No, let's do the whole stream. Let's do the whole stream. We got plenty of Iran stuff to talk about. And in fact, this first video, there's a lot of Iran talking in it. I don't know if anybody's seen the debate between Cenk Uygur and Kyle Kalinske and Krystal Ball. That was the thing I was going to start the stream off with today. So let's just do that. Two weeks away, Trump. TWAT.
That's it. That's all we've seen.
Is MAGA a fascist movement? Just give me a yes or no.
That's an absurd framing, Kyle. That's mainstream media framing.
You can't say that MAGA is fascist. You can't. Wait. You really don't believe MAGA is fascist?
I am against Trump. Totally. Okay. But why do you love Trump? Will be the next question. Okay.
Did I ask that? Cenk, talk about a straw man. I mean, you're making up stuff I never said. Come
What's
on.
the point of coming on here if I can't answer your
Cenk,
questions?
I'm giving you plenty of time to answer, brother. You're making up stuff about me. I didn't say that. Okay, so you want to talk about straw men? You're inventing things on the spot.
It's a mistake talking to you guys. It's a mistake.
Welcome, Cenk Uygur, TheYoungTurks. We appreciate you joining us.
No problem. Thanks for having me.
So, oh, you want to explain? Go ahead.
Yeah, so I was just going to say, Cenk reached out to Kyle and I this week and said, hey, I think we got some things to talk through. Can I, let's have a conversation. So we said, sure, let's do that. And this kind of follows on the heels of a discussion/debate that you and I had back in December, where, the launching point, and you can, correct me if you don't think that this is a fair characterization of this conversation, but the launching point was a tweet that you had put out expressing some optimism about the Trump administration. So we can put that tweet up on the screen from Cenk to refresh everybody's memory about where we started. So you said, in November 29th, 2024, I've been trying to figure out why I'm more optimistic now than I was before the election. Even though I was so against the guy who won, I know now MAGA is not my mortal enemy, neither is the extreme left. My mortal enemy is the establishment, and they have been defeated. So over the course of that conversation, you explained to me that the reason you felt optimistic was really two reasons. Number one, as you say there, the establishment was defeated. And number two, you felt that the elements of the populist right and the bros would hold Trump accountable. And it kind of built to this crescendo where he actually turned to the camera and said, listen, guys, in a little while, you're going to be able to say whether I was right or whether Krystal was right. Let's go ahead and play that portion as a refresher. That is element number 2.
I want to address something to the audience. Can I?
Sure.
Is this my camera here? Okay, yeah. So right-wing populists, it is now your job to prove Krystal wrong.
Go out and do it, y'all.
So she doesn't believe you. And by the way, almost no one on the left, other than me and Anna.
You know, I don't know how many people here have seen this debate, but what I love about this debate, especially in the wake of what happened in the last hour, is that so much of what old Janky here said has been completely negated.
Believe you guys that you actually want to cut the Pentagon and that you could pressure Elon Musk and Donald Trump to cut the Pentagon. So are you going to prove the left wrong, or are you going to prove them spectacularly right? Am I going to have to come on here and apologize to Krystal for ever believing in any right-wing populist and say, oh, I was a sucker. Those guys are liars. All they want to do was increase the Pentagon, have more wars, more corruption, and they never held Trump accountable. We waited 4 long years for them to hold him accountable, and all they did was kiss his ass and show that they don't.
Oh my God. It's amazing. Donald Trump literally just struck around. I wonder what Cenk is doing right now. Can anybody tell me? Anybody got a live stream of what Cenk is up to right now? I gotta know what this guy's thinking. Everything he said is wrong.
Believe in freedom. They said all this stuff about freedom, but they never meant it. They said all this stuff about drain the swamp, but they never meant it. They said all this anti-war stuff, but they never meant it. We're going to come back on here in 1 year, 2 years, 4 years, and we're going to keep doing a check.
So, Cenk, that was kind of the context of that discussion. And just for the audience and for you, since there's 2 of us and 1 of you, and we don't want to be like jumping on all over each other, and maybe Kyle and I have disagreements on things, I thought I would kind of handle the first 30 minutes more or less. Kyle would handle the second 30 minutes. You've got a engagement you've got to go to, hard out in an hour, so that's the amount of time that we have.
We could do this for 4 hours if we had the time.
I'm sure we could, and it would be painful for all involved. But in any case, we've got a hard out for Cenk in 1 hour. We want to be very respectful of his time. So with everything that's happened in Trump 2.0, do you still feel that original optimism that you expressed at the time, do you still feel that was well-founded?
Absolutely. And part of the reason I wanted to come on is to see if you guys are on planet Earth or live in an alternate reality. And I'm not trying to be insulting. I'm trying to figure it out. I'm being genuine about it. And Krystal, I went back and watched our conversation from back then.
Whoopsies.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, you kept saying like things against Trump. And that's why I didn't even think it was a debate. It was a discussion, because I was like, yeah, I totally agree with you on Trump and the Republicans, et cetera. I was talking about the populist right and the independents that voted for Trump, the actual voters. And you saw it in that clip. I don't address Trump. I don't address any Republicans. I address the voters. So what has happened since then? Joe Rogan has come out against what Trump has done with Mahmoud Halil, with Abrego Garcia. Almost all of the MAGA hosts have come out against the war, ranging from Tucker Carlson, Steve Bannon. Then you've got the politicians like.
Okay. This happened what, 2 days? This is a day ago. This is like yesterday. Cenk has got to be back at his mansion going.
Marjorie Taylor Greene, you've got Tim Dillon, I'm not sure you can name a right-wing MAGA host or independent host that's for the war in Iran. So, I'm genuinely curious, like, are you guys not seeing that, or does that somehow magically not count?
So, Cenk, I have the same question as to whether or not you're on planet Earth, because first of all, let me ask.
Even if we were to grant Cenk this thing that's absolutely demonstrably not true, that somehow every right-wing host was against the war, what did that do? What did that do for us exactly? What did that achieve? Exactly. Huh? What?
A what now?
This question. Do you think that Trump 2.0 is better or worse than Trump 1.0?
Trump is irrelevant.
No, he's not irrelevant because I'll tell
irrelevant?
you why. Here's why. You expressed optimism about how all this would go.
Donald Trump is irrelevant in MAGA. That's a fascinating take.
And the reason you were optimistic
No,
is because,
you're
hold on.
misunderstanding.
No, we just saw your tweet, okay? The reason you were
Yeah,
optimistic
I can explain the tweet.
is because you thought these various groups and influencers would hold him accountable. So did they constrain his behavior, for example, when Elon Musk was running around with a chainsaw, slashing Social Security and gutting the federal government and gutting the CFPB? No, we didn't. In fact, we saw Joe Rogan host Elon Musk, not to mention Mark Zuckerberg and Mark Andreessen, to make the case for those things, okay? No accountability there. Did we see them constrain his behavior and hold him accountable when he launched a crypto shitcoin, the most corrupt scheme in American history, most likely? No, he did it. He's faced no accountability for that. You mentioned some dissent from Rogan on the kidnapping of college students off of college campuses. Is it the right that organized in opposition to that? No, it's the left and it's liberals. The only time that Trump's actions have been constrained at all in this Trump 2.0 era, which is vastly worse than I even expected when you and I had that conversation. I mean, we've got men in hundreds of people in a concentration camp. I didn't see any accountability from the right on that. I don't see any accountability from the right on an American city that is right now under invasion by our own troops, Marines on the ground in the city of LA. No, I don't see any accountability there. I see an administration that, as I predicted, the guardrails are completely off. And the only places where he has been constrained at all is when the left and liberals organized against Elon Musk, Tesla protests, showing up at town halls, etc., made him toxic. He had to be turfed out of the administration. And in the context of Kilmar Abrego Garcia, when you had mass left liberal resistance, even pushing Democratic leaders who were lame and weak to do something, Chris Van Hollen goes down to El Salvador, and the administration did something they did not want to do, which was to bring him back. That is the only time this administration has been constrained. It has had nothing to do with the right, had everything to do with liberals and the left organizing against him.
Yeah, that's hilarious. So that's my 12 questions. I would love the time to answer it, but you didn't actually answer my question.
What is your question?
Do you see a massive MAGA revolt against the war?
No.
And I'm being genuine. It's a literal question. Or do you just not see it?
I love it. I love it. I mean, especially in the wake of what just happened. It's amazing. And this was the one thing where I was like, I don't know, maybe Cenk has like 10% of a point. Like, I listened to this whole goddamn thing. Like I said, I had a whole show prepared for you today, and we're about to go through it. But I was like, maybe that's kind of happening. I don't know. In some sort of slice of it, it's not pervasive across the whole thing. Certainly not. But now, that point has been completely erased. Mostly because it was, now that I think about it, it was just completely hypothetical as to what it was going to do, if anything.
Cenk,
if it even existed.
Here's what I can tell you. Okay, Charlie Kirk, your buddy. He has already.
Not my buddy.
He has
Crystal,
already gone. He has already gone.
Thing to say.
He's already gone from. He's already gone from being critical of the Iran war to, guess what? He got a call from the White House, and now what he's saying? What's he saying? Oh, I trust Trump. Trump is the man for this moment. I know he's going to make the right decision.
The exact
Steve
quote
Bannon.
is.
Go
Can
ahead.
I give the exact quote?
Yeah.
This is from Charlie Kirk. Quote, "We must trust Trump in this situation." Go ahead with Steve Bannon.
So
Steve
you're not
Bannon,
seeing
hold on, Steve Bannon, put up element number 4. This is the Financial Times today. Steve Bannon says, if the president, as commander-in-chief, makes a decision to do this, the MAGA movement, the Marjorie Taylor Greenes, the Matt Gaetzes, we will fight it up till the end. But if he has more intelligence and makes that case to the American people, the MAGA movement will support President Trump. When Trump says that he gets to define what America first is, he's right about that. And so when you have Bannon, who also was critical of Elon Musk originally and got a call from the White House and said, cut it out, and he bent the knee, these people time and time again, Cenk, all they do is ultimately when Trump makes a decision, they bend the knee. We are already far enough into this administration to know there has been no constraint on his action that has come from the right. None. And we're in a war with Iran. We are already in a war with Iran. They didn't constrain him here. He's doing whatever the hell he wants to do.
Okay. So you guys just spoke for like 8 minutes doing a straw man. Okay.
8 minutes. This video's only been going for 10 minutes. I'm fairly certain that's
So
not
you
even
make
possible.
it sound, and this is what's so harmful. You guys make it sound like I'm pro-Trump, and I think that MAGA is just a bunch of angels who are secretly left-wing, and they're going to magically agree with us on every issue. And the minute that Trump does something wrong, they're going to all push back 100%. And that's what I believed. I believed in rainbows and unicorns. Of course not, Krystal. Of course not. Well, you're trying to move them. Moving the other side is super hard. And so when you see something, anything where they actually agree with us, you have to encourage that. So when you say all the things that you said, is Trump a bad guy? Of course, of course. So if you're listening out here, guys, the framing of all of this is totally wrong. Like, we're having a conversation. Do you think Trump's a bad? Of course I think Trump's a bad guy. He's totally authoritarian. That's why I voted against him. That's why I worked so hard against him. So even the framing makes me like sound defensive when you guys started with a premise that's out in la la land. We totally oppose Trump. So now the second part of the premise that's totally wrong is, do I think that MAGA is going to revolt on every issue against Trump from day one? Why? Why would they? They love Trump. Of course not. That's not what you're looking for. You're looking for, is there one or two issues where there is actual agreement? And can we take that agreement and do something interesting to restrain Trump?
Now, when I first heard this, I was thinking, how many people does Cenk actually think he's going to pull over in this way by finding agreement with him, right? And what effect do you think it's going to have exactly? Like, you know, like there's little evidence that any of that is actually resulting in real world effects and consequences. And tonight we see it in full bloom. This effect that Cenk thinks this is going to be incredibly consequential. You know, we agree on the Iran thing, and that's going to put pressure on Trump, and he's not going to do anything. And here we are tonight, and Iran has now been struck by the United States, by Donald Trump, without any approval from Congress. Completely unilateral offensive war decision from the president himself.
Those issues. So when you talk about immigration...
And so when has that worked?
Okay, hold on. Well, we're in the middle of it right now. So I'll tell you what it does.
We're at war with Iran, Cenk. Hate to break it to you. We're at war with Iran. It didn't work.
Okay. So, Krystal, let me finish. So when you talk about immigration and all the things that he's terrible on, I know what MAGA's movable on or not. I talk about it on the Young Turks all the time. If you think you're going to move them on immigration, you are nuts. They're not going to move an inch on immigration. So I fight him tooth and nail on that dungeon in El Salvador that they're sending people to, the Marines in the streets. Now, there's some issues like...
So Cenk is going into these conversations knowing that he can't push, that he's already surrendered on multiple issues. That's great.
Immigration where they haven't moved an inch and they never will move an inch, right? Mm-hmm. There's some issues like the Marines in the streets where a smattering of them are like, this is a little uncomfortable. It feels a little unconstitutional. It doesn't feel quite right. Those libertarian wing, remember guys, this is super important. There's 77 million people that voted for Trump, right? If you treat them all the same, you will not be able to win elections. Why is winning elections important? Because that is how you take power away from Trump, away from the Republicans. So if you treat all 77 million as hardcore MAGA, you're going to push them away and they're going to vote against you. You can say, oh no, but it makes me feel better. I have emotional release and my audience likes me more because I seem like I'm tougher on Trump. I was so mean to him. Yeah, but did that persuade anybody? I called all of his voters fascists. Yes, but did that persuade anyone? You're trying to persuade the people in the middle to come to your side. So what are the issues where we've got a fighter's chance?
My God.
War. Okay, so now...
It's insane. It's insane. I mean, we already did the hug the center right. You know, we brought out the neocons. We brought out Liz Cheney's and all these other people. You know, how did that work, Cenk? Did that work? We already have evidence that that's a bad strategy.
Do I think that on day one, they were all going to flip and then act and be successful in stopping all of the establishment, all the neocons? And by the way, were we successful? We were not successful in stopping any of them during Biden or any other Democratic administration either, right? So now there's a giant full-blown revolt from MAGA against this war. Now, if you're saying, no, I don't see Tucker Carlson, Bannon, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Posobiec, Cernovich, Candace Owens, et cetera, all of them opposed to the war, but you might not, because a lot of people watch programming that honestly just kind of gives them a misleading sense of what's happening.
Did you see Tucker, Trump saying, Tucker called me to apologize? He said he went too far. Did you see Steve Bannon saying, we're all going to fall in line ultimately? So I'm not
immediately,
talking about,
if not sooner.
I'm not talking about the however many million Americans voted for Trump, some of whom are hardcore MAGA, and you will never move them. And I guarantee you, the moment that Trump says this is the policy, they're going to say, you're right, sir, this is the policy, this is brilliant, and I am on board. Are there independents that can are there independents that can be
It's a vast majority of them. It's a vast majority of them. And Cenk has no empirical evidence for this being a functional strategy. I'd love to know exactly how many people Cenk has pulled over from the hard right into, or any version of from center right to the right. I would love to know exactly what numbers Cenk, by his own strategy, believes that he has pulled in from this plan. It's ridiculous. It is a ridiculous plan.
Yes. Brilliant, and I am on board. Are there independents that can are there independents that can be moved? Yes. There are two separate questions here. Okay. Number one is, we are in hell right now. Like, the level of damage that has been done to this country, done to the world from Trump 2.0 already is astounding. So the number one thing is triage, right? How do we stop?
That's what I'm doing.
How do we stop as much damage as we can? And the track record thus far in the Trump administration is the only time he has been constrained is through the left and liberals banding together and going through the court system and public pressure. That's it. That's all we've seen in this administration. The other question is, how do you win elections? So go ahead and address that, and we can talk about the election piece. But real quick, before you get in, as to the earnestness of this MAGA anti-war movement, put element number 3 up on the screen. Do you know, tell me, how many Republicans have signed on to the War Powers Resolution?
One.
Is Marjorie Taylor Greene? No. Is Lauren Boebert there? No. One. Thomas Massey, a libertarian who is, ideologically consistent, kind of similar ideologically to Dave Smith. Every other person here is a Democrat. So to the earnestness of this anti-war MAGA coalition and their commitment to blocking war with Iran, here is where.
This is why, Cenk sees it. He sees it, and I don't know how he gets to where he gets to, because the real world effects of the things he's talking about are nil. There's nothing here. You got 1 out of, what is that, 25? 1 out of 25. Wait, I'm gonna do it 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, 1 out of 25 people are Republicans. So where is the real world effect? Where's the none of this is coming to fruition.
Rubber meets the road. You have one Republican who is already at odds with Trump, who is willing to put his name on this War Powers Resolution. That's it.
So, Krystal, look, I know you don't mean it, but you keep conflating two things. The Republican politicians, including Trump, and the Republican voters, or the people who voted for Trump, okay? So are the Republican politicians corrupt? Of course they're corrupt. Are they gonna say, hey, Israel, I'll be your bitch, and I'll do whatever the hell you want me to do? Of course they are. They're completely owned by Israel, okay? So AIPAC, et cetera, the warmongers, by the way, let's be honest, is more than half the Democratic Party totally owned by AIPAC. Yes, right? So I know. Oh my God! No, you can't be honest. You have to just say the other side is terrible and our side is angels. No, I'm not.
What is Cenk talking about? Who on the left is ignoring the fact that many Democrats are taking money from AIPAC? I can't think of, I mean, I've heard Kyle talk about this on like multiple occasions. I'm trying to think. I don't watch The Hill as much. I don't watch Breaking Points as much, but what's the name of their show? Oh, God, my brain is broken. But it's like, I know that it's been brought up in the past. I don't know who he's accusing of suggesting that we can't criticize Democrats. I know around here we've brought it up on like dozens of occasions.
Would you would you rather be on the side of the 37 who signed onto the War Powers Resolution, or the
I am on the side of the 37. Everything you frame is a straw man. I am on the side of the 37. In fact, Ro Khanna is my top ally. Bernie Sanders, Ro Khanna and I had the same exact strategy that you criticized in November when we talked.
That's not true.
You literally put me, and Kyle did the same thing. You guys put me in the same bucket as Bernie and Ro, reaching out to see if we can find agreement on the right.
But what else has Bernie done? What else has Bernie done that has been profoundly impactful? The anti-oligarch, the Fight Oligarchy tour, which was an effort to bind together the left and the liberals to protest and to resist.
I love how Cenk, while he's taking money from Polymarket, is saying, I'm fighting against the oligarchy. Don't you see?
This administration. And that has been profoundly more impactful.
You're having a conversation with a person who isn't here.
Did the Pentagon budget get cut? Just tell me that. What's the Pentagon budget? Did it get cut?
You've now asked me 28 questions.
Did Don Jr., did he do whatever with the generals? Did that work out?
All right, guys, look, I came on here because, look, you're generally fair. So you asked me 28 questions, and then let me answer them. So, and stop framing it as if I'm a different person. You keep making all these assumptions about who I am. Oh, are you on the Republican side or the Democratic side?
I'm literally citing things that you said, Cenk. Like, I played your clip of what you said.
Christ, man.
Turn to the camera.
Okay,
hey, tell me if I'm wrong.
Crystal, I'm right here. I'm right here. Can I talk for myself instead of you?
You specifically held on the Pentagon budget.
At this point, borderline lying about me in every framing of every question. Can I actually
Cenk is so upset.
How am I lying? Tell me how I'm lying.
Questions instead of you
tell me how I'm lying, Cenk.
He's barely breathing. I'm concerned about Cenk's heart. I think it's going to stop working.
About me in every framing of every question. Can I
how
actually
am I lying?
A human being named
how am I lying? Tell me how I'm lying.
Questions instead of you framing
tell me how I'm lying,
as
Cenk.
a person that doesn't exist.
Cenk,
okay?
I played the clip of you
Cenk,
talking.
Tell
so
Krystal
tell me how I'm lying.
Okay. All right. So now, of all your questions, you have this fantasy land that Trump was like, oh, the left thinks Abrego Garcia's, I've treated him wrong. I surrender, left. Come on, what planet do you live on? No, the courts are not left or right. The courts have held. I'm thrilled that the courts have held. And it was so important for the courts to hold. So if they didn't hold on that, he was going to have unlimited authoritarian power.
How many things has the court not upheld or reversed? The things that the court has ruled on in the last 6 months is insane. Most of them have been terrible.
And we are against that, no matter how many times people try to pretend that we're on the side of Trump. Listen to what I am actually saying, and you will see this every day on the Young Turks. I am against Trump. Totally. Okay. Now, okay. Yes, but why do you love Trump will be the next question. Okay.
Did I ask that?
Cenk, okay.
Talk about a straw man. I mean, you're making up stuff I never said.
Let me answer your questions.
Come
What's
on.
the point of coming on here if I can't answer your
Cenk,
questions?
I'm giving you plenty of time to answer, brother. You're making up stuff about me. I didn't say that.
Okay,
so you want to talk about
Crystal,
You're inventing things on the spot.
You guys, it's a mistake. So, okay, now, when you're talking about the Pentagon cuts, do you think that I thought, oh my God, Elon's such a good guy and Trump's such a good guy, even though I've spoken out against them at every single turn. And then I magically thought, oh, I bet they become liberal.
Has Cenk seen the numbers on Elon's popularity within MAGA? Because while his broader popularity in the United States and in the world's very low, in MAGA, Republican voters, he's got like 65% of popularity still, or something like that.
Overnight, progressives overnight. No, you put out the Pentagon thing so that they're stuck either way. That's why Bernie and Roe joined me, because either they cut the Pentagon, we go, yes, mission accomplished. We got a tiny, tiny amount accomplished during a Trump reign, which seemed impossible. Or they don't cut the Pentagon and they add to it. And then we all come out, as I did and Bernie and Roe did, and go, see, we told you. They're hypocrites. The leaders of your party never intended to cut the Pentagon. MAGA, they were lying to you. Now,
so this is one of these most ridiculous, this is one of the most ridiculous things that Cenk claims during this entire discussion, in my opinion, right? His claim, he is Chuck Schumer, okay? We are gonna do nothing, and then people will see just how bad the Republicans are. We will win. We will win. That's basically what Cenk is saying. We're gonna hang out with the Republicans. We're gonna hug them and say, "Oh, you're such a good boy for not liking the Iran war," and we're just gonna say we're gonna wait. We're gonna watch. We're gonna see how much Donald Trump does the things that we don't want him to do, and that tiny fraction of Republican voters don't want him to do. And then we're gonna say, look, do you see how hypocritical Donald Trump is? Have you considered voting for Democrats before? It's like, it is the most insane, idiotic. This is like mainstream Democratic. He's Hakeem Jeffries right now. He is Chuck Schumer. That's basically what he's saying. He's just adding in a step. He's like, we're going to hang out with the Republicans while we do it so we can, make a few dollars.
Now, does MAGA care, Cenk? Did that work? Did MAGA care?
Yes, they do care.
No, they don't.
No, okay, Krystal.
I've seen zero pushback on the Pentagon budget. Let me just say, because I let you go on for a little while.
Oh, I know.
There
God
were
forbid I got paid answer one or two questions. Go ahead.
There were two tactics that were floated by me and by you in our conversation. Okay.
Looks like he's gonna
You
pop.
said, I think it's great that Elon's responding to me, Don Jr.'s responding to me. Like we have more of a chance. No, you said we have more of a chance with these guys to cut the Pentagon budget than we don't. And I said, nothing good's going to come out of this. And so the important thing to do is to resist the project outright, because we don't want a bunch of the richest man on the planet running our government. And so we saw how this played out.
Yeah,
the Pentagon, hold on. The Pentagon did not get cut. And actually what happened is all of the liberal and left organizing against Tesla, against the Wisconsin Supreme Court race, against Elon directly, tanked his popularity to the point that Trump felt he was a political liability and the whole project had to be scrapped. So the tactic of let's work with them and try to cut the Pentagon budget failed. The tactic of let's resist this project outright and make the case and make Elon himself politically toxic succeeded.
So, Krystal, we do live in two different worlds. It's fascinating to see. It's amazing to see. So, number one, the project of saying cut the Pentagon worked. Why did it work? Because they cut the Pentagon, they magically became progressives overnight? No. It worked because it showed and highlighted their hypocrisy, that they weren't going to cut the Pentagon. And now I get it, guys. Especially if you're in the audience, you're not seeing it. I get it. And I don't.
This is such an ineffective form of politics. If we were all Cenk Uygur, nothing would ever get done. And in fact, that's kind of the case. Democrats have taken this tack in many ways, and just sort of sat around waiting for things to come. Not pushing for any policies in many cases. And that's basically what Cenk is all about. He's like, it's too hard trying to advocate for issues. If we could just wait for people to become disenfranchised, that'd be a lot easier for me.
I'm not saying that as an insult. You're not seeing it.
So
because
you
you're
won because the Pentagon budget went up, even though you thought that the Pentagon budget would get cut.
Can I finish? Okay. So the reason you're not seeing it is because you're not engaging with MAGA, and that's okay. And you don't want to engage with MAGA. I got it.
Do you know who I am? Do you know the show I host?
I don't know if you know who you are.
Who are you talking to right now?
Okay,
I host a show with Barbara and Jetty and Emily Jasinski every day.
Okay, so Krystal,
no one in this room talks more to MAGA than I do, okay?
Yeah.
He just ignores that her co-host is a full-on MAGA boy. Oh my God.
Okay, so are you saying that none of the MAGA voters were thrilled that they added to the Pentagon? Is that what you're saying?
They don't give a shit because Trump did it.
Elon and Trump.
No, you guys were wrong.
Elon and Trump and Don Jr. Cenk lied to you from the beginning when they pretended like there was.
I can't wait for those Republicans to come and do what Cenk is saying. They're all gonna come out and strongly condemn the president. I cannot wait. I'm gonna start
Elon and Trump and Don Jr.
I'm gonna start scrolling through Twitter over here just to see just how many Republicans are coming out and saying this is a bad thing.
Cenk lied to you from the beginning when they pretended like there was even a 1% chance of it. So when people told you at the time, though, resist them outright and point out that they're frauds.
Okay,
Don't pretend like maybe they'll cut it. That was kind of the point.
You guys have a totally ridiculous, All right, let me not be insulting. We disagree on strategy. Okay.
Definitely,
so,
yes.
Okay, yeah. This whole idea that you're making a difference because Donald Trump is listening to the left, I can't believe you guys think that. That sounds totally detached from reality.
I'll make that case in a minute.
Why is Elon Musk out? Because people burn Tesla cars? I mean, Krystal, you said that in the intro. Are you serious? No, Elon's out because his policies were always deeply unpopular. No one wanted those cuts.
Yeah, and who
MAGA
pressed that
wanted
case?
them, and they're in La La Land.
Cenk, and who pressed that case?
The
It was
left
the
and
left and
liberals
liberals.
in the street.
Joe Rogan hosted him on his podcast to pump him up.
Guys,
Joe Rogan,
guys,
think
you're
about,
doing this-
but Cenk, think about
You're doing
this.
this
Think about this.
unbelievable straw man.
No.
Hold on, can I just finish?
Let me just finish my thought here, okay? Rogan hosted Zuckerberg and Andreessen to attack the
Of course he
CFPB.
did. Of course he did.
To gut and
You think
attack the
he's gonna be a Bernie
CFPB.
Sanders progressive overnight?
No,
Are
but
you
it's-
insane? No, guys.
Are you
have this
insane?
straw
You were the
man
one who apparently
that
thought
I
that.
said-
Cenk,
No, but
if anything is
Krystal,
going
do
to
you
be
really think
populist,
that I thought
hold
that it-
on, Cenk. Let me finish a thought. If anything, if the populist right stands for anything, you would think it would be an anti-scam bureau that is wildly effective. But no, and actually stood up against debanking conservatives. But no, what did Rogan do, and what did they cheer for with Elon with the chainsaw? Completely gutting not only the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, Trump gutting the National Labor Relations Board, but them defenestrating the ability of this government to enforce white-collar crime at all. Did MAGA care? No. They didn't. The only people that held them to account were left and liberals who organized against that and, yes, successfully made Elon so toxic that he ultimately crashed out of the administration. That's what happened.
So let me try explaining it this way and see if I can get through to you guys. So you keep telling me all the things that Trump did wrong. Of course he did. So I'm saying that it's a given that he's always going to do, for example, 90% of things massively wrong. And in the other 10% that he plans to do wrong, I'm saying we have a fighter's chance if we ally and we show hypocrisy or we get allies. It's a win-win either way, okay? So for example, in opposing the war, either they become our allies and somehow at some point we stop this war, or we show, oh, you guys never meant it. Now you're the pro-war party, which makes us much more likely to win over independence and win.
I've been looking through it. I haven't seen any tweets from people like Steve Bannon or Tucker Carlson coming out. And like I said, I was going to start scrolling through Twitter and I found nothing. I found absolutely nothing condemning this attack.
Selection. But as I say that, you keep framing it as if I agree with them 90%, and where I think that I'm going to flip them overnight on the 90% where we disagree. No, there's no chance of that. So you can stop asking that question. They're not going to move on cutting the budget, and they're not going to listen that. Hey,
why would we want people in our coalition that disagree with us 90% of the time? That's completely unhelpful, is what that is.
You know what? You shouldn't cut the malaria treatment in Africa. You shouldn't cut the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau because every dollar we spend there, we get back $20, etc. But if you go with your maximalist approach, guys, and you say, all right, I'm fighting you in a maximum way, so that means I'm never going to agree with you. I'm going to insult you at every turn. I'm not going to listen to you. So when you come in and you go, hey, guys, let's ally against the war, or maybe did you think that Elon's and I said this in every right-wing talk show that I did, and I said it at the Charlie Kirk event, I said, remember, beware of your own donors like Elon Musk. And then eventually they got aware of their own donors. Now, did they do it magically and overnight? No, it was mainly a fight between Elon and Trump, right?
It was their egos. Course. It had nothing to do with Charlie Kirk.
And the reason they are unpopular is not because the left's maximalist approach of yelling fascist at every Trump voter is working. It's because their policies are deeply unpopular.
And who explains that their policies are deeply unpopular? The left.
Yeah, seriously, it's not like the Republicans are coming out and you know, maybe there's like one or two guys out of like dozens and dozens of massive content creators that are doing nothing to push back against Trump policy or the big beautiful bill or any of these other sorts of things. It's 98.7% of the left and 1.3, and that's Cenk's got to go after the 1.3%. Actually, I think we're done with this. I mean, it's ridiculous. He got stacked, and everything that he said has been negated on Iran. It was either pre-negated. Everything is either just completely stupid or was immediately disproved a day later by this strike. All right. We got a bunch of other stuff to talk about, and then we're going to go back to talking about Iran later. I'm trying to build up some other things on this. I see a PBD podcast is currently going. Charlie Kirk is currently going. Oh my God, they have 110,000 people right now watching the PBD podcast. That is ridiculous.
This is ridiculous.
I can't even get 1,000 subscribers. This guy's got 110,000 people watching at one time.
Come on!
All right, let's talk abundance. The ridiculous
I'm Todd
agenda.
from Raleigh.
Todd from
being
Raleigh.
pushed by some
On your mind.
Dems, like Ezra Klein, which in my estimation is a similar strategy to what Cenk is doing. It's like, actually, we should do what Republicans are into, actually, because that's going to help us.
I'm Todd from Raleigh.
Todd from Raleigh, what's on your mind?
I found out recently I actually live kind of close to Derek Thompson of the Abundance book, and he spoke at a local bookstore. I took some notes as I was watching it. It was weird. He definitely wasn't as evasive as Ezra Klein was when he was almost saying, I guess, because he felt like he was in a more a crowd of like-minded people.
Right.
So he started his talk by just gushing over how great he thought Ezra Klein was, and how he had to like assure his wife he's not going to leave him for Ezra Klein. It's weird. And then he talks about how he's never been into politics. He went into like Dave Rubin mode. He's not into politics. He just has ideas, and he's really into ideas. He said the book isn't about, him declaring the direction for the Democratic Party. Just wants to ask questions.
Let me just add here that on the Lex Friedman show, Thompson explicitly said there is an internecine fight on the left for the future of the Democratic Party. And that the abundance agenda is in that fight against the left.
But are you capitalizing abundance, or is it a lowercase abundance that Ezra and Derek do, as opposed to the bad abundance that they have nothing to do with at all?
It's just a coincidence. Go ahead.
Well, he does immediately contradict himself. Is the weird thing. He goes into I just want to talk about ideas, and it's because I'm not actually that into politics. But then he sort of subtly admits that the book is being blown up because it got caught on by people with money and put him and Ezra Klein in front of politicians. And then he goes on to like a big Richie Torres love fest. And how, some people are saying he'll be the next governor of New York.
That's
and
hilarious.
So if you've got the next governor of New York on your side, I mean, you know that we're making.
When did he say this? When did he say this? Do you remember the date of the book?
This was in mid-April. I can send you all the.
I'm curious.
Send you all the link. I think it got recorded.
I'm curious about this because there's been an announcement of Delgado is primary challenging Hochul. And Richie Torres has been talking about jumping into the race, it seems, but I wonder what his angle would be. It would be an interesting abundance.
Yeah, I mean, like everybody's gonna get their own crypto or something.
Test case there, but they're kind of screwed if he's the best guy they can get from the Democratic Party to buy on, right? He'll say yes to anything.
Yeah. Jared Polis, yeah.
If it comes with a price tag, Richie Torres is all for it.
I will tell you, I saw this over the weekend. Torres was on a really small podcast, and he said, if Zoran wins the mayor race, he will not run for governor. If he loses, he will probably run.
Yeah, I think I saw that. I mean, and that was like a week or two ago. I think it would be interesting if we hold him to that. But it also shows the importance of this election, the way that this election is going to signify to people, arguably just in blue states, but I mean...
But this is a huge fight in blue states. We've seen decreased Democratic enthusiasm in blue states, and it's also being used as the front in the culture war by the right about the depravity here. That's how they're approaching it.
I would also argue that no one had a problem promoting Eric Adams as a national candidate.
Right.
Well, I should say not no one, but none of the centrists in the Democratic Party had a problem promoting Eric Adams based upon his win in New York City. And we should say this was also in a presidential election, right?
Yeah.
I mean, so, no one had a problem at that time. But okay, be that as it may. Anything else?
Yeah, there was a few little weird things that it didn't make sense to me, and it showed the blatant sort of weird recycling of it's principled on nothing but anti-progressivism. He talked about how we built a lot during the New Deal, but said that also the building during the New Deal caused a lot of pollution, which is why we had the Clean Air Act. And if you were progressive who supports the New Deal and supports the Clean Air Act, you're a hypocrite and a, quote, scarcity progressive.
Okay.
That is crazy.
They want to paint all the left as degrowth. It's very evident that that's the corner they'd rather be punching towards.
And that was...
I mean, I'm not even sure where he's trying to come from that. I mean, I think the only way that I think I can see this... I'm trying to figure out exactly what he means, but the only way that I can interpret this is that I think he's suggesting that because in the New Deal we created the highways and that added to pollution, I guess, and climate change, that I'm not sure. I'm not sure what he's trying to say. I'm not entirely sure what he's trying. And I have criticized the New Deal for having made our infrastructure based solely on cars in the past due to my stances on environmentalism, but I've also said that there was no way for them to even take that into account back in 1940, whatever. It's ridiculous. It's a ridiculous suggestion.
Straw man that Ezra relied on heavily in his interview with Sam.
And then he went on to say that, environmentalist groups need to change their goals because the current issue for the environment is climate change. And it's not the environmental issues of old that the Clean Air Act addressed. Of making air and water clean, because he said, and I quote, no one has dirty air and water anymore. Which I think
give me a joke.
The people of Flint and in locals North Carolina,
nobody has dirty water or air anymore. That's fascinating. What did he say that people were? They were bougie city people or something? So what was the phrase that he used? Because that's exactly what that comment suggests to me. Bougie big city people. Okay, let's go here to PBS NewsHour. Earlier today, Bernie Sanders was doing a rally in Shreveport, Louisiana.
This group's is made up of retired and...
Hold on, we're not going to watch this whole thing. There's a couple of snippets that I want to hit up. Did you do multiple rallies today? I think you might have.
Whoa! Thank you, Shreveport!
Let me thank all of you for coming out. Let me thank Sweet Crude for the music. Conrad Cable, Yvette Fuller, Eddie Jenkins, Kate Lator, Mike Ashforth, and Gary Chambers for their remarks.
By the way, I just want to remind everybody, I just started a goal a little while ago, like 20 minutes ago or something. Yeah. Just to make sure we get all of the content tonight. I mean, we don't have as much as normal because I was totally thrown off in the middle of my getting ready for the stream by the U.S. strike on Iran. We still got a bunch of stuff to get through, too.
Thank your local Congressman Mike Johnson for welcoming me to Shreveport. I saw a post of the billboard that the speaker put up on I-20. No? Yeah, I agree. The photo was not good, no question. We got to send Mike a better photo. But in truth, he did note what I am going to talk about today, and that is this absolutely horrific piece of legislation that Johnson is pushing in the Congress. And I want to say a word about why I am in Louisiana today, why I was in McAllen, Texas last night, why we're going to be in Tulsa, Oklahoma this evening, why we're going back to Texas tomorrow.
2 rallies in one day.
And the reason is I do not believe in this red state, blue state nonsense. I believe that whether you live in Louisiana or Texas or Vermont or Massachusetts, I believe that the vast majority of the American people believe in economic justice. They believe in social justice. They understand that climate change is real and a threat to humanity. They believe in racial justice and an end to bigotry in all of its forms. It's our job, whether we come from a conservative state or a progressive state, is to bring our people together and not to let people divide us up. Now, I'm going to talk about Mr. Johnson's bill, but before I do that, I want to say a few words about where I see us as a nation today. And in that regard, I see both bad news and good news. And the bad news is, I think most Americans understand, is that as a nation today, we face more serious crises than at any time in the modern history of our nation. And I wish
Oh boy, I think we might have to skip some of this stuff. I feel like we should honestly try and focus on what's happening in Iran. I have so much shit going on here. There's so much that we could cover on that still. I think we should switch over to that. I'm gonna do it this way. It's just, all of this feels completely irrelevant.
The Los Angeles Dodgers
in the middle of all this. I know it's not irrelevant, but we just started just started another goddamn war in the Middle East. A president just did it unilaterally. It's like 2001.
The Los Angeles Dodgers are.
This was Bernie Sanders in Oklahoma finding out.
This is a statement from Donald Trump, quote, "We have completed our very successful attack on the 3 nuclear sites in Iran," etc. I agree. And I want to tell you something. Not only is this news that I've just heard, the second alarming that all of you have just heard, but it is so grossly unconstitutional. All of you know that the only entity that can take this country to war is the U.S. Congress. The president does not have the right. Illegal.
Bernie's pissed.
You know, I was talking a moment ago about the fact that we are living in one of the most difficult moments in the modern history of this country, and Trump just made it that much more difficult. That's just another burden we're going to have to carry, and that's just another message we're going to have to get out all over this country. The American people do not want more war, more death. You know, it might be a good idea if we concentrated on the problems that exist in Oklahoma and Vermont, rather than getting involved in another war that the American people do not want. Let me just say this, that in the midst of all of what is going on, what is enormously important is that we do not give up on a vision of where this country must go. What the establishment wants you to believe is that you have no power, that you can't accomplish anything. They have it all, nothing you could do. And in this moment in American history, what we have got to do in Vermont and Oklahoma, in Texas, all over this country, is stand up and fight back and tell them this is our country.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Bernie looks really upset right now. And I feel like I'm right there with Bernie right now. This is one in a long line of things that Donald Trump has done that have just utterly shocked me. And this is taken it to a level in which I don't think this cannot continue to go on in the way it has. Tactics need to be changed. Donald Trump is waging a war not just on Iran, but on the American people right now. We need to stop it. Also, Columbia Rican, thank you for the sweet, sweet super chat. Welcome to the end of whatever is left of U.S. soft power. Trump needs to be impeached and removed. This admin has gone way too far. We are cooked. Yes, we are.
And I don't care if you are a progressive, a moderate, or a conservative. This country belongs to all of us, not just a handful of billionaires. And when we look out into the future, the kind of America we want, let's understand a few things. Number one, instead of giving tax breaks to billionaires, we should demand they start paying their fair share of taxes.
Follow the rich white man.
No, we should not be throwing 16 million Americans off the health care they have. We should be doing what every other major country does, guarantee health care to all as a human right. This is not a radical idea. It exists in virtually every other wealthy country. The function of a rational healthcare system is not to make hundreds of billions for the drug companies and the insurance companies. It's to provide quality care to all. When we look into the future, we must demand that every worker in America earns a decent
Whoa, I just paused. Whoopsies.
decent wage, raise the minimum wage to at least $17 an hour. We can create millions of good-paying jobs by union jobs, by building 5 million units of low-income and affordable housing.
All right. All right, I got to change a couple of things around. So please hold for 1 second. Okay, I'm back. I just needed to switch where we were at in my list. We're going to talk at least some of the things that were leading up to this, and then we're going to be, while I'm doing, I think on the first break, I'm going to try and add some more things into my list so we can be more up to date on this. I already have some in there, but a lot has happened in the last hour and a half. I guess it's nearing 2 hours now that we've been doing this. Columbia Rican, sweet super chat, arresting U.S. citizens, deporting without due process. Invading a U.S. city, cutting social programs, destroying our economy. Now, war with Iran. All right, let's go here. This was Benjamin Netanyahu, I think, yesterday. Speaking from the rubble in Tel Aviv or something like that.
I just found this so sort of shocking. You'll recall, I can't remember which hospital it was. Is the Al-Shifa hospital? Was that the first one that they attacked? And I can't remember when this was. A year ago? More? When Israel first hit the first hospital that they bombed in Gaza, there was so much attempt by the Israelis and its apologists in this country to argue that there was a underground bunker. There were animated videos that were coming out. There were, testimonies. Now, the fact is, the bunkers were definitely there because they were built by the Israelis when they last occupied Gaza. Underneath that hospital. There's no doubt. There's tunnels throughout Gaza. They sent people down there. These underground bunkers were not nearly as impressive, these huge command centers that they said. But then there was talk like, well, we didn't actually bomb a hospital. It was actually Hamas that accidentally bombed the hospital. And then at one point, it just became so obvious that Israel was on a genocidal campaign to ethnically cleanse Gaza.
Illegal.
After they blew up all the universities, they started blowing up churches and mosques. And they just started to willy-nilly shell hospitals. That the idea of even them putting out some type of like alibi became like, it wasn't even worth it for them because no one believed it. They didn't believe it. They knew people didn't believe it. They just had, and it was quite clear, no one was going to stop them from bombing hospitals or bombing anything for that matter in Gaza. They never even did the lip service to it anymore. And so I mean, I imagine there are some people who respond to this and think it's outrageous. But I am just sort of shocked at the audacity that this is going to create sympathy. Or that there's like, play this.
Move. Right next to it is a children's ward, a baby's ward, infants. They target it. They can give this nonsense.
This is Netanyahu complaining that the Iranians, after they were bombed, and listen, just because you kill scientists, incidentally, scientists are civilian.
Yeah, absolutely. Scientists are civilians. Yeah, they're not. That's not a military objective. Killing scientific researchers or whatever else. That's ridiculous.
But just even if you kill scientists, it doesn't say you don't get away with like, we don't really pay attention to the other 25 people who he killed, who lived in that building, and his family.
I don't want reality.
This hospital is near a military base. The military base was also hit. But here is Netanyahu trying to drum up outrage about a strike on a hospital.
Babies ward, infants. They target it. They can give this nonsense that they're targeting military sites. What military sites? I know all the military sites in Israel. There isn't a military site here for miles and miles around. They're targeting civilians because they're a criminal regime. They're the arch terrorists of the world. They want to have nuclear terrorism, which will put the entire world under nuclear blackmail, and they would use these weapons.
One thing I have noticed in the wake of the beginning of this war between, I guess it's between us, Israel, and Iran, and all of Iran's allies in the region now, because that's one thing I've been thinking about this whole time. We've already heard direct threats from multiple people. Iraq, the Grand Ayatollah of Iraq, saying that they'll strike if the U.S. gets involved. Yemen saying they will strike if we get involved. Multiple others. Actors saying, hey, we're not cool with that. Don't do that. I mean, beyond the blatant hypocrisy here, but like ever since this happened, I've noticed that the mainstream media has been struggling to actually suggest that Iran is committing war crimes, because I think they know if they do that, it's like opening up Pandora's box in this situation. Because if you want to talk about Iran's war crimes in this moment, right? Then there may be some. You have to also. It opens the box on all of the war crimes Israel has committed in the last 2 years, and it is a litany of them, right? It is 1,000 to 1.
The Ayatollah Khamenei says that he would do. He would use these weapons to wipe Israel off the map. Well, he's not going to. We're not going to let him. And we're in the process of achieving a tremendous victory. And our victory is aimed at those two goals. People ask me, are we targeting the downfall of the regime? That may be a result, but it's up to the Iranian people to rise for their freedom. Freedom is never cheap. It's never free. Freedom requires these subjugated people to rise up, and it's up to them.
It's almost like a parody. Freedom requires oppressed people to rise up. Like, you could take everything he's saying and it could be instructions to Palestinians living in the West Bank and Gaza.
Or a description of everything that Israel has done up to this point. Also, I was waiting for a good time to do this, but thank you, Icebreaker Gaming, for the sweet super chat. Thank you, GSL and the mod team. Dark days ahead. At least we can share some time parsing them together as they come. 100%. 100%. It's one of the reasons why I do this, to bring like-minded people together to talk about these things. As many things as we can possibly fit into these incredibly long streams that we tend to do around here. Let's keep going, because I still want to just start getting us towards the current. I'm like feverishly like going through shit on my phone right now. Oh, look at that. Hey, we gained some subscribers just now in the last hour. Okay, nice. Starting to move in the right direction. At this point, it would take almost nothing to get us to 1,000. That'd be super helpful to keeping this stream going. Just like super chats like that do. Oh, we are living in dark days, people. It is 100%. There's no getting around that. If you know, if you thought that people saying we were living in dark days, that we were in authoritarianism, you know, and you thought that was going too far. I sense that not many people in chat think that, but if you were one of them, I mean, now we certainly are. There's no way around that at all. We are living in almost unprecedented times in the 21st century. Not almost. We are living in unprecedented times in the 21st century, really, when you add in what else is going on around all of this. Because sure, has the United States engaged in forever wars in the Middle East? Have there been unilateral, unconstitutional strikes and or wars engaged in without congressional approval? Yeah, but combining it with everything else that's going on. That was what makes it unprecedented. Dark days. You want merch? You want merch? There's some merch that I had considered doing at one point and just never did because multiple reasons. Partially because it's money I would have to spend that wouldn't go to the bills. Also, I was concerned about perhaps my my environmental impact with that. I'm trying to think of more things to do aside from that. The Anarchist sending a sweet Galactic News Network gift membership. Who got it? The Kindness Crew. Oh, I like that name. Aww. That's cute. I'll count that as a half. I'll count that as a half in the goal. All right, this was from yesterday out of CNN.
Exactly where this conflict stands vis-a-vis the idea of trying to get rid of Iran's ability to enrich uranium and to go forward with its nuclear program.
Excellent. So the overall goal seems to be to
under international law, not allowed,
to the point where it's no longer considered an existential threat to Israel.
Is this kind of coverage that's totally giving Donald Trump, you know, justification in doing this? Like, well, it's not actual justification, but they're like pretending like what Israel did, you know, in preventive strikes, not preemptive. There's a serious difference between preventive and preemptive. Preemptive requires an imminent threat, of which there was none. No nuclear bomb, no troop amassing on borders, no credible evidence that Iran was in fact at all preparing to attack Israel. It is just a preventive strike intended to, you know, it's basically, it's the Minority Report of foreign policy and war, basically. It's like, oh, the cogs told us that Iran was going to make a nuclear weapon, and for that reason, we have to strike them. That is
illegal.
And to the extent they'll take care of that, there's probably about 4 or 5 days left of bombing in my estimation based on the sites that have been hit. But in addition to that, they also took out senior military and national security regime targets that were responsible for command and control for potential retaliatory strikes, as well as ballistic missile systems, because that's what they've used to fire at Israel. So if we take a look, which was your main question, right, on in the nuclear sites here, right? So what we've seen is we've seen strikes, right? So we've seen over here at enrichment facilities here, heavy water reactor here. There's a nuclear plant here on this side for power, and then there's more facilities that are kind of scattered around the map. The big question right now is what happens to the deep buried facility at Fordow, the enrichment site?
When it comes to Fordow, in your estimation, Israel does or does not have the capability to try and make serious damage to that facility, which is heavily fortified?
And I mean, it's a great question, and that's the one that everybody's sort of looking at right now. There's only so many options, and when we're discussing this, by the way, we're not putting troops at risk. These are all speculated scenarios, so this is just for everybody at home if you're wondering. That's what we're looking at here. So this is the deep buried facility. In speaking to the Iranians and having a weaponization program, they built this to withstand a conventional weapon strike. This was built under mountains, hardened concrete, and everything else, speaking to intentions, right? So what we see here is you've got main tunnel entrances on these sides, right? And then you've got the centrifuges under the mountain here, which is covering. So there's really only 2 options for the Israelis and potentially a combination. So it would be heavy.
I remember when I heard people telling me that they were voting for Donald Trump's Middle East policy or that he was anti-war and thinking that seems really misguided. And now I feel vindicated in all the worst ways. It's so great. It's so good and so great. Really, really warms my heart.
That's hot.
Since we were just talking a little bit about the Ted Cruz.
Whoopsies. What did I just do? Did I just double click that? No, go back.
As bombs started to fall across Israel last week.
Actually, they might have been from Thursday out of the Majority Report. So some of the, I think this was the Tucker.
Since we were just talking a little bit about the Ted Cruz,
Ted Cruz
debacle with Tucker Carlson, let's play another clip. We played yesterday the very famous, widely circulated clip of Tucker Carlson asking Ted Cruz if he knew the size of Iran's population, and he had no idea, despite calling for regime change there. And we got to use like the little glee that Tucker Carlson gets that is usually so gross.
Like sort of prep school bully geeking out sort of energy.
Don't be creepy. We got to use that for like good for just a split second in that interview because he knew he got Ted Cruz there. And honestly, it didn't let up for the entirety of the interview. This was another part of the interaction. Tucker is basically asking Ted Cruz about his rabid Christian Zionism. This was his. This was that exchange.
Okay. And the reason is twofold. Number one, as a Christian, growing up in Sunday school, I was taught from the Bible, those who bless Israel will be blessed, and those who curse Israel will be cursed. And from my perspective, I want to be on the blessing side of things.
Those who bless the government of Israel?
Those who bless Israel is what it says. It doesn't say the government of, it says the nation of Israel. So that's in the Bible. As a Christian, I believe that.
Where is that?
It's in the
I
Old
can
Testament.
find it to you. I don't have the scripture on the tip of my. You pull out the phone and use the Google.
It's in Genesis, but so you're quoting a Bible phrase. You don't have context for it. And you don't know where in the Bible it is, but that's like your theology. I'm confused. What does that even mean?
Tucker.
I'm a Christian. I want to know what you're talking about.
Hey. Where does my support for Israel come from? Number one, because biblically we're commanded to support Israel. But number two,
hold on. You're a senator, and now you're throwing out theology, and I am a Christian, and I am allowed to weigh in on this. We are commanded as Christians to support the government of Israel?
We are commanded to support Israel. And
what does that mean, Israel?
We're told those who bless Israel will be blessed.
But what, hold on, define Israel. This is important. Are you kidding? This is a majority Christian country.
Define Israel? Do you not know what Israel is? That would be the country you've asked like 49 questions about.
So that's what Genesis, that's what God is talking about.
The nation of
Genesis.
Israel, yes.
So does that the current borders, the current leadership? He's talking about the political entity called Israel?
He's talking about the nation of Israel. Yeah, nations exists, and he's discussing a nation. A nation was the people of Israel.
Is the nation
They're the
God's
descendants of
referring
Abraham.
to in Genesis, is that the same as the country run by Benjamin Netanyahu right now?
Yes.
It is. Okay.
And by the way, it's not run by Benjamin Netanyahu as a dictator. It's a democratic country that elected.
He's the prime minister.
Right.
What?
But just like, America is the country run by Donald Trump. No, actually, the American people elected Donald Trump. The same principle
This is
there.
silly. I'm talking about the political entity of modern Israel.
Yes, and that is
You believe
Israel.
that's what God was talking about in Genesis.
I do.
But that country's existed since when?
For thousands of years. Now, there was a time when it didn't exist, and then
He was talking about the current form of Israel that happened thousands of years after the Israel that God was talking about. That makes sense. That
recreated just over 70 years ago.
I'm saying...
Can you pause it? That's actually so interesting.
No, I'm not.
That's so interesting that he says that there was a time that it didn't exist and it was recreated. When was that time in between Genesis and, 1940, 1948, 1947? When was that time?
3,000?
That was the time when it was Palestine.
Wait,
that was the time when the Palestinians and the indigenous population of Palestine lived there.
Who, as people have pointed out, like a lot of those people descended from the folks who were Jews back in the time that they're talking about, like thousands of years ago. They just stayed there and changed religions.
Right, and there were also Jews there that were a part of indigenous Palestine. They were just a bit of a minority. Yeah.
Just also, that's what Ted Cruz is referencing there is a very recent interpretation of that part of the Bible that has become popularized, or that became popularized just in the past 60, 70 years in the United States as part of the Christian evangelical televangelist revolution of the 50s and 60s. That's the interpretation that was mainstreamed by just Jerry Falwell's out there, the Oral Roberts who were becoming popular, the Pat Robertson was becoming popular. And there's very real criticism from theologians who believe, as people believed before, that the Israel of the Bible that Tucker Carlson's referring to, which I think is the trap he was trying to lead Ted Cruz into, refers to the followers of Christ now. It doesn't refer specifically in the Bible to any geographical part of land. It refers to people who follow the teachings of Jesus Christ. And so this particular interpretation has been mainstreamed in America, but it is not specifically biblically rooted. And I do find this schism that is arising on the right very interesting, because it is I just think that it's so funny that Ted Cruz doesn't even have an answer to these obvious follow-up questions, not to mention the even more important follow-up question, which is that we live in a country that has in its constitution, enshrined in its constitution, the belief that there shall be no established religion in the country. So I would imagine that we would be against supporting any country that is an ethno-nationalist state, an explicit ethno-nationalist state. So Illegal. It doesn't really matter if they're a Jewish one or a Christian one or anything like that. That's not the mechanism or the metric by which we should be establishing support. It should be the opposite.
Exactly, Brandon. 110%. Very insightful from Brandon as usual. How are we doing on time? I'll keep it going until the second hour, and then I'll take a quick break. We're not there yet, though. We got to try and catch up to where we are at right now. It's been a very busy evening, hasn't it, chat? My God.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
This is NBC from
As bombs started to fall across Israel last week.
There was a direct hit in our neighborhood today from a rocket. Absolutely terrifying.
Some Americans on the ground looked for the exits.
I am personally very excited to get back home into the States.
For over a week, Israeli airspace has been closed for most civilian flights, and in many cases, it's become every traveler for themselves.
It was not your typical airplane ride.
Before dawn today, this flight of evacuees landed in Tampa.
It was absolutely terrifying. I'm so grateful to be home.
The flight was arranged by the state of Florida in partnership with the nonprofit.
It was pretty scary. You hear the sirens going very loud. There's no chance to sleep.
We know that there, of course, are some independent efforts to get American citizens out of those areas. We suggest that people take advantage of existing means.
The U.S. ambassador to Israel says the State Department has been working to get military, commercial, charter flights, and cruise ships for evacuation.
We are getting out of the country of Israel. 30-hour boat ride to start.
But in the meantime, others have gotten creative in making their escape.
And this is the boat, just to show you guys.
Dean Sloves came to Israel from Las Vegas for a wedding. Just an hour after the ceremony, Israel started to bomb Iran.
I very quickly realized I shouldn't really count on airspace reopening soon. So I started evaluating all sorts of different options on getting out.
After a week, he escaped on a sailboat.
I am seasick as laying down.
After almost 40 hours on the water, he made it to Cyprus.
I'm not a boat person, but the entire time I was just like, okay, well, we're at least out. I got a notification that there were rockets while we were way out. So it was really like a relief to be out in the distance.
This guy went above and beyond to run away from Israel. Fantastic. Wow. Sailing. A non-sailor sailing across the goddamn Mediterranean Sea to get out of Israel in the midst of all of this. Since the airports are closed, it's not shocking people are taking rather unconventional means of transportation. All right, let's go to BBC News. This is from 16 hours ago.
Welcome to BBC
before
News.
This all
I'm Mark
happened
Lowen. We're
well.
broadcasting live from Tel Aviv. Air raids have sounded across Israel again overnight, with its military saying that Iran fired 5 ballistic missiles through the night. While Israel's defense minister said a general in Iran's Al-Quds force, Saeed Izzadi, had been killed in a targeted attack. Well, we were woken at 2:30 a.m. when sirens sounded amid a barrage of Iranian missiles around the Tel Aviv area. We all gathered in our bunker here in our hotel. This building in central Israel was reportedly set on fire by falling shrapnel from an Israeli interception missile, though the police say that they are still investigating the cause. Explosions were also heard close to the occupied West Bank. Israel's National Response Foundation said that there have been no reports of casualties. Meanwhile, Israel also launched a new wave of attacks against Iranian missile storage and launch infrastructure. Air defense systems were reportedly activated in areas of Tehran. These are pictures released by the Israeli Defense Forces. The Iranian media say that an attack on the nuclear site in Isfahan led to no leakage of hazardous material. Meanwhile, on the diplomatic front, President Trump has dismissed efforts by European countries to de-escalate tensions in the Middle East, hours after the foreign ministers of the UK, France and Germany met their Iranian counterpart in Geneva.
I wonder if at this point yesterday, Donald Trump already had the plan in place to strike Iran. The fact that he did this in a completely clandestine way and notified nobody, and in fact lied, obfuscated about what his plans were to the entire world, including the United States, American people, the government, and everything else, is fucking insane.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
It is fucking insane. And I'm fairly certain he did know at this time. That's why, A, we allowed Israel to do what it did in the first place last week. It's why, B, we didn't send Steve Witkoff to the talks in Oman. And it's why we didn't show up in Geneva either yesterday.
Mr. Trump told journalists that Iran wants to speak to the United States, and Europe cannot help with this. Well, our chief international correspondent, Lise Doucette, has more on those talks in Geneva.
Well, it does seem that the pace of negotiations or the pace of talks in an effort to get negotiations back on track is slower than the pace of this war.
Okay, we don't need this whole thing. We really don't. Also, Pitchforks drag in with a sweet, sweet super chat. I think this technically gets us to 7, even though it says 4. I'm counting that one from Icebreaker as 4. So it gets us to 7, which is awesome. Jacob was renamed Israel, and those who blessed Israel would be blessed. It wasn't a country or people, it was one guy. I'm an atheist. What the fuck?
Come on!
Yeah. I mean, Ted Cruz is not a biblical scholar. Let's be serious. In fact, I'm not sure he's actually read the whole thing. It's long. There's a lot of words in there. All right, let's go to the CBS News. This was from 15 hours ago. Boy, has it been a... It's been a busy day, hasn't it?
President Trump is weighing the U.S. military's possible involvement in the region. Yesterday, the president said it would be very hard to request Israel to stop attacking Iran right now. He also gave mixed signals on a push for a ceasefire and indicated that Israel is winning. Meanwhile, Iran's foreign minister says his country will not resume nuclear talks and that there is no room for negotiations with the U.S. until Israeli aggression stops. Willie James Inman is in New Jersey, where President Trump will spend part of his weekend. Willie, good morning.
Good morning to you, Michelle. As the conflict between Israel and Iran continues, President Trump is considering whether or not the U.S. will intervene as he faces pressure from some world leaders to find a diplomatic solution.
How'd that go?
1 week after Israel struck Iran, President Trump announced...
How did that go? Diplomatic solution. Because that's kaput. Now this was literally this was this morning, which was technically last night, or no, tonight. Well, whatever. This was today, right, on Friday, but it was at night in Iran and in Israel. I have a couple of this was some of the strikes that were happening this afternoon, I guess. Now that I think about it. Had to have been this afternoon. It's like what, 7 hours? Eight? It's like eight or 9 hours ahead of the East Coast, New York, of the United States. I think that would make sense. This is showing Iranian strikes on Israel over East Jerusalem. You can barely see that rocket going through. Wait, Donald Trump literally asked Iran to surrender on Twitter or Truth Social. I think it was Truth Social. I think you're right. It was on his own personal media platform. And then he announced the strikes on Iran on Truth Social. We live in a ridiculous time. The president uses his private, the king's platform to announce things to the United States. Now this is footage of this also this afternoon. Israel responded to Iran. But those missiles were intercepted by Iranian air defenses, it would seem. You can see the explosions happening up in the air. That was Forbes breaking news from 7 hours ago. 10 hours ago, Donald Trump had a meeting with the National Security Council. This is Al Jazeera English. Trying to get us to current as quickly as possible. Got a lot to talk about.
Meanwhile, in Washington, U.S. President Donald Trump has said he will decide on his next move in 2 weeks. But already there are divisions with not just his conservative base, who don't want the U.S. to be involved in another war, but also within his own intelligence community. Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, testified before Congress in March that Tehran was not building a nuclear warhead. And on Friday, President Trump dismissed her analysis.
What intelligence do you have that Iran is building a nuclear weapon? Your intelligence community has said they have no evidence that they are at this point.
Well, then my intelligence community is wrong. Who in the intelligence community said that?
Your Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard.
She's wrong.
She's wrong. Alan Fisher, he's
That's
live
why
for
I
us
made her
in
Director of
Washington.
National
And
Intelligence.
Alan,
She's
since
very
that
wrong all the
very public rebuke by President Trump, what have we been hearing from Tulsi Gabbard?
Well, she has put out a statement saying that the media is wrong. They've taken her comments out of context. Here's the problem for Tulsi Gabbard. They weren't. She gave evidence to a committee on Capitol Hill on the 26th of March and said very clearly, here's the context, the international community has made the assessment that Iran is not working towards a nuclear bomb, that it's made no efforts to try and pursue a nuclear bomb since the plan of the operation, the whole project, was suspended by the Supreme Leader in 2013. She is also on the record back in 2019 during Trump's first term as saying that Donald Trump wants a war with Iran because Saudi Arabia and also Benjamin Netanyahu wants a war with Iran. So this is her desperately trying to claw back some credibility with Donald Trump after what was a stunning public rebuke. Here's the problem for Donald Trump and Tulsi Gabbard. A lot of conservatives, and not just conservatives, a lot of Americans are concerned at what is happening here. That there is intelligence that says one thing, but then we have Donald Trump and now the Director of National Intelligence saying another thing. And of course,
what just happened?
Of course, they remember going to war with Iraq on what was then faulty, if not downright misleading intelligence, and they're concerned that the same thing could happen again.
Well, in the meanwhile, we are getting plenty of US military movements. Can you tell us about the latest ones that we're seeing there?
Well, according to the military, a number of aircraft carriers that are moving into the region are doing so on a normal rotation or to relieve those that are already there. But in the last 24 hours, it's been reported that 2 B-2 stealth bombers have moved from the United States, from their base in Missouri, to Guam in the Pacific, and the intention is that they will then move to the base in Diego Garcia in the Atlantic. So why is this important? Well, a couple of things. Diego Garcia puts them within one refueling stop of hitting Iran, and the B-2 stealth bombers are really the only planes that can carry the so-called bunker buster bombs, which would target Iran's nuclear facilities.
Oh my God. Yeah, this all clearly, you know, if you were paying attention over today, there was a few signs that this was coming. Although it would have all been pure speculation at that point. All right, let's keep going through these. Hold on, I gotta refresh this list. I keep adding more stuff. Because more shit keeps coming out around this. How much time are we doing right now? Actually, I'm going to take a quick break. I'm going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back. We do have a shit ton of content left. How are we doing on the goal right now? Technically, it says 4 out of 10, but really we're at... Okay. And we got an hour and 50 minutes left. Okay. All right. Don't worry, though. We'll be right back, and I've got a hell of a lot to go over here, so... Stick around. We'll be right back after these brief space messages. Alright, I hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Hit the bell icon too if you want to make sure that you get all the latest galactic content at your fingertips so you don't miss a single episode of the Spacecast. While you're at it, do also consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals such as yourself. So many great ways, of course, for you to show your support. YouTube, Super Chats, Super Stickers, and memberships. Cash App and PayPal. If you prefer all of your donations go directly to funding the stream rather than funding the bottom line of YouTube. But of course, the best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to go on to Patreon and become a Galactic Patron. Only $3 a month. Get you access to a bunch of sweet, sweet space bennies unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. So what are you waiting for? Go to the site and find out all that waits you. All right, enjoy the break, grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and we will be right back. everybody knows what that sound means. Of course, it means it's time for us to get back to the stream. So get back in your seats, Space Fams. Got a hell of a lot left to talk about here. Where do we leave off? All right, this was from earlier today. Actually, this was from earlier. This was posted by Forbes Breaking News earlier today. But I think this was from Friday. This is Lindsey Graham talking about the Ayatollah.
Yes, I did. Okay. So, are you confident that America has the ability? Nobody wants a war, but if we got in an all-out war with Iran, we would win?
I think we're confident for 250 years the United States Army has
I do
achieved
too.
every
My
goal
money's on the Army, my
Every
money's
goal?
on the military. I don't want a war, but...
That is laughable. That is laughable.
Give me a joke.
The United States Army has achieved there are so many instances in which the United States Army did not achieve its goals. Where do we even start? Vietnam? I mean, what? How many times have we just... No, that is idiotic. This guy, I don't think he's ever read a book before.
The United States Army has
I do
achieved
too.
every
My
goal
money's
we've
on
been
the
given.
Army, my money's on the military. I don't want a war, but if you pick a fight with us, you're going to lose. To our friends in Israel, keep it up. We got your back. Taking that program down is an existential
up.
threat to Israel and to us. This is a moment of choosing for the world. I hope everybody understands that if they get a nuclear weapon, they're religious fanatics, they're religious Nazis, they would use it. I don't believe that about Rocket Man. I don't believe it about Putin. I don't believe it about China, but I believe it about these folks. And this is a moment of choosing, and we better get this right. And if you get it right, normalization's back on the table. China's less likely to go into Taiwan, and Putin we'll have a new conversation with him. If we get it wrong, the world's going to...
I'm sorry. Lindsey Graham is predicting that going to all-out war with Iran is going to solve everything with China and Russia.
China!
Fascinating. Fascinating. The stream is running real smooth. Yes, Bozy, it is running pretty smooth today. It's been running smooth ever since I changed a setting, and it's been pretty smooth sailing ever since then. I'm hoping that was in fact the reason, and that it wasn't just some sort of random glitch in the Matrix, but yeah, we've been running smooth for the last, I don't know, how many days now? A week? Almost a week? We're getting close to it, right? Something like that. Whatever. All right, let's move on from Lindsey Graham. We're almost at the current stuff to talk about here. Just a few more. We probably deserve these before we get to the bulk of all of this shit. Or maybe we could do these at the end. I'm trying to think. Maybe we'll do them at the end. You know, we'll go. Let's get to the meat of it. Let's get to what the fuck has been going on. Let's talk about literally, like, you know, everything that has happened now. And there's been a lot of people that have come out and commented already. At least a few here in my estimation. I've been trying to add more and more. Like in the break, I tried to get a couple in there. Yeah, I'm going to add these to the bottom of here. But I figure we should look at this one before we get to what's happened in the last 3 hours. This was released from the Associated Press 5 hours before the stream. Actually, not 5 hours. 5 hours ago. So like 3 hours before the stream.
Well, for more on this,
Yemen, the Houthi rebels came out with a statement.
Yes, I did.
Oh,
Okay.
damn it. The wrong one.
So, are you...
There we go.
فأي هجوم وعدوان أمريكي مساند للعدو الإسرائيلي ضد إيران في إطار الهدف نفسه.
Here, I'll do translations. I'm sorry. I don't know what... I was reading chat. In the event of the American involvement in the attack or aggression in support of the Israeli enemy against Iran, within the same objective of enabling the Israeli enemy to gain control over the entire region, is something that cannot be tolerated. In the event that the United States is found to be involved in the attack and aggression against Iran alongside the Israeli enemy, the armed forces will target its ships and warships in the Red Sea. The armed forces are monitoring and tracking all movements in the region, including hostile actions against our country. And God willing, they will take all necessary and legitimate measures to defend our dear homeland and its proud people. So yeah, that was like 3 hours before this strike happened. I must... GSL, you must be with the same energy as him. Right. I didn't want to wake up everybody else, on the space station or in the surrounding space. Because he's very loud. That guy, he's got a lot of energy when he says that shit. He's basically shouting every time. He's basically Caroline Leavitt with the military uniform.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
Just kidding. Just kidding. Give it some passion, Gia. You know, everybody settle down, okay? Settle down. Jesus Christ. Let's go here to ABC News from 3 hours ago. This was the first announcement.
Good evening. I'm Wade Johnson in New York at ABC News headquarters. We're coming on the air at this hour because we have breaking news. President Trump has just announced on social media that the U.S. has just completed 3 successful attacks on 3 nuclear sites in Iran. This is the post that he put out just a short time ago. We have completed our very successful attack on the 3 nuclear sites in Iran, including Fordo, Natanz, and Esfahan. All planes are now outside of Iran airspace. A full payload of bombs was dropped on the primary site, Fordo. All planes are safely on their way home. Congratulations to our great American warriors. There is not another military in the world that could have done this. Now is the time for peace. Thank you for your attention.
America, world police, coming to save the motherfucking day, yeah. That's who we are again. Well, not again, but really, really going full bore on it this time. Iran. That's what we're doing. That's what we're doing. That's so good and so great. I couldn't be more thrilled. You? Let's see what Fox News had to say about this. This was also the first announcement from Fox.
This is a Fox News alert. News from the President of the United States that there has been an attack inside Iran. Just moments ago, President Donald Trump putting out on Truth Social, we have completed a very successful attack on 3 nuclear sites in Iran, including Fordo, Natanz, and Esfahan. All planes are now outside of Iran airspace. Again, this from President Donald Trump. A full payload of bombs was dropped on the primary site, Fordo. All planes are safely on their way home. Congratulations to our great American warriors. There is not another military in the world that could have done this. Now is the time for peace. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Again, that's just seconds ago from President Donald Trump on Truth Social, suggesting that those B-2 bombers that perhaps were on the way may have been behind this. We'll get more details on these 3 sites that the president said has been attacked inside Iran. This comes after days of negotiations to try to get Iran to the negotiating table. The President of the United States saying it would have to be unconditional surrender.
Yeah, that's not really negotiating, right? You can't pre-negotiate a negotiation. That's sort of contrary to how negotiations are supposed to go. The only way that we negotiate is if you say that you are going to surrender unconditionally without any equivocation and no amendments that will solve it. That's called negotiating. Art of the deal. 2 weeks. Maybe 2 weeks, and then we'll see. Wait, there's 72 hours.
Enrichment would have to stop. We heard from negotiations in Europe that was not being accepted by the Iranians, that they would not stop enriching uranium.
We still have this set up.
There was a thought that this could go as long as 2 weeks, as the president said he would decide within 2 weeks.
2 weeks.
However,
actually,
2 days is within 2 weeks.
Yes,
and now
2
word
days,
from
2 weeks,
President Donald Trump that these attacks have happened. Again, interesting that 3 sites have been...
Didn't tell anybody. Brett Baer doesn't care. He's like, actually, Trump is doing a great job. So good, so great. I am very successful.
By U.S. bombers. And this, again, we'll get more information about the exact targets and what bombs were used. We expect that the GBU-57, the bunker buster, the massive penetrator bomb, may have been one of those used. Fordo is a nuclear facility inside Iran that is roughly a half-mile deep underneath a rock mountain-like facility that has been said to be the site of a lot of the enrichment capability. Esfahan, believed to be a storage facility for enriched uranium, and Natanz, another part of the nuclear facilities. They have several throughout Iran. It has been long described as a very difficult and...
Brett Baer is being very, very chill about this right now. He doesn't seem to have any criticisms for the president. Okay, let's keep going through these. ABC News from 2 hours ago. Donald Trump announces successful attack. ABC, look at them. ABC is blazing the president. Preemptively.
We have breaking news now out of the Middle East. President Trump announced the U.S. has attacked 3 nuclear sites in Iran. In a post on Truth Social, he called the attack successful and says the planes are now outside of Iranian airspace. Mr. Trump went on.
We have completed our very successful attack on the 3 capital N nuclear sites in Iran following Fordo, Natanz, and Esfahan. All planes are now outside of Iran airspace. A full payload of all caps bombs was dropped on the primary site, Fordo. All planes are safely on their way home. Congratulations to our great American capital W warriors. There is not another military in the world that could have done this. All caps, now is the time for peace. Thank you for your attention on this matter.
Right, quote, now is the time for peace. Let's bring in CBS News Middle East reporter Courtney Keeley to bring us the very latest. Courtney.
So President Trump just announced this on Truth Social just not very long ago. And what we're trying to do is see if there's any satellite imagery or anything out that would have been taken in real time as those B-2 bombers would have bombed those nuclear plants, especially Fordow, which was a place that would require the stealth B-2 bomber to carry a 30,000-pound bomb over it to bust into the depths of that nuclear plant that's built into a mountainside. But it had seemed that President Trump was reluctant to do that. Now, he did say around midweek this week that he could just decide at a moment's notice. I had seen today that B-2 bombers had been moved to Guam, so that was a little bit of a note. Let's watch.
Yeah, that was certainly a note. There was no other reason to do such a thing. We're not. Did we watch this whole goddamn CBS thing? It's like 20 minutes long. I have a PBD podcast stream. I have Charlie Kirk did a 2.5 hour long stream on this. Adeo responded. Hassan responded. Got a bunch of response videos around here. Whatever. We'll watch a little bit more of this. But I just want to say thank you to Columbia Rican. What's this say? Since our country is so cooked, from what it looks like, it might be a bit burnt. Anybody want barbecue or A1 sauce? We have veggies on the side. Ooh, veggies? That sounds nice. That's healthy. That's a healthy choice. It's a healthy choice. How many does that get us to? I know it says 5 of 10 on the goal right now, but we're actually at, I think, 8. Yeah, we still got an hour and a half to go, so should be able to complete this goal, no problem. Get through all of this content tonight. And honestly, if we complete the goal, at the end of all the Iran stuff, I'm going to do a completely reverse. I'm announcing this right now. I know we talked about this at the beginning, somewhere around the beginning of the stream. Actually, the very beginning of the stream, I mentioned that I had a whole stream planned for today, and then this happened and completely diverted me from any plans. But if we complete the goal, not only will we do all this crazy Iran content, I will turn back and go through the whole rest of the regular stream. I'll get crazy with it. Although I'm considering doing a second stream for that. I don't know. Figure that out when we come to it. We're not anywhere near there. You made me hungry a little bit, though, Columbia Rican. Now I'm thinking food. Now I want food.
This space, and now he has announced in his own space that it has been done, which basically now makes the U.S. complicit in an offensive way in the war, that has taken an offensive stance and bombed Iran, not by supporting Israel defensively, but by offensively, unilaterally doing that. It's something that the Supreme Leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, had said was a red line, unacceptable. And now we have to see if the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps, if the Supreme Leader, who appears to be in hiding, if there's any kind of retribution because of these strikes. They could go after softer targets, oil facilities, the Strait of Hormuz. Now, I don't want to speculate while this is happening in real time. So what we're going to want to see next is if there is any degradation on that Fordow nuclear plant. Did the job effectively really take it out? And now President Trump is saying it's gone, but the planes do take live pictures. Now they're safely out of airspace, President Trump said, and he's calling it successful. The next thing will be to see the satellite images and get analysts, and especially nuclear analysts that are experts in the nuclear plant. So,
is it 2001? What is happening right now? This feels like, I was so young when that happened, but I was like glued to the TV. I think that was one of the things that started getting me into politics, was our invasion of Iraq. But this is like feeling so Iraq right now. They're just like, oh, the president. Oh, I guess we are at war now. I guess we're at war now. So let's talk about let's talk about the WMDs that don't exist. Maybe we'll get the IAEA in there. And we're going to find those nukes that we were talking about this whole time. That's basically what's happening. Weapons of mass destruction.
Not going to do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
What people don't understand is that actually we got it. You fool me once. You fool me once, and you don't fool me. You don't fool me again. All right.
Looking to the IAEA for reaction. We'll be looking for a lot of different reaction. Also, right now,
I got to practice my George Bush. I got to practice my George Bush impression right now.
And videos from inside Iran. They do have a robust system of VPNs. Some of them that were actually supported by the U.S. State Department. The U.S. State Department does not support regime change in any way, but it has offered support in VPNs. And right now, those are very crucial for the Iranians to get any sort of information out, because most of the internet has been cut most of the time in the last several weeks. So I'm working on my sources. It'll just be late, middle of the night now, possibly early morning. So soon we will be seeing daylight, and we will be seeing possibly some reaction from the Iranians as well as the Israelis. But this is all happening in real time. President Trump saying that nuclear plant, especially Fordow, one of the three that the U.S. hit, is gone. Now, we have to know and see as journalists and analysts and get the information, but that's probably going to take a few minutes because this is breaking news right now.
Let's recap just for a moment, Courtney. President Trump does say that 3 nuclear sites.
Here it is. Here it is.
I take the threat very seriously. I take the fact that he develops weapons of mass destruction very seriously.
Very seriously.
I remember the fact that he has invaded 2 countries before. I know for a fact that he's poisoned his own people. He doesn't believe in the worth of each individual. He doesn't believe in public dissent. I look forward to a dialogue.
Look forward to a dialogue. We never got that dialogue. Never got that dialogue.
I will remind them that.
All right, let's keep going through these. This is from ABC News 2 hours ago.
Had got to this point, to 60% of production, that it could very easily then be transferred into weapons-grade uranium. And that was something that the International Atomic Energy Agency, an independent UN agency, had said was the situation, that Iran had basically doubled its production of this material, and Israel had seen that as an existential threat, that having dealt with the other so-called enemies in the neighborhood, dealt with Hamas, dealt with Hezbollah in Lebanon, in Syria, you've had a change of regime, that it was actually Iran was the one remaining piece of the puzzle. And in order to ensure the safety of the state of Israel, then they had to be sure that Iran was no longer capable of being within weeks of producing potentially weapons-grade uranium. Now, we know that the U.S. intelligence community. This has been a dispute between the president and his own director of national intelligence and the intelligence community, whether Iran had the intent to make a nuclear weapon.
Yeah, absolutely. We talked about this. Was it yesterday, Schmeckley? I think we talked about it on multiple occasions, actually. But 60% is not weapons grade. It takes time to do. It would take some amount of time to get 60% to 93%. And, you know, this whole preemptive notion is completely bogus.
There's an old saying in Tennessee, I know it's in Texas, probably in Tennessee, that says, fool me once, shame on you. If fool me, we can't get fooled again.
No one's seen any evidence to say that was the case. The issue is that they had the capability, and the judgment in an intelligence and political way was too much. So what we know from the president is that there has been this bombing run. The president described it as successful. It has hit a number of sites, including Fordo. This uranium facility, which was a hidden facility up until a few years ago. It was actually present.
This is ridiculous. Well, the president said it's successful, so let's just ignore the fact that he did this completely unilaterally without any sort of authorization from Congress, or without telling the American people it's fine. Just gonna do it. Then we'll ask for forgiveness after it.
Obama, who announced to the world the existence of this. And there's always been concern that even though there were agreements with Iran in place for a while, they were torn up by President Trump, the JCPOA, this nuclear a treaty which basically meant that Iran was not supposed to enrich uranium up to a certain amount and certainly wasn't supposed to use it for nefarious purposes, that actually the reality on the ground was that Iran was not abiding, at least by the spirit, if not by the letter.
That was only after he ripped up the agreement, stupid. So, why are we framing it in this way? Iran started enriching uranium past the 3%. There was all the evidence pointed to them having been abiding by the JCPOA before Donald Trump ripped it up. It's ridiculous.
This is ridiculous.
Charlie Martini galacting a sweet, sweet space memby to the fams. Who got it? The Ho to Know. I think I saw the Ho to Know in here earlier today. I'm sure they'll appreciate that. I appreciate that as well. All right, let's keep going through these. This was the response. Let's go to some actual important-ish people's responses to all this. Actually, before we do that, was this in? Oh, actually, no. This was before. Okay, so before we go to the well, I guess this is still technically a response. Whatever. We're gonna go through a few different responses. Let's go to New Zealand. The Minister of Defense was did a live stream immediately after Donald Trump made this announcement on Truth Social that he was in fact the United States had in fact bombed Iran. Wait, where is she? Oh, there she. I see. There it is. There it is. Okay.
Suggestion be careful with your notes. Not tuck away.
Good thing you've got military police. Keep you under control.
Good afternoon. The crisis in the Middle East is extremely concerning. We're worried about the developments and the consequences of further escalation.
By the way, I just want to remind everybody with that gets us. I almost forgot that there was one other membership gift, and it's 2 memberships gifts that count as one goal, right? That's how we do it around here. So we had the one, so like it's 5, 1, 6. We're at 9. We're 1 away from completing the goal already, and I still think we have like an hour to get it done. So that's pretty sweet, yeah. All right.
Including for New Zealanders. We acknowledge the developments of the last 24 hours, including President Donald Trump's announcement of US attacks on nuclear facilities in Iran. New Zealand continues to advocate for diplomacy and dialogue. Ongoing military action in the Middle East is extremely worrying, and it's critical further escalation is avoided. We strongly support efforts towards diplomacy and urge all parties to return to talks. Iran's nuclear activities have long worried New Zealand. We want Iran to comply with its international obligations. Our concern is that military and further military action is not going to deliver a sustainable solution to this problem. We're a long way from the region, but New Zealand will continue to convey these messages in favour of diplomacy and dialogue directly to Iran, Israel and the other parties involved in possible talks. Meanwhile, the government is committed to pursuing all options for assistance for New Zealanders stranded in Israel and Iran. Officials are working around the clock on these issues, and we have deployed a response team to the region. As part of that effort, we are today announcing the deployment of a C-130 Hercules aircraft to the region to stand ready to assist if needed. We're also in discussions with commercial...
Here we go, World War III. New Zealand also sending aircraft to the region. That's good. That's good. That's not at all escalatory. Jamie Brady with a sweet, sweet galactic gift membership. 9.5 of 10.
Airlines to see whether and how they might be able to assist. Airspace in Israel and Iran remains heavily restricted, so for now, repatriation flights are not possible. But the situation is changing every day. This deployment means MFAT and the New Zealand Defence Force will be ready to support New Zealanders if the chance arises. The fact remains that reliable airspace reopenings across the region could be weeks away, and options are extremely limited while military attacks continue. That is why we continue to recommend New Zealanders in Israel.
Okay, we don't need this whole thing. I think we get the point. New Zealand is giving support to the United States in this. Great. Oh shit. Columbia Rican coming in, completing the goal with another Galactic gift membership. I'll leave the regular goal going in case we want to get chat confetti. I assume some people want to get chat confetti. But I will give you the regular confetti right now for having done this amazing. Will in Detroit also giving out a Galactic membership. Who got these memberships, by the way? Oh, Teddy got the membership from Jamie Brady. Miskatonic Petrol and Soda Fountain got the one from Columbia Rican, New York. And Will in Detroit got the one. Styx Dragon Sharon got the one from Will in Detroit. Beautiful. 985? What? Wow, we're really moving. We're really moving. All right. Only 15 away from 1,000. If you're watching and you haven't yet subscribed, hit that subscribe button. Come on, helps us out. It's completely free. It's very helpful. Here, I'm going to keep the confetti going for a second. PB for the confetti. Much appreciated. I like the confetti. It brings me much joy. We could get it a second time if we finish this goal and completely. All right. What do we got? What do we got next? Where were we? All right. That was New Zealand's response. Now, let's go here. CBS New York. An hour ago. This was, if you haven't seen it yet, this was Donald Trump's announcement at the White House and whatever it is that CBS had to say about this.
CBS is reporting 6 B-2 stealth fighters dropped 30,000-pound bunker buster bombs on at least one of those sites, the very first time that weapon has been used in combat. Today, it was to destroy an underground nuclear facility about 60 miles southeast of Tehran. The president said that all American planes are safely now out of Iranian airspace. These American strikes are in support of a war that Israel launched on Iran 9 days ago. We know tonight that the Israeli prime minister has spoken to the president, thanked him, and congratulated him on the strikes. We are awaiting word now from the president of the United States himself, who is expected to address the nation from the White House. As we await him taking the podium, I want to go to our White House correspondent, Weijia Jiang. Weijia, we know that the president returned to the White House in the 5 o'clock hour around 6 p.m. He had a national security briefing. What do we know about what was going on at that period of time?
Margaret, that's right. He was in his golf club in Bedminster, New Jersey, but came back this evening, which was actually always the plan, even when he took off for that trip. And right beforehand, he said that Iran had at maximum 2 weeks to try to reach a diplomatic deal. There was no indication at that time that he was going to follow through with the strikes. But of course, that quickly changed.
We see the president now.
The U.S. military carried out massive precision strikes on the 3 key nuclear facilities in the Iranian regime, Fordow, Natanz, and Esfahan. Everybody heard those names for years as they built this horribly destructive enterprise. Our objective was the destruction of Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity and a stop to the nuclear threat posed by the world's #1 state sponsor of terror. Tonight I can report to the world that the strikes were a spectacular military success. Iran's key nuclear enrichment facilities have been completely and totally obliterated. Iran, the bully of the Middle East, must now make
States, the
peace.
of the Middle East.
If they do not, future attacks will be far greater and a lot easier. For 40 years, Iran has been saying death to America, death to Israel.
Illegal.
They have been killing our people, blowing off their arms, blowing off their legs with roadside bombs.
United States always blowing kids up. Why are we always blowing people up? United States? I don't know. But the United States, #1 sponsor of dead and dismembered children in the United States.
We lost over 1,000 people, and hundreds of thousands throughout the Middle East and around the world have died as a direct result of their hate. In particular, so many were killed by their general, Qasem Soleimani. I decided a long time ago that I would not let this happen. It will not continue. I want to thank and congratulate Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu. We worked as a team like perhaps no team has ever worked before. And we've gone a long way to erasing this horrible threat to Israel. I want to thank the Israeli military for the wonderful job they've done. And most importantly, I want to congratulate the great American patriots who flew those magnificent machines tonight, and all of the United States military on an operation the likes of which the world has not seen in many, many decades. Hopefully, we will no longer need their services in this capacity. I hope that's so. I also want to congratulate the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Dan Raisin Kane, spectacular general, and all of the brilliant military minds involved in this attack. With all of that being said, this cannot continue. There will be either peace or there will be tragedy for Iran far greater than we have witnessed over the last 8 days. Remember, there are many targets left. Tonight's was the most difficult of them all, by far, and perhaps the most lethal. But if peace does not come quickly, we will go after those other targets with precision, speed, and skill. Most of them can be taken out in a matter of minutes. There's no military in the world that could have done what we did tonight, not even close. There has never been a military that could do what took place just a little while ago. Tomorrow, General Kane, Secretary...
Nobody could do what we do. This is ridiculous. All right, I'm moving on from this. Moving on from this ridiculous speech. We already watched it earlier. We're live. I just figured we'd rewatch part of it. Of course, he attributed all of it to God. God did it.
Right now, we're turning to CBS News reporter Haley Ott, joining us from Tel Aviv in Israel.
Benjamin Netanyahu apparently
Haley, what have you heard?
Has some words about this strike. I'm sure he could not be more excited.
Don't be creepy.
Joining us from Tel Aviv in Israel. Haley, what have you heard from the Israeli government so far?
Good morning. We've actually just heard from Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. He's given an address to the Israeli people. He reiterated some of what President Trump said. He also said that that President Trump had called him and that it was a warm conversation. And he thanked the United States. And he said a message of hope and strength to the Israeli people. We are just waking up here in Tel Aviv this morning to this.
Peace is war. That's what it is. Peace through war. War is peace. Peace is war. Freedom is slavery. Truth is fake. Right is wrong. Up is down. Left is right.
And
East
the feeling
is
is one of
hot
uncertainty because people are waiting to see what, if any, and something is expected, will be Iran's response. So people are very much poised and waiting to see what happens next.
Now, this is an action Israel certainly could not have taken by itself on its own. So what is their next move at this point?
It's interesting. In this past week, it's almost appeared as though there were tensions between President Trump and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. And there were questions about whether President Trump was going to bring the United States into this, whether he was going to use these bunker-busting bombs that only the U.S. had and was capable of deploying. And there was reporting that perhaps he was unhappy with Netanyahu. The messaging from both the president and the
Oh, that's right. Ignorance is strength. I couldn't remember that Orwell line. I was like, my brain is broken. I'm sort of, I'm out of my element, right? I'm sort of blown away by what's happening. I feel like my brain has been taken out and put in a blender. What's happening right now? Everybody okay? How's everybody doing right now? You getting through this all right? This is not what I was expecting us to do this weekend. Somehow, I know we were making fun of Donald Trump's 2-week thing. I was hoping that it was going to be longer than 2 weeks, and then this weekend, without any notification, any talk in Congress, no votes, it just happens out of the blue. Should not be shocked, but I am.
Israeli prime minister today is the opposite of that. It's they're both projecting affection for one another. Mr. Trump said that their team was one of the best teams in the world. I'm paraphrasing, but something similar. Effusive praise for one another. Mr. Trump has said that if Iran retaliates on Americans, that the United States will respond with even greater strength than just the strikes that it has carried out. Here in Israel, obviously they've been poised to defend themselves from these missile strikes for a long time. We heard from Israel's Home Front Command, which is the group that tells Israeli citizens how to act when they're under threat. And they've increased the restrictions this morning. So whereas things were loosening up, offices were being allowed to open up. There was talk perhaps that even schools might be allowed to open up. Now
that's not going to happen. Now we're going to have all-out war in the Middle East. It'll be, I'm trying to think of how many people we've already heard that would get involved in this. But you got to think it's something like Syria, Yemen, Iraq, maybe even potentially, probably not Qatar, but potentially if it's Saudi Arabia. Who knows the more people that get involved, the more this will spiral out of control, and allies of allies will start coming to their defense. We've already seen it with New Zealand mobilizing to the region within minutes. Within like 15 minutes, they declared it. Gavin Newsom apparently responded already, too. This is from an hour ago out of KTLA 5.
This is the KTLA 5 News at 6:30. I'm Corrine Winter.
And I'm Rick Chambers. Breaking news tonight. The United States has entered Israel's war against Iran.
American warplanes dropped bombs on 3 nuclear sites in the Islamic Republic just a short time ago. The sites include Fordow, the heavily fortified underground uranium enrichment facility there. Israel and the U.S. are trying to prevent Iran from building a nuclear bomb. A U.S. official said that several B-2 stealth bombers carried out those strikes. They are the only planes in the world capable of dropping 30,000-pound bunker-busting bombs that can explode hundreds of feet underground. President Trump said the planes had safely exited Iran. Now there's fear the military action could lead Iran to retaliate against American forces in the Middle East. The president is set to address the nation about an hour from now. We'll, of course, bring that to you live.
And back here in California, the governor, Gavin Newsom, tweeting following the president's announcement, saying that the California State Threat Assessment Center is now monitoring any potential impacts here in this state, adding that there are no specific or credible counter threats to be aware of at this point.
He also said we urge everyone to stay vigilant. They just skipped over that. Great job. Good journalism, KTLA 5. Way to notify people in Los Angeles. Don't worry.
We're also learning tonight that President Trump spoke to Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu before the strikes, and the U.S. did give a heads up to Israel before the attacks. We also know President Trump meeting earlier today with his national security team at the White House immediately before announcing the U.S. strikes. He has long promised not to allow Iran to develop a nuclear weapon. All of this, of course, comes after more than a week of strikes on Iran by Israeli forces. Iran firing back, striking Tel Aviv and other locations inside Israel. And Iran had pledged to retaliate if the U.S. joined the attacks. The U.S. has been surging forces to the region with an additional aircraft carrier strike group arriving in the region this weekend. Of course, the breaking news tonight, the U.S. striking Iran, several nuclear sites inside Iran. The president calling it a tremendous success on the phone with our John Carl a short time ago. And as we look at the microphone there, we wait for the president to address the nation. Our chief White House correspondent, Mary Bruce, outside the White House tonight. And Mary, the president said he would give Iran 2 weeks. It turned out to be 2 days.
Yeah, David, quite a remarkable turn of events here in just 48 hours. The White House had told us just on Thursday that the president thought that he would have 2 weeks to make this decision. Here comes the president.
Again, meeting with his national security team earlier today at the White House.
All right, we don't need to see this again.
Thank you very much.
We don't need to see this again.
Could do what took place just a little while ago.
That's where we left off.
Tomorrow, General
This is where we
Kane,
left off
Secretary
last.
of Defense, Pete Hegseth, will have a press conference
Hegseth,
at 8
he'll get
a.m.
up
at the
there.
Pentagon.
Might be a little drunk.
And I want to just thank everybody, and
don't worry.
In particular, God. I want to just say,
in particular,
we love you, God, and we love our great military. Protect
Jesus,
them.
I say that.
God bless the Middle East. God bless Israel, and God bless
Thank you, God.
America.
God
Thank you very much.
bombed Iran. Great job, God.
President Trump there at the White House,
very
Vice
helpful
President J.D.
in
Vance,
committing
Secretary of State
war
Marco
crimes
Rubio
in the
also
Middle
serving
East.
as his national security advisor, along with Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth right there with President Trump announcing to the nation, similar to what he said in his post on social media not long ago, that the U.S. is now directly involved with Iran, striking 3 nuclear locations,
I think it's kind of
Fordo,
perverse.
Natanz, and Esfahan.
It is kind of perverse to thank God for doing this. It's ridiculous.
This is ridiculous.
Facilities that the U.S. had long been studying, as well as international observers around the world in tracking Iran's nuclear program and their desire perhaps one day to have a nuclear weapon. I want to bring in Mary Bruce. Let's go back to Mary at the White House. Mary, the president had warned Iran, come to the table, let's negotiate.
Why is ABC praising the president? Because it's ABC. ABC might as well be Fox News now. Ever since that lawsuit, and they preemptively paid out for it, before, even though most experts and like attorneys were saying that there was no way ABC was going to lose that lawsuit, they paid out, and now they're just doing whatever. They're just, they're glazing up the president every day, day in, day out, 24/7. ABC. Always be complimenting Donald Trump.
Some sort of a peace deal, that this current conflict must end. At last word, he said 2 weeks would be his deadline. We know that's turned out to be 2 days. We'll learn in the hours and days to come whether that was part of the strategy here. But this is a fairly risky move for this president, though tonight he says it's been a victory. He thanked U.S. forces who were involved, and he said if Iran does not end the wars and seek peace, tragedy for Iran will be even greater than what we've seen in the last 24 hours.
David, it is an extremely risky move, and no one knows really where this goes from here. Look, the president, we know, has long warned that Iran cannot get a nuclear weapon, but he also...
He didn't have one. Let's just keep saying. I don't know how many times I'm going to have to say this in the next week or 4 years. Who knows how long this war is going to go on for. But they didn't have nuclear weapons. They didn't have a nuclear weapons program. You know who does have nuclear weapons? The United States and Israel.
Long was pushing for those negotiations. As you mentioned, it was just 2 days ago that the president announced, after yet another meeting in the Situation Room, that he was going to give himself this 2-week deadline within which to make this decision whether or not to strike Iran, in part because he thought there was, quote, a substantial chance of negotiations, that they would be able to get Iran back to the table. It is not clear still, even after hearing from the president just now, what changed his mind, what led him to believe there was no time left to waste, that the U.S. had to go ahead and get deeply involved in this conflict in a way that the president...
I'll tell you who, Benjamin Netanyahu. Benjamin Netanyahu was the one that was coming out and saying all of this stuff. He was the one who initiated all of this. He didn't want there to be an Iranian nuclear deal. Israel wants this war. Benjamin Netanyahu especially wants this war. That's why he initiated it. And Donald Trump is just listening to him. One of his biggest donors is, Miriam Adelson. And, I think that's basically what's happened here. And, Benjamin Netanyahu and him are also kind of close-ish. And I think he just, these are some pretty ideological guys. But I think really it comes down to Donald Trump. He, was getting information from Benjamin Netanyahu. He was repeating, almost verbatim, the things that Benjamin Netanyahu was saying. Benjamin Netanyahu, he's been saying the same thing for the last 30 years, that Iran is 3 weeks away. But he started a war, then he said it to Donald Trump, and Donald Trump was like, 3 weeks away. Oh, what do you need? What do you need? B-2 bomber. I'll get it out right now.
Has also really promised the American people he would not. He campaigned on a promise to be a peacemaker and a unifier, to keep America out of these kinds of conflicts. And what's clear tonight is that the president is very much leaving open the door that there will be more of this. While he is hailing the strikes tonight as a huge success, he is also not ruling out additional military action, saying that there are many targets left, that they will act with precision, speed, and skill if needed. How all of this will end Iran's nuclear program is a huge question. And of course, David, Iran has promised a severe response if the U.S. were to be directly involved, as we now are.
And one quick follow-up to what you're reporting here, Mary. Obviously, you're watching ABC News live coverage at this hour. The president just addressing the nation, talking about the U.S. striking 3 Iranian nuclear sites. The president calling it a tremendous success. Speaking briefly with our John Carl earlier this evening before addressing the nation about this. And Mary, you've covered President Trump for some time. You've covered him as a candidate, his promises not to engage in the Middle East and in any more foreign wars. At the same time, he has long promised that Iran would not get a nuclear weapon.
Yeah, and David, just
there's an
again,
old
2 days
saying
ago, the
in
White
Tennessee,
House,
I know it's in Texas, probably in Tennessee, that says, fool me once.
Again stressed that Iran was very close to getting a nuclear weapon, saying that Iran had everything it needed to achieve a nuclear weapon, and that once the Supreme Leader gave the go-ahead, that it could be just a few weeks before Iran had that full capability. Clearly, something changed in the president's calculus to make him go ahead and make this decision tonight. It is a remarkable turn for a president who has avoided.
Dude, the coverage from the mainstream press is so garbage. It is wild. They're just sitting here, basically doing as much retconning for Donald Trump as they can possibly muster. ABC is doing the worst job. Just terrible. Great job, ABC. I mean, terrible job, ABC. Oh, God. All right, where are we? All right, here's CBS New York.
A short time ago, the U.S. military carried out massive precision strikes on the 3.
Is that all this is? Is it just? Oh, no, it's not. Okay. All right. God damn it. There's no way I'm listening to this whole thing again.
After the U.S. attacks 3 Iranian nuclear sites, calling the military operation a spectacular success. Good evening. I'm Natalie Duddridge in for Jessica Moore tonight. The president said the objective of the strikes was to end the nuclear threat posed by Iran. Trump says all American planes are safely out of Iranian airspace following the strikes. During his speech from the White House, the president warned of far greater attacks if Iran does not make peace.
Our objective was the destruction of Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity and a stop to the nuclear threat posed by the world's #1 state sponsor of terror.
President Trump confirming tonight that the U.S. military launched airstrikes 3 Iranian nuclear.
Why is this guy rubbing the bomb in this way? This is one of the creepiest photos I've ever seen. When I first saw this, I saw this like a couple of days ago. When I first saw this, I was like, duh, why are you rubbing it like that? Being weird.
Don't be creepy.
It's got like the Hitler Youth haircut, rubbing this bomb. It's fucking weird.
Facilities. Trump called it a precise strike and said all American aircraft returned unharmed.
Tonight, I can report to the world that the strikes were a spectacular military success.
The move marks the first direct U.S. strike on Iranian soil, which experts say was designed to destroy deeply buried targets.
So the United States deployed the B-2 bombers
they dropped they're capable of carrying, each one of the bombers are capable of carrying 2 of these MOPs, the massive ordnance penetrators. And he said that they dropped their ordnance on sites. He said 3 sites, Ferdow, Natanz, and Esfahan, all key components in the nuclear weapon production.
Defense sources tell CBS News Israel was given a heads up before the strikes and that President Trump spoke with Prime Minister Netanyahu afterwards. This comes after Trump initially said he'd give Iran 2 weeks before he'd make a decision.
President Trump came to the decision to go ahead and pull the trigger at this time because the Iranians were no longer going to be willing to engage in.
And that's just an all-out lie. Why are we even repeating this? As that we have all the evidence to show that it's the United States who pulled out of the peace talks, who pulled out of the nuclear talks. We didn't send Steve Witkoff to Oman. We greenlit Israel's attack last Friday. We didn't send people to Geneva where Iranian leaders were. Every single thing we've done has been the opposite of engaging in peace. It's complete and utter nonsense.
The negotiation.
Retired General Mark Kimmett spoke on CNN.
I'm fascinated and candidly, I'm impressed. I never really could understand what the 2-week pause meant or what it was for. What was left to negotiate? What were we going to expect the Iranians to offer? In many ways, it was much like a Trump deal. I mean, he's trying to make a deal to buy an apartment, but all of a sudden the apartment was destroyed. So where's the negotiation? So I think the use of deception and trickery in this case, first of all, was successful, but second of all, saved the potential loss of American lives.
Defense sources tell CBS News the U.S. reached out to Iran diplomatically, stressing that these strikes are the only ones planned and that regime change is not the objective. Experts warn the strikes could prompt.
Regime change isn't the objective? That is a lie.
This is ridiculous.
Our ally, who is the ones that dropped the first missile, Israel engaged first. Our allies, who we are basically coming to the defense of, essentially. That is the claim right now, right? I mean, there is no other reason for. I mean, this all happened within 1 week, right? This is absolutely has to do with, with what Israel's actions have been within the last week, and it is fucking ridiculous to think anything but that as being the motive here, right? They don't have nuclear weapons. All they had was a nuclear energy program and uranium enrichment program, but that uranium wasn't being enriched to the level necessary to build the bomb. And right now we are, we've seen Donald Trump completely circumvented the Congress, and it's just, oh God, this is going to have horrifying implications. It's going to have horrifying implications. There's no justification for what we just did. On behalf of Israel, a country already committing a genocide, we just did an illegal strike on a UN Security Council country, right? Isn't, Iran? UNSC? It's just terrible. We're claiming that they didn't want to negotiate while they were explicitly saying we want to negotiate and end the hostilities. But the United States has to get the Israelis to stop striking us. It was all made very clear ahead of time. But we have a media in this country that is intent on justifying this war. They're going to retcon whatever they have to. They're going to, they'll bend over backwards to confirm what's happening. The justification being sound. This is World War III probably. But if anything, I mean, this is certainly Iraq War 4.0, right? Essentially, right? Yeah. Iraq, Afghanistan, Syria, and now we are engaged with Iran.
We are live. I'm Mehdi Hassan. Welcome to a Zeteo live town hall on Saturday night. I'm in a hotel room in a different time zone. Trita Parsi, who's here from the Quincy Institute, author of multiple books on Iran, an expert on the country. Donald Trump has bombed Iran, as some of us feared he would. Tonight, the anti-war president, the America First president, bombed, I believe, Natanz, Isfahan, and Fordo, the underground mountain facility. He says American planes are on their way back. Let's just see what else he says. If you haven't seen his piece, he says, we've completed our very successful attack. A full payload of bombs was dropped on Fordo. Our planes are on their way home. Congratulations to our American warriors. He says, now is the time for peace. Thank you for your attention to this matter in that weird way that he talks.
Give me a joke.
Bombing through peace. Trita, what is your immediate reaction to this? Did you see this coming?
My immediate reaction to this is that Donald Trump has guaranteed that Iran will be a nuclear weapon state in 5 to 10 years from now. And it will particularly be the case if the regime changes. And I say that because I find it more likely that the regime change that at some point will happen in Iran, of course, given the unpopularity of this regime, will go in a much more aggressive nationalistic direction, particularly after a bombing of this kind. We saw, for instance, after the Israelis also had a very successful raid against Osirak in Iraq in 1981, if I'm not mistaken. Yes. Saddam Hussein quadrupled his nuclear budget and pushed much, much faster towards nuclear weapon. And even though initially it was viewed as a successful raid, after a while, the non-proliferation consensus was that this actually made the situation much worse and would have led to Iraq becoming a full-scale nuclear power had it not been for 2 or 3 additional wars that took place after that. And those were full-scale invasions.
Yes, his invasion of Kuwait, which of course led to the bombing and invasion of Iraq in 1991 and beyond. This is an interesting moment now because Donald Trump is claiming some kind of victory. The New York Times is reporting that, you know, the administration thought that Israel had only set back Iran's nuclear program 6 months. They keep jumping around with these dates. Tulsi Gabbard was saying yesterday they're weeks away from a nuke. Netanyahu's been saying they're months away from a nuke for, 20 years now. The U.S. intelligence community, according to CNN, said they were 3 years.
GNN, I should join Zeteo. Yeah, that's come on. Come on! That he's not interested in my space journalism.
From a nuclear weapon. So what is going on here in terms of kind of timelines? You talk about them going weapons, full weapons in the next 5-10 years. But put that to one side for a moment. In terms of where we are today in June of 2025, what was he actually hitting here? What was the goal and what could they have achieved?
Well, we don't know yet what has been achieved in the sense that it's still dark, might be starting to get light there. We don't know the assessment. Trump immediately saying that this was successful. It's very difficult to verify whether that is the case or not. We do know that the Iranians very likely had already moved out a lot of sensitive stuff from Fordo, including their stockpile. And their stockpile is the most important thing. From their perspective in terms of having a nuclear
uranium.
60, 20, and 3.67%. And the reason for that is that takes years to be able to build up. Of course, they had started to do so at a rather fast pace. If the Iranians want to have a secret nuclear weapons program, it's actually much smaller than having an industrial scale energy program. So they can do that in that vast country in much smaller spaces. If the Iranians now walk out of the NPT, which seems very, very likely, there will be no ears or eyes inside of that program any longer. I don't think the Russians and the Chinese will have the same negative reaction to an Iranian exit from the NPT compared to what they would have done had this happened.
I should join this space. People mentioned that to me again. I still don't know what this space is. I haven't seen any of their content yet, although I saw Looney Tunes recommend their stream in the Galactic Discord
after the exit of the JCPA from Trump, etc. So I think we're in a very different, uncharted territory right now. And I think a lot of other countries are looking at this and saying, you know what? It seems like it's a good idea to actually have a nuclear deterrence, because when you don't, this is what potentially happens to you.
My image is frozen because I'm in a hotel room, but I hope you can still hear me.
I can hear you.
I'm back. I'm glad we're talking tonight because you know your stuff, and you mentioned Osirak in 1981, and people don't realize that when you bomb someone in this way, they're more likely to get nukes, not less. And Saddam Hussein did accelerate the nuclear program covertly after 1981 and Osiraq, and Israel saw that as a victory then.
And had he invaded Kuwait 6 months later, he probably would have had nuclear weapons by that point.
Yes,
because
I think the consensus is that was a failed strike. But also, as you say, other countries, if I'm Turkey, if I'm Erdogan, I'm thinking I need a nuclear weapons program. If I'm Saudi Arabia, I'm MBS. I'm thinking I don't trust the Israelis or the Americans. This is only going to increase the proliferation of nuclear weapons in the region.
Absolutely.
Because it was never about non-proliferation, right? Just like Gaza was never about the hostages, it was about regime change and Hamas.
Exactly.
Iran is not about nuclear weapons, because this is not the way you stop Iran from getting nuclear weapons. They were going to be at the table in Moscow.
The Israelis preferred a nuclear Iran that was isolated, contained, impoverished through sanctions, essentially cornered, and with very, very bad relations with the West, than a non-nuclear Iran that was opened, that had better relations with the West, no sanctions, its economy could grow, because at the end of the day, this is about what type of a geopolitical challenge Iran poses. Yes. The nuclear element.
If Trita is right about this, you know, I mean, this is going to have some seriously problematic. Is it? I mean, if anything, what Trita is saying here, and I'm sorry, this is the first time I'm hearing any of this. Like, I added all this stuff to the stream while we're watching it all together for the first time right now. I know I don't usually do full-on react content. I usually like look at stuff ahead of time a little bit, but if what Trita is saying is right, and that ahead of these strikes, Iran managed to get their nuclear material out of there, which, as he said, and rightly so, that's the most important part of all of this, then these attacks will have been completely meaningless. It was a complete waste, and Donald Trump has now just essentially put U.S. military bases all across the region at threat, all the troops that are there, all the aircraft carriers that are in the region, or they're in the Mediterranean or by the Red Sea, and just engaged in an illegal war on behalf of a country committing genocide over a non-existent nuclear weapons program, which may wind up getting Iran into starting a nuclear weapons program even faster than they weren't even considering it. There was no nuclear weapons program. It is insane. And now, if Trita is right, then they may very well accelerate any idea of doing such a thing, which will obviously complicate this matter even more, one would think. Because now we're talking about 3 nuclear powers engaged in a multilateral war, and other partners in the fucking region also getting involved. We have New Zealand coming now. Yemen already said that they were going to start attacking United States ships. I wouldn't be shocked to see attacks from the Houthis on U.S. assets tonight. Iraq saying that any U.S. attack on Iran would lead to strikes from from Iraq on potentially, like perhaps the base that's inside of Iraq, the biggest base in the Middle East.
It's not important, but it's not the driving thing here.
Agreed.
Keep in mind, the Israeli Atomic Energy Agency endorsed the JCPOA, the nuclear deal that Obama struck, because from a nuclear non-proliferation perspective, it was an excellent deal. But from the perspective of Netanyahu, who, as we have seen, wants conflict, wants war, and felt that it was crucial to make sure that the US and Iran never could actually have good relations, then it was a major problem. I remember that image when, in the midst of the negotiations, Hassan Rouhani's, the president at the time, mother passed away. Rouhani's brother was a part of the negotiating team. And John Kerry, Wendy Sherman, Rob Malley, many others went over to his hotel room to express their condolences. And there's an image of John Kerry embracing him. It was a very human moment, and that was a nightmare moment from the Israeli side, because what would it mean for Israel if the United States and Iran actually managed to resolve their problems?
Yes. And didn't they then smear Kerry because I believe his son-in-law is Iranian, and they went after him on that as well? I mean, you're right. This is all about breaking this
That's exactly what I've been saying for the last week. I'm glad to hear that me and Trita Parsi agree on this, because I definitely respect that guy a lot, and I think he's very knowledgeable on this subject. And that's what I've been saying, is that Israel intentionally did this to pull the United States into it and to get them out of the nuclear talks with Iran. Israel hated the JCPOA because they felt that it disincentivized the United States from engaging with Iran, something that Benjamin Netanyahu has wanted for decades.
They broke up the JCPOA, which we should remind viewers, a lot of Israeli intelligence and military folks supported, right? Their former heads of Shin Bet, Mossad, Ephraim Halevi, others said this is a good deal for Israel. This completely new.
And what was happening on Capitol Hill at the time was that you had the Israeli embassy lobbying against it, and then you had a lot of Israeli intelligence and other officers lobbying in favor of it.
It's about politics, not about security.
Yeah.
We should point out a lot of people watching us, over 5,000 people have joined the chat, have joined the live on YouTube and on Substack, joining us tonight on this historic night, historically bad night. I should point out to people joining, Donald Trump has launched an attack on Iran tonight, hitting 3 sites, Isfahan, Natanz, and Fordo. A completely illegal attack, completely criminal attack. It's a violation of international law. It's a violation of the UN Charter. It's a violation of the Non-Proliferation Treaty. It's a violation of the US Constitution, which does not give the president the right to start war without congressional approval. So we are in a very strange space where the guy who ran on the anti-war platform went to Michigan, told Muslim American, Arab American, Lebanese American, Iranian American voters, I'm your guy. I'm not Liz Cheney. I'm not Kamala Harris the Hawk. He has now done what hawks have been dreaming about. I think it's fair to say treated for 20, 30 years. The John Boltons of this world, the neocons, they've been desperate for a war with Iran. And Donald Trump, not George W. Bush, not Joe Biden, but Donald Trump is the guy who's given them the war they've been waiting for.
Absolutely. And I think this is going to be very interesting to see how that actually plays out in his base, because as I'm sure you saw, and I think you even mentioned in the program that you did with Tommy Vietor and Reza Aslan, how some of the strongest voices against this is actually coming from his own base. I mean, from very surprising directions, perhaps, in terms of Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene, for instance. So it's going to be very interesting to see. A lot of that base had really embraced the anti-war message. This went beyond just the loyalty towards Trump. Where will they be on this? Keep in mind, in the initial phases, there will probably be some rallying around the flag phenomenon, particularly if the Iranians strike back. But then I think we will see the real picture once it starts becoming clear that perhaps this wasn't that successful. Perhaps this is not this kind of a simple one-off and then it's done and then you're back at the negotiating table, because I have a really hard time seeing how negotiations can start under these circumstances.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I think then we will see exactly how.
Yeah. I mean, it's ridiculous to think that this is how you get negotiating done, by attacking somebody. You know, how are we supposed to negotiate in the middle of this right now? Huh? There was no war to begin with. Israel started it, then we engaged, and we were the ones who were saying, oh, we're still trying to do this nuclear deal. We didn't tell Iran about this strike, the first strike, right? Not this strike, but the first strike from Israel, the one that we knew about ahead of time, basically greenlit that strike and completely scuttled the talks that were ongoing, that were planned for Sunday. Like, it is a complete betrayal.
Will play out for him.
I mean, Trump is posting tonight on his post, now is the time for peace, which is a typically Orwellian American imperialistic position. We get to bomb you and then say, now is the time for peace. That's how the global South.
Oh my God, me and Mehdi said the exact, I was like, this is serious. This is some full-on Orwell right here.
Has always seen Western imperialists. You get to bomb and then say, hey, time for peace and negotiation. Although I genuinely think this will bring them back.
Even if he's genuine about that, this would be now the third time in 8 or 9 days in which he first says that he doesn't want a war. You know, he schedules a negotiation, and then it turns out that he gave some sort of a yellow light to the Israelis. Then he said, oh, I'm going to give this 2 weeks, moves all of his assets to do the attack, does the attack after 2 days rather than the 2 weeks. So to come now and say, hey, I want to get back to the table, I don't think the Iranians believed him in the first instance. I think that's part of the reason why you didn't see the Iranians respond to the messages that he was sending through the Turks and others for talks, because they were probably getting messages at the same time that the strike actually is coming. So I think, again, all of this ultimately does not really end in the manner that Trump wants unless he can get some sort of a deal that has inspections and things of that nature. And it is really difficult to see how that can happen. And that is what the Israelis are going to use now. They're going to go back and say, we did a lot, but they still have stuff left. And in order to finish that, you need to go in with ground troops, or you need to do this more bombing, or you need to do this constant, endless war bombing in order to make sure that you actually achieve what you said that you achieved in your tweet.
And I should apologize to people joining. I've got laggy hotel Wi-Fi, but we're doing this as a breaking.
I was wondering where Mehdi was. Like, that doesn't seem like the normal set. It looks like he's in a bedroom of some sort. Oh, God. I cannot believe this. I had such a different view of how tonight was going to go. I was like, all right, we're going to do this and this and this. And it's like, none of that is, it's all taking a back seat to this right now. I'm fucking blown away. I'm blown away by what we're witnessing.
Town hall reacting. We appreciate Trita from the Quincy Institute taking time out to just walk us through this. Just what do the Iranians do next in terms of the nuclear program now? Because one thing I've been saying for a while is that there are only two options. You either do a deal or you invade and occupy the country. This bombing stuff does not work. You can bomb Fordo, but as you say, they can move the materials, they can move the scientists. We can flatten Iran, God help us all, in the United States, illegally and criminally, but they can just rebuild, right? This is all about timelines. All we're doing is delaying the inevitable. If we actually want to prevent them having nuclear weapons, there's a deal to be done. There's no bombing campaign that can end the nuclear, unquote, threat from Iran.
The critical thing in what you just said is, if you want to prevent them from building a nuclear bomb, that has not been the objective from the Israeli side. The objective has been to create a scenario in which the United States and Israel are going to be in a constant effort to degrade Iran. What you're going to see now, and you're already seeing, is that the Mossad cells that have been set up inside of Iran, which is really the success story from the Israeli side. It's not their bombing campaign. They're now going after Iranian scientists. They just killed one and his wife in home earlier today. So they're going to go after essentially the knowledge base. They're going to go after other things. They're supporting Kurdish separatists, Baluchi separatists, Arab separatists in different parts of Iran to foment unrest and civil war. This, by no means stretch of the imagination, is the end. And this is part of the reason why opposition to the war in the Iranian-American community and other places has been very much focused on the realization that there is no such thing as a clean story here. Once this starts, because of the fact that this is driven by geopolitical motivations and not because of non-proliferation concern at the root of it, this is just going to be the beginning, and we're going to see some very, very disturbing and destabilizing events going on.
A lot of people watching are making the point that this also helps the Israelis in Gaza. It's diverted the world's attention from the ongoing genocide. There are continuing massacres going on in Gaza at these quote-unquote humanitarian aid sites, and we've been covering that at Zeteo, but a lot of the rest of the media has stopped talking about Gaza because Iran's taken over, and Donald Trump has played into that. He's helped Netanyahu cover up his crimes in Gaza. He's added to the crimes in Iran. If you're Benjamin Netanyahu, how happy are you tonight? Is this kind of a one and done, or do you think he can get Trump to bomb again?
No, I think if you're Netanyahu right now, you're tremendously happy because his whole campaign was predicated on his ability to be able to drag the U.S. into the war. And it wasn't that much dragging. At the end of the day, the responsibility is with Trump himself. He's the president. He's responsible for his actions. He decided to do this. But Netanyahu's entire campaign was...
Wow. We've got some comedians in chat right now. Schmagli. You could say the situation really blew up your streaming plans. Wow. Wow. Chat's got jokes today.
On him being able to get the U.S. in. If the U.S. didn't get in, this would have ended up much, much worse for the Israelis in the short term, at least for Netanyahu. But I think it's also very important to keep one thing in mind for those who remember the 2003 Iraq War. Remember the moment in which, initially, militarily, tactically, it was very successful. And it was so successful so that Bush decided to do that thing on that ship with that big banner behind it saying mission accomplished.
Yeah.
We've been there several times before. Tactical military success does not automatically translate into a strategic win. And in this specific case, we don't even know what damage was done, and if the damage actually was done to the stockpile or just to an empty cave.
Trina, I know you're going to run soon, but just want to get a couple more things from you, just really important for your insights. And for people, again, I think we're up to nearly 10,000 people watching right now. For people joining, Trina's made some very important points comparing this to Osirak in 1981, where the Israelis bombed an Iraqi nuclear facility and actually encouraged Saddam to go for nuclear weapons. He's predicting 5 to 10 years from now, Iran could have a nuclear weapon precisely because of what happened tonight. This is not helping proliferation. And of course, the Gulf War, the 2003 Iraq invasion, where we thought we were winning and we weren't winning. Let's kind of hold back the congratulation notes that Trump is putting out. By the way, Trump supported the Iraq war. They spent the last week people saying that he opposed it. He supported the Iraq war. But one thing on this, Trina, the New York Times reported this week that if Khamenei was killed, that would also accelerate Iranian rush for the bomb. I would point out our good friend Ken Klippenstein is reporting tonight that the U.S. military is on high alert. There's 40,000 American troops in the region. They're worried about counterstrikes from Iran. So American troops, God forbid, might die as a result of Trump doing this for Netanyahu. If they were to kill Khamenei, God forbid, and escalate this even further, what is the reaction? I asked Reza Aslan and Tommy Vida this question in LA at our live event on Thursday. What do you think happens? Because the Israelis are not going to stop. Katz, the defense minister, said one of the goals of our war is to kill Khamenei. Trump has teased about doing it. If they were to do it, I dread to think what kind of gates of hell are open and what kind of reactions we see on U.S. soil around the Middle East.
So any assassination attempt at the leader of a country and under almost any circumstance will be interpreted as an effort to decapitate the regime as a whole. It appears that the messages that have been sent from the Trump administration in the last 12 or 24 hours has been that that is not their intent. It's just targeting the nuclear program. Whether that is something the Iranians believe, whether that is true or not, of course, remains to be seen. But I think any effort that would go in that direction, and this is part of the reason why the Israelis were really trying to see if they could do it, is because that would then lead the Iranians to believe that essentially there is no way out. Their only chance is to fight back and fight back as hard as possible. And that would bring about this major, major confrontation, which would then force, or the Israelis hope, would force the US to go in all out because the Iranians would go all out. The risk.
Yep, we're being dragged into an all-out war with Iran and with the broader Middle East with Israel. This is this is insane. I knew that Donald Trump was a liar, but the fact that for so long he's been saying that this or that war wouldn't have started if he was president, like it's been like what now? For like 2 years he's been saying, if I had been in charge, never would have happened. Ukraine, Russia, never would have happened. No wars. Wars are bad. America first. It's all been just a complete and utter lie. Now he's starting, he's George Bush. Now he's a neocon. Neocon, starting up a new Middle East war. It's great. It's fantastic. Of course, I'm kidding, but it's, I mean, in terms of it being fantastic, but I'm just like, I'm sort of beside myself about this because I've been saying this whole time, Donald Trump, he's not anti-war. But the fact that he's proven me so right about so many things at this point, it's kind of shocking.
So that is still very much there. Again, it depends on how the Iranians react to these strikes. In the case of Soleimani, what happened there was that the Iranians gave a bit of a telegraphing of where they would hit, give the US a bit of a heads up, then they struck it really hard. It was just a matter of luck that no one died, but nevertheless, they decided to call it quits after that. In this specific case, it remains very unclear if they will stop at that or if they will go further, if they will choose to actually target more Israel than the US and let some militias target the US bases. It's still unclear.
So Donald Trump has been speaking while we're on air. He claims to have completely and totally obliterated Iran's nuclear sites. As we know, Donald Trump is a serial liar. So we need to check that. As you pointed out earlier on this call, it's nighttime in Tehran, in Iran. It's still not fully, we don't know what's happened in the cover of darkness. He's been thanking and congratulating Benjamin Netanyahu. I remember, Trina, a few weeks ago, people were telling me there's this rift between Trump and Netanyahu. They've fallen out. They don't like each other. He didn't visit Netanyahu on his Middle East tour. He went to the Gulf. Well, that was all bullshit. A lot of this stuff is bullshit.
No, I don't think it was, Mehdi. I don't think it was. I think, I mean, keep in mind, this is Trump. Come on, no, hold on.
Let me just.
This is Trump. There's like so many rifts in all of those relationships.
But that's my point. So let me just define what I mean by bullshit. I'm not saying he didn't slag off Netanyahu, who doesn't like Netanyahu. I'm saying it doesn't matter when ultimately the U.S. government will be at the beck and call of the Israeli government. Tonight, he's congratulating Netanyahu. You yourself said Netanyahu is very happy tonight. So it doesn't matter whether they get along or whether they shake hands or they visit each other or are best buddies. All that matters is, and when Israel needed the U.S. government, Donald Trump and the Republican Party were there for him, just as the Democrats were there.
You make it sound, I get your point, and I don't think you're necessarily wrong, but I think you make it sound as if it's much easier than it was. There were some real battles going on, and it was not necessarily clear. Yes, I mean, in the sense, I mean, they were throwing everything at the wall, trying to make sure that it would go in this direction, and they succeeded, ultimately. There's no doubt about that, of course, you're right in that sense. But it wasn't...
What I would say, Trina, is you've been following this longer than I have, and you know how long the John Boltons of this world have wanted this war, and they didn't get it for 20 years. George Bush wrote in his memoir, and I've frozen again my image. Apologies, people joining. This is what you happen to do, reacting town hall in a hotel room.
Nice. Makes me feel better with some of the stream problems I've had in the past with the freezy streams. Even Mehdi has problems sometimes.
John Bolton, I think George Bush wrote in his memoir that he wanted to go to war, but the intel said he couldn't do it. Now we have a president who doesn't even care what the intel says, who told Tulsi, when Tulsi Gabbard said the intel's not there, he said, who cares what Tulsi Gabbard says, she's wrong, and she came out.
Yes, but you also had a CIA director that essentially was presenting Israeli intelligence throughout all of this. Yeah, and it was essentially completely taking the side of the Israeli intelligence services rather than the American intelligence services.
This is why you should watch the Teo Town Halls, because we get people who know what they're
Okay, all right. We're going to keep this going. Move on from Zateo. Let us move on. I have two of the... I have a number of responses out here. I have multiple wait, hold on. Where are we right now? Should we take a break? I'm trying to think. Let's do some of this. Might have to take a break in the middle of this. But I have not seen any of this. But the PBD podcast 2 hours ago did a live stream. And it got how many views so far? 2 hours, 709,000. Wow.
30 seconds. Did you ever think you would make it? I feel I'm so close I could taste sweet victory. No, this life meant for me. Yeah, why would you bet on Goliath when we got Bet David? Valuetainment, giving values contagious. This world.
So I just want to address something. I was wrong.
Look what I become. I'm the one.
There's an old saying in Tennessee, I know it's in Texas, probably in Tennessee, that says, fool me once.
Okay, we're officially live.
Shame on
due to an announcement that was made less than
Shame
2
on
hours
you.
ago from President Trump, causing us to do an
Fool me, can't get fooled
podcast.
again.
We were getting a bunch of text messages, and this was the tweet that literally sent shockwaves around the world. Rob, if you want to put it up, we have completed our very successful attack on 3 nuclear sites in Iran, including Fordow, Natanz, and Esfahan. Esfahan being the one place that I went vacation, the only vacation I ever went on with my mom and dad when I was a young kid in Iran. Esfahan's got a lot of rich history. All planes are now outside of Iran airspace. A full payload of bombs was dropped on the primary site. Fordow, all planes are safely on their way home. Congratulations to our great American warriors. There is not another military in the world that could have done this. Now is the time for peace. Thank you for your attention to this matter. So while this was done and the announcement was made, right afterwards, the president announced that around 10 o'clock tonight,
I cannot wait to hear this.
He'll be going live. The moment he does, we will be showing it with you and we'll be reacting to it together. I will be giving an address to the nation at 10 p.m. at the White House regarding
I will be giving address to the nation at 10 o'clock p.m. at the White House regarding our very successful military operation in Iran. This is an, all caps, historic moment for the United States of America Israel and the world. Iran must now agree to end the war that we started. Thank you.
Very successful military operation in Iran. This is an historic moment for the United States of America, Israel, and the world.
Come on, tell us, Beauty. What do you think?
Reacting to it, Rob. If you can pull up some of these clips here,
react to it.
I mean, right now, X must have the type of traffic. Maybe it's the most traffic day on X. Definitely the last 2 hours because of this announcement being dropped. Rob, if you got any of the clips to show so the audience
say something,
see what's going on there.
Do you approve of this strike?
Go ahead and turn them on if you're ready, Rob.
I do, Pat. I think we should go. I believe the president is speaking to the nation.
Where is this guy
from? If he is, let's just go to it first.
Who are these guys? And where is this kid with the hat from? Anybody? I've never seen this dude before. I've seen these two. I've seen Vinny and this weirdo who looks like a... I'm not going to say the word. Are they not saying anything?
Rob, if you switched it, we can't see it.
Come on, Rob. Rob, can you switch it? Rob?
Okay, here we go.
What is this?
Spectacular general,
a YouTube
and all
premium?
of the brilliant military minds involved in this attack. With all of that being said, this cannot continue. There will be either peace or there will be tragedy for Iran far greater than we have witnessed over the last 8 days. Remember, there are many targets left.
Thank you. That's his name.
Tonight's was the most difficult of them all, by far, and perhaps the most lethal. But if peace does not come quickly, we will go after those other targets with precision, speed, and skill. Most of them can be taken out in a matter of minutes. There's no military in the world that could have done what we did tonight. Not even close. There has never been a military that could do what took place just a little while ago. Tomorrow, General Kane, Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth will have a press conference at 8 a.m. at the Pentagon. And I want to just thank everybody, and in particular,
you're a big Tom
God,
fan, are you?
I want to just say we love you, God, and we love our great military. Protect them. God bless the Middle East. God bless Israel, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you.
God bless. God helped us with
Very
that strike.
Interesting.
Wow,
That has got to be the shortest press conference he's ever done. That has got to be the shortest.
Did you see PBD's face? I just got to go back. Look at his face. Look at him. Look at him. It's like, oh my God. He's like all collapsed in on himself. He's like, he's resting on his fist. Look at him. He's like staring at it so intently. His face is all scrunched up. But he is right about that point. That may be God damn, I just knocked my vape on the ground. This has got to be the absolute shortest Trump press conference of all time.
Very interesting.
Wow, that
has got to be the shortest press conference he's ever done. That has got to be the shortest announcement he's ever done.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Al-Baghdadi, that was roughly a 45-minute speech that he gave. This was less than 4 minutes, less than 2 minutes. Came out, gave the speech. Rob, if we have some, by the way, if you notice who was there, you had Hegseth, you had Rubio, and you have.
Wait, don't worry about it, little Marco.
Gentlemen, right there standing next to him after the speech was given. Rob, if you have some of the clips, let's show some of the clips of what happened, what these explosions look like.
Can you help us, Rob?
And how I have a lot of thoughts on this, and I know you guys do as well. Jeez. This is Iran. Rob,
these guys, no, I know. These guys loved Donald Trump's anti-war nonsense, and now they cannot wait to hear their take on this.
What is this?
What are you looking
mushroom
at?
Cloud from Iran right now.
What is this, Rob?
Jesus Christ.
Rob, do you know where that is?
That's at Fordo. That's one of the
Fordo. Okay, got it.
Fordo. Dude.
Rob, do you have the one with Esfahan where the lady is in the back reacting to it?
Rob,
I can grab that. Hang on one second.
Rob, can you do your job, Rob?
I texted it to you. I think it's in the group text that we have. Tom, what are your thoughts with this? Well, I have a lot of thoughts I want to share, but what is your thoughts on this? What's going on?
Well, my initial thoughts are last week, countries and companies have been selling weapons to each other for 200 years. Since the invention of the cannon, and some other countries said, hey, how much for your cannon? And I don't mind it if Israel buys our weapons and conducts an action that they think is important. I also believe that Iran can't have nuclear weapons.
They didn't.
And I didn't want boots in the ground. I didn't even want a pilot in the air. I really wanted us to be
Aw.
supporting the mission for Iran, not to have nuclear weapons, not be able there. And now we've done it. And I was hoping this was a surgical strike, single strike, in, out, get it done. But even in the president's short words just now, he said there are other targets, many other targets. And that sounds like a lot more engagement.
That does sound like a lot more engagement, doesn't it, Tom?
I hope that this is over.
Sam is so sad. Sam, whatever his name is. Tom. Oh, God. Oh, Tom. It's very sad right now. Look at him. He's ready to cry. Why didn't Trump listen to me? I've been here on the PBD show saying that you're an anti-war president.
That incredible video we just saw, I hope that is a precision strike, an authentic video, because that certainly looks like something just disintegrated. I hope what disintegrated was Iran's nuclear capabilities. But I'm a little processing what I just heard, Pat.
It's not
like
gone.
there are many other targets. It's like I don't want to be in, but I'm glad to help and sell whatever I have to in terms of weapons, provide, advise, and all that.
Yeah, so here's a couple of things, Tom, when you're talking about that, because, you know, one of the angles is they said 2 weeks. So you say 2 weeks, allowing Iran to think they have.
Watching PBD trying to understand what just happened. So Donald Trump said 2 weeks. And then it's like he lied to us?
Illegal.
So you say 2 weeks.
You say it. You say it 2
allowing
weeks.
Iran to think they have 2 weeks to react, and then boom, you hit them. Catch them off guard. The entire world is like, what? If you want to talk about a surprise attack, this was a surprise attack. Look, Rob, can we run a poll?
Rob.
And see what
Come on,
people
Rob.
say.
Can you
support?
Okay, this is amazing. This is fucking amazing. I'm glad we're doing this together I'm glad this is a react right now, Chad. I hope you're all having as much fun as I am. Did you see what just happened? PBD can't figure out what to do about this. He doesn't know what to take, like what position to take. So he's like, Rob, before I say anything that's actually, determinative or, take an actual stance on this at all, I'm just going to keep saying things that have already happened. Rob, can you get us a poll that so that I can inform what my position should be? I don't want to have an opinion that would be unpopular with the chat.
Awful. Weak. Rob, can we run a poll and see what people say? Support what the president just did. Don't support what the president just did. Okay, just put it right there.
Just
Very simple.
put it in.
On
Come on,
attacks.
Rob.
I'm curious because we can say whatever we want. I mean,
We can say whatever we
the
want.
Party right now, when you're looking at
Fucking hilarious. PBD has no scruples. He has no spine. He has no backbone. He has no person. He's just a money pig. All he cares about is what is going to get my subscribers donating as much as possible. I mean, I can't have an opinion. All right, we can say whatever we want. And it's just better to know what the chat wants, and then I'll say that for them, and that'll make them happy, and that'll be good.
Different people to talk to. And by the way, X is not really America. X is just
X is not America.
So often we look at X, we're like, the entire America's on X. It's not. X is the most actively involved, interested Americans on these topics are on X. But if you watch it, a lot of people are not happy about this. There was a very deep conversation that happened with Ted Cruz versus Tucker Carlson, one representing the fact that let's take them out, the other one saying we don't want to get into another war. So if you give credit to anything with Trump's administration,
you see what I'm saying? PBD, he's like waiting to take an opinion. He's like, please, Rob, can you run a poll? My brain is incapable of formulating opinion on this that's not driven specifically by popular opinion and where my money comes from. That's basically what this guy is doing.
There's a lot of questions. These are the questions I'd like to address today, guys.
It's amazing.
In the next 45 minutes. I don't want to go longer than that. The questions I got is the following. One, is this the next Afghanistan? And how different is this from Afghanistan? Because that's the biggest worry a lot of people have. Is this going to be another one of those $3 trillion? We can talk about that. Two, if this does happen, will Iran be retaliating to what just happened right now with the attacks that took place? Three.
Look at this. 5,700 votes on this PBD podcast poll. This is on YouTube, it looks like. 60% yes. Look at that. Shocking. Who could have guessed? Who could have guessed? You know, this is what we've been saying for a while. And we were saying actually earlier today. While we were, what was it? We were talking about the Cenk, right? When Cenk and Krystal and Kyle were debating. is that, you know, these people, they claim that they're anti-war, and whenever the second Donald Trump does something, they immediately flip their opinions of things. Like, oh, the president did it, it must be good. Columbia Rican with a sweet, sweet super chat. PBD is trying to make sense of it. And then we'll move to coddling Trump's balls.
Don't be creepy.
Just like the rest of MAGA. Because that's just like the right-wing bunch of betas. Beta?
Netanyahu just came out and gave a talk, you know, with the message that he gave. What is his reaction? He knew he didn't have the weapons to be able to get these things done. As much as we hear about Israel's Air Force and as much power as people give to Israel, guess what? Israel needed America to get the job done. If we want to talk about that, for the longest time, we've been told Israel has the best Air Force. If you did, why couldn't you get this job done? You needed Americans to get this job done. So it still validates that America has the greatest military in the world. Four is now, let's just say Iran does happen. A part of this is to American people. The other part is to the Iranian people. To the American people, what's about to happen to Iran? To the Iranian people, what are you going to do with the small little finite opportunity timeline that you have to create the revolution that you want in Iran? I'm specifically talking to the Iranians that live in Iran. What are you going to do? Who's your replacement? Is it Reza Pahlavi? We have a clip about how Reza Pahlavi, when he was asked just yesterday, his answer is still vanilla. It's still a vanilla answer that he's given. He cannot give a backbone answer already. Yes, no. The Iranian people that want to see something happening here.
I love how he's complaining about somebody else not having a backbone while he's asking chat to formulate opinion for him. It's incredible. This is incredible.
It's still a vanilla answer that he's given. He cannot give a backbone answer already. Yes, no. The Iranian people that want to see something happening here, he still is given a vanilla answer. I don't understand this guy. Get out the way or say you're going to do it. Stop playing with people in Iran that are wanting some kind of a decision to be made. So those are the things I want to talk about. But let me go to the people that are, what's the split on the poll right now?
What's the split on the poll right now? Can I wait?
I don't know what it's going to be.
I love it.
I want to know how many.
I can't put a, I can't, I still can't say anything until I know what the poll's saying.
People voted, and I want to know what they're saying, Rob.
What do you notice
what they're saying? Poll,
Come on.
Who's for it and who's against it?
Come on. Well,
Sounds
who's for it?
right.
Who's against
so
it?
9,000 of you have voted. 60% of you guys support what he did. 40% of you guys don't support it. It actually makes sense to me. It seems like the 40% right now is louder than the 60%. So let me explain to what I mean by that. The 40% is much more louder. So a lot of people are thinking it's 80% that don't want it. But quite frankly, 60% are saying yes with all the stuff that is taking place. One credit to Trump's camp. One credit to Trump's camp I want to give. I can't give a lot, but I'll just give you one credit here. This is not easy.
What's not easy?
To go through watching the political party.
Oh, PBD's That's so good. This is not easy for PBD. He's having a tough time. I don't know if you know this, chat. But PBD, he's struggling getting through this. He's like, oh, this is not easy to watch political news. You know, it's hard. You have to click the link, and then you got to use your eyes to look at it, and you gotta listen to it with your ears. It's just very difficult, and it's even more difficult to come up with an opinion if you don't tell me what my opinion should be.
People who got you elected now saying impeach him. This is not what I voted for. This is not what I wanted. and you still having the thick skin to say, we're going to get the job done. And on top of that, nobody leaked anything the last 4 or 5 days, which means he has taken the circle of everybody having access. And whether it's he or Susie Wiles, one by one, they're saying, nope, you're not in this circle. You're in this circle, you're in this circle, but you're not in this circle. He's out, they're out, this person's out. Tulsi Gabbard is wrong based on what he's...
I see. He's incredibly scrupulous from PBD. He's like, look, you know, we could take an opinion on this, but look, people have been taking opinions, and then suddenly they're outed from a group, but they're and there's a lot at stake here. I don't want to take the wrong opinion. He's basically just laying it out. Right? He's like, look, I could have an opinion right now, but like, I might not get a call. Might not get a call from Tucker Carlson.
Just yesterday or 2 days ago, I'm willing to bet they got rid of all the people that they did not want to know this decision was being made, or a threat was made, a business type of threat. I swear to God, if I find that anything was leaked and it was because of you, you're the first person I'm firing publicly.
Huh?
Very simple.
Very
they
simple.
stayed united, and then they shocked the world. They shocked Iran. They shocked everybody.
Everybody's shocked.
Nobody knew except for the people that
Nobody
were
knows.
involved. That part, you got to give credit to them. It's very hard to do. It's not an easy thing to do, to get the right people that are unified on an issue like this.
What are you talking about? What is he talking about? He's talking about the strike? Is he actually saying that the strike was somehow a result of people getting unified on this? What is he talking about? It's a military action. It was ordered by Donald Trump without authorization from Congress. There was no unification on this. This was a unilateral action ordered by the president. Is that what he's saying? That makes even less sense.
But I'm going to pause because
I
called yesterday. I had I've been on the phones all day. We're not in Florida, obviously, but I've been on the phones all day. Whether it's with Iranians, those who are in the higher ups in the Iranian community, whether it's
PBD's been on the phone with the Ayatollah.
The top journalist who has tens of millions of people that watch him every day in Iran. He is the guy in Iran that everybody watches to see what the conditions are there, or it's people that are involved geopolitically. I've been speaking to a lot of different people last 24, 48 hours to see what's going to be happening with a lot of questions that maybe many of you guys may be asking, but I'll pause. Brandon, I'll go to you. What are you thinking with all these things? If you've had certain positions and you've been able to...
It's shocking that PBD is just going, like, that nobody's got anything to chime in on this. He just went like 10 minutes without being interrupted.
As a guy that you got your bachelor's degree in national security, you got your master's in national security. This is all you study. This is all...
A bachelor's degree in national security? Is that an actual degree?
You look at, you read every book, everything on there. What's your thoughts on this?
Yeah, so we literally couldn't be any more involved in the thing than we are right now. You know, for anybody who's saying like, oh, will the U.S. get involved? Will we not get involved? We're 100% involved right now. And to do what they wanted to do, we needed U.S. involvement because, I mean, I don't know how much you guys know about these B-52 bombers, these planes.
It was not a B-52. It was a B-2 bomber. How much do you know about these bombers?
Specifically, but they're insane. So these things cost like $2 billion to build them. They're the most expensive plane in the world, and they're the only ones that could carry these bunker buster bombs. So these things weigh like 30,000 pounds, and these are the only planes in the world that could carry them. So there's only 30 of these bombs that exist in the world, and then there's only 20 of these planes that exist in the world. So today it started leaking out that these planes were moving from Missouri, from an Air Force base in Missouri to Guam, and then in that span of time, they went from Guam to Iran. Three to six of those planes dropped about 2 bombs on each of these nuclear bases in Iran. So you needed 2 of them because these bombs only penetrated 60 meters down into the ground, and the average nuclear site was like 80 to 90 meters in the ground. So it was unclear if they were going to be able to do it, but it seems like they hit it.
Brandon, well, this is the question. This is the question because we talked about this, me and you.
Right.
Did they fully penetrate all the way down 90 meters that they needed to do, or did they just penetrate 60 meters? Do we have that report yet? Have that been released to us that we know about this?
No, that I don't see that being confirmed anywhere. Trump said success.
Are these dudes rich? I think they all do have some decent money, but I don't think this is actually where this guy is. Because of the lighting, some of the aspects of this is a green screen. This is almost definitely a green screen. This is real. This is a real background. But all three of these are real.
That they needed to do.
But this guy's, I have no idea who the fuck this guy is. But I'm fairly certain that is not his house.
Did they just penetrate?
Actually, that's an apartment, I think, in a tower.
Meters.
Either way.
Do we have that report yet? Have that been released
The lighting is all off. It doesn't look right at all.
to us that we know about this?
No, that I don't see that being confirmed anywhere. Trump said successful mission, but I don't see it being reported anywhere that it's definitely a success, that they definitely took it out. But it's believed that they hit each of them twice, and that's why there are 3 to 6 planes in it, because each plane could carry up to 2 of these bombs. And then, so if there were 3 to 6 planes, 3 sites hit, then 2 bombs could have hit each site. So 2 bombs would be enough. 1 bomb probably not. But I think it's like, Trump's, a lot of people say that Trump modeled the art of the deal after the art of war. And the quote from the art of war says, "Let your plans be dark and impenetrable as night, and when you move, fall like a thunderbolt." So that's one thing that I do like about Trump when he does warfare. His plans are smooth and fast, and you don't see them coming. So if we're going to be in war, then I'd like it to happen that way rather than a...
There we go. Look at that. The MAGAs. Wasn't Cenk telling us that the MAGA people were going to object to this? They seem to be fine. This guy seems to be all about it.
long, drawn out...
It's the first person to actually take an opinion. Everybody else has been too scared to say whether or not they like this. Tom said... and Tom kind of basically took the same tack. He's like, well, I was very anti-war, but now that Donald Trump has done it, in whatever way he's done it, I like it now. That's basically what we're getting from these guys.
Yeah, I mean, as you're looking at this here, there is one, Rob, with the lady. This is not the one. It's another one. That's from Esfahan that I sent you earlier. I don't know if you have it or not. If you don't have it, it's in our notes. I know this is last minute, so I don't expect you to have it right off the bat. The team was so instrumental of getting some of this stuff to be done. And by the way, there's riots right now going on in New York.
You're imagining him in an 8-person studio apartment. He's like occupying 5 square feet right now. It's the computer and a green screen curtain around him. And yeah, I like that image. Yes, let's go with that.
Did you see that right there, Rob? I don't know if you've seen that one. And if you can do me a favor and show this, people are taking advantage of this situation. Please verify this before you show it. But to me, if you notice what Trump said in his speech,
I love how Rob is the only one who does work around here. Everybody else just sits there, and Rob is just furiously clicking on his computer. It's kind of hilarious. BBD just constantly like, Rob, can you do some work for us real quick? Rob, you're the only one capable in this room of actually doing this thing that we need done.
Something you don't hear often for him to say. You could tell as a leader, you know what I felt?
What did you feel?
You could tell he's grappling with this decision.
Donald Trump is?
You could tell, because
Really?
if you go watch the 2-minute speech he just gave that we reacted to,
Yeah.
watch the last 30 seconds.
Okay. The last 30 seconds where he's like, God did it. I just want to also, while I'm at it, I thank the troops and the plane pilots. I also want to thank God. God was great and very helpful. Is that what he's talking about? The last 30 seconds of it was just him going, God. God was there, and God was very, very helpful with dropping the bombs. Without God, we would have missed our targets, and now God has guided those bombs to Iran.
If you go back, I don't know if that's out there for us to just watch the last 30 seconds. Look how he finishes the last 30 seconds and what he says. It's not the typical way Trump finishes talks. Look who he thanked. Why did he say that? Go to the last 30 seconds. Go back a little bit more. Go back. Okay, play from right there if you could. Watch this.
Out in a matter of minutes. There's no military in the world that could have done what we did tonight.
Watch his body
Not
language.
even close. There has never
Watch
been
his
a
body
military that
language.
could do what took place just a little while ago.
What about it?
Look what he
Tomorrow,
says.
General Kane, Secretary of
What was his body language? He just did some weird jerky motion with his body. What does that tell us?
Defense,
He
Pete
exit 8
Hegseth,
a.m.
will have a press conference at 8 a.m. at the Pentagon. And I want to just thank everybody. And
He looks completely normal. He's talking exactly like he always talks.
in particular,
What is PBD
God,
talking about?
I want to just say,
I
we
just
love
want to
you,
say
God,
thank
and
you,
we love
God.
our
I
Go back
love you.
5 seconds, Rob.
I love you. Go, Rob, we got to hear that one again. Rob, we got to hear that one again. Okay. Okay, he said God. He said God. Oh my God.
Jesus ain't say that.
Listen to his voice.
I want to just say,
Hassan
we
Parker.
love you, God, and we love our
Go
great
back 5
military.
seconds,
Protect
Rob.
them.
I've never heard his voice
Patrick
crack
Bet
like
David
that.
Davidson.
Listen, everybody listen.
Paul Bet Davidson.
Don't move and just listen. Go ahead, Rob.
Rob. Would you please do your job?
We'll have a press conference at 8 a.m. at the Pentagon. And I want to just thank everybody, and in particular, God. I want to just say, we love you, God, and we love our great military. Protect them. God bless the Middle East. God bless Israel. And God bless America. Thank you very much.
PBD, he started shaking his head. He's like, yeah, that's the good stuff. That's the good stuff. Donald Trump thanking God. PBD's, I love that. I love when Donald Trump says the word God. You can tell just how serious he's taking it.
That's exactly how our leader needs to react.
That's how exactly how our need. Look at poll data must come in. PBD can finally take an opinion, take a stand 17 minutes into the podcast. This is the first time PBD says anything affirmative or negative. He's like, that is Donald Trump. That is the president that we need. Oh my God.
You know why? Let me tell you why. When you make a decision like that, you're grappling with it. You know you don't have 100% support. You know this could potentially break the party that you want. You know this is going to be complicated.
You know it.
You don't know for a fact if this is going to work out or
And
not.
you ignored it.
Nobody does.
You know it. I love this. PBD is so excited about this. He's like, basically, Donald Trump knew that the party really hated this. And instead, he said, fuck you, party. Fuck you, people. Fuck you, government. Fuck you, Constitution. He said, God told me. And that's what we need. That's what we need in a leader, okay?
This could be a big risk. Vinny, I'm going to come to you in a second. This could be a big
Vinny,
risk.
I can't wait.
However,
I cannot wait. I cannot wait for Vinny's take on this. I'm so excited.
his voice is cracking.
Oh my
How
God.
often does the president ask for God's help at the end? Not often. Why? Because the moment you go to God, it's because the only thing you have left is
The moment you go to God.
at this point. You're sitting there saying,
Iran should, I mean, PBD should go back to Iran. If he wants a theocracy, he should go back there. I mean, I know he's a Christian, so that's complicated for him. But the fact that the Donald Trump going to God is the thing that makes PBD so excited is wild. He's like, when you involve God in a illegal strike on a sovereign nation state without any approval from Congress, that's when I get excited. That's when I'm like, oh my God.
Jesus ain't say that.
Thank you, Mr. President. You are my leader. I was against this strike up until now. I was anti-war up until now. But you saying there was God was involved? Oh, that excuses everything.
I think we make the right decision, God. I think we did the right thing.
We gotta go back. We gotta watch that one more time. Look at
Saying,
him.
I think we make.
Look at how excited he is. Look at throwing his hands. He's like, oh my God. Oh wow, PVD, amazing.
Left is what? Faith. At this point, you're sitting there saying, I think we make the right decision, God. I think we did the right thing. We need you from here on.
We need you.
We've never heard the president talk like this. And that's exactly, whether you're happy with him or not, whether you're part of the camp that wants him to be impeached and on X and all this stuff, whether you're part of the camp that's like, I'm never.
Yeah, that's great, PBD. So what we need the president to do is to not listen to the director of national intelligence. Don't listen to any of the security states already very clear research suggesting that this was not a reasonable strike to make due to the fact that Iran did not have nuclear weapons. Don't listen to any of the intelligence. What you need to do is listen to God. And that's actually good government. It's like, don't listen to Tulsi Gabbard saying that Iran's nowhere near having a nuclear weapon. Just listen to the word, listen to the voices in your head.
Trumper, because I didn't vote for war. Whoever you are, I don't care whether you can't stand this guy. Your name is Keith Olbermann. I don't care who you are. That's exactly how a president needs to react when they're going through a decision like this. And and you know he's having the talks. He knows the criticism is coming. There's a reason why he only won 2 or 3 minutes. He doesn't want to take any questions. Mm-hmm. Can you imagine how much sleep they've been getting? I'm willing to bet the last 4 nights these guys haven't slept.
That is idiotic. Donald Trump has absolutely slept. That is so dumb. Donald Trump is 80 years old. Donald Trump could not stay awake for 96 hours.
This is ridiculous.
It's physically
None of
impossible.
those guys have slept the last 4 nights. It's been nonstop. Hey, what are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing? Keeping it low. So, Vinny, your thoughts on this? What are you thinking with this?
Well, I mean,
I can't wait for Vinny's thoughts, but we're gonna have to wait for them because we are almost at 4 hours of this stream. Don't worry, chat, though. Break will not be forever. We'll be right back after these brief space messages. Don't worry, we got to do this. We got to go through what Charlie Kirk had to say, what Hassan Parker. Yeah, we'll have to see what Hassan had to say, and more. So, stick around. So we'll be right back after these brief space messages. All right. Hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button. Don't forget to subscribe. Hit that bell icon too, so you make sure that you don't miss a single episode of this spacecast. While you're at it, do also consider contributing to the Galactic News Network. Without individuals like yourself, you would not be able to make this content. So many great ways, of course, for you to show your support. YouTube, super chats, super stickers, memberships. Memberships will get you 18 sweet emotes and a great feeling of galacticness. Also some secret content as well. We got Cash App and PayPal if you prefer. Every dollar that you donate go directly to funding the stream. But of course, the best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to go on to Patreon and become a galactic patron. Only $3 a month will get you access to a bunch of sweet space bennies unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. Avatar, shout out, secret Discord channel inside of the Discord server. It's all so great, so good. In fact, there's so much, I would just recommend that you go onto the Patreon and find out for yourself. Anyway, chat, that's enough for me. Enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. right, chat. Well, that sound means, of course, it's time to end the break and get right back to the content, the third half of the stream, if you will. So buckle up, Space Fams. Get back in those seats, otherwise you're gonna miss it. We left off with the PBD podcast. We're gonna get right back to that. Vinny had a response that he was preparing over here. Can't wait to hear what Mr. Redface had to say.
Keep low. So, Vinny, your thoughts on this? What are you thinking
Vinny,
with this?
come on.
Well, I mean, yeah, that was a very, very interesting. I've never.
Wow. Take from Vinny. That was very, very interesting. Wow.
Well, I mean, yeah, that was a very, very interesting. I've never heard, like, once in a while I've heard Trump bring up God, but that moment, that pause, God bless the Middle East, God bless Israel, and then God bless America. When he tweeted his tweet, he said, "We have completed our successful attack." The moment I saw "we," Pat, I was like, we, America, let me look it up. According to the international law, specifically the UN Charter, using military force against another sovereign state, especially preemptively, constitutes an act of aggression, which is a legal basis for war.
Oh my God.
We, everybody, means we are at war. Okay, and me and Pat, we spoke about this before, and you're like, what's on your mind? What are you thinking of? I'm not one of those people, guys. I voted for Trump. I've been with Trump.
I'm not one of those people. What does that mean? I'm not one of those people. One of those people who didn't vote for Trump? Like one of the 100 and 200, how many? Like one of the 200 million people who didn't vote for Trump?
I'm not one of those people, guys. I voted for Trump. I've been with Trump since 2016, when it wasn't cool, when it wasn't the dancing, when it was just, I knew he loved America. I knew the mission. I knew what he wanted to do with all the Hillary Clinton, with everything. Then he was in. We had Russia collusion. No one knew.
Wow, Vinny's really building us up here. Is he about to say Donald Trump is wrong?
Illegal. Biden and them came in, by the way, gave Iran and unfroze $6 billion. So if anybody wants to know why we're in the situation that we're in, besides Israel, besides everything, the last administration not only opened the border, which I'm going to get into right now,
Wow, I love this take from Vinny. He's like, we just illegally attacked another country. But you know what we should talk about? Joe Biden.
I'm staying in the race.
Can we talk about Joe Biden real quick? I know we just launched a strike against a foreign nation tonight, but can we talk about Joe Biden and the border?
Come on!
Come on, Vinny. Come on, buddy.
They unleashed $6 billion.
Can we get a real answer for you?
A country that says death to America. Okay, and the only thing I fear. Right?
Okay, so Vinny is stoked about this though. He's like, how dare anybody criticize us striking Iran? This is actually great. Iran. Some people in Iran have said death to America. America's never said death to anybody else, right?
The one thing I really hit me, and I got like a real nauseous feeling, is those 20 million people that are in here, that are in this country. Which one of them is going to do something and blow?
So this is a great take from Vinny. Vinny's like, we could talk about the fact that we just struck Iran while we were in the middle of negotiating with them, but can we talk about the immigrants in the country? Why does nobody want to talk about the immigrants when we just started a war in the Middle East? What's up with that? Why does everybody? Can't we talk? Can we not get back to talking about the immigrants?
Something up. What Tom Homan said, Pat, about
Tom
doing
Homan.
something
Tom
horrible
Homan.
that's going to be worse than 9/11.
Tom Homan will be back in New York, getting all the way in the butt of Eric Adams. If he doesn't do what the Donald Trump wants to do, I'll be very upset. I'll come over there. I'll put something in your butt. I'll knock you in the head. Very, very bad. This is what Vinny is doing right now. This is fantastic. So this is a really interesting whataboutism. He's like, look. I could take a stance on this, and it's probably bad. But you know what's worse? The existence of immigrants in the United States.
When it happens, who is going to be behind it? Because I guarantee you, what made me say, let's go and bomb the shit out of Iraq, even though it was a lie, was 9/11. That made us go, you know what? Let's go and kill everybody, okay? So now that 60-40 split, Pat, mind you, I still support Trump no matter what. I'm not happy. Everybody's always like, oh, you guys, you're jumping ship. No, I can be disappointed in the.
Oh boy, Vin's face is starting to get red. So is the neck. Why does his whole body get red when he's upset? Why, Vinny? We need to talk, buddy. We might need to get you into therapy and some heart medication or something. You gotta settle it down. A little yoga, maybe, perhaps. He's getting real worked up here over these immigrants right now. I don't know if you know. I think you do because you just said it. We might have forgotten. We just invaded another country.
Because as a veteran, I don't want war. But this situation of something does freaking happen, who's gonna be behind it, and who are they gonna blame? Because the only way to get that,
they're gonna blame us, Vinny. They're gonna blame us because we're the ones who did this. Or we could blame Israel too. Israel and the United States is our fault. If we want to start blaming people, that would be the two people that would be at fault for this.
who's going to be behind it, and who are they going to blame? Because the only way to get that 40% to join that 60 is something bad happens here.
Oh, he's upset.
Point Iran.
He's mad at chat. He's really upset at chat right now. The 40% of you in chat who don't want us to do this, well, there's something wrong with you, okay? There's something, but what? You look at him. He's so the veins already popping out of him. He's like 40%. 40%. These 40% motherfuckers.
Who's going to be behind it, and who are they going to blame? Because the only way to get that 40% to join that 60 is something bad happens here, and they point Iran. Iran. Then that 40% is going to join the 60%. And then it's all over.
What is Vinny saying? Is Vinny saying that what we need is for Iran to attack? Oh my God, Adam's here. Where did this fucking ghoul come from? Where did this motherfucker come from just now? Did you just wake up? What is going on with Adam? Oh my God, Adam's here. But did he just say that what we need is for Iran to attack the United States, for those 40% of people will get on board with the other 60% of people who agree with the strike that we just did? What is Vinny asking Iran to attack the United States?
Iraq and other Afghanistan.
What is he saying?
So look, a very valid concern.
Is it?
What you have
I don't think it was.
In regards to what could happen.
It didn't feel super valid,
in
if
the
you ask
States,
me.
Because to me, if you guys remember 2 or 3 weeks ago, when we were talking about when Israel attacks Iran, Iran didn't attack Israel first in this case. They used proxies. So this was Israel's way of saying, hey, you're using proxies, allegedly, we're going to come after you. Great. They made the attack. And then Iran acted very big. It's not like Khamenei helped. He's like, we're going to give you the kind of a attack that they will remember forever to come. If you're going to talk like that and you don't attack, you're showing how weak you are. If you're so strong, why don't you make your attack? Now, if they, right now, you hear rumors about how worried.
I don't know. How is PBD making so much money saying absolutely nothing? What is this guy talking about right now? I don't understand.
There was a message the other day that Ahmadinejad, the former president, was shot and killed. He wasn't. His team reached out to us and told us that did not happen. So we knew about the fact that didn't happen.
What?
Khamenei, now President Trump.
The former president of Iran died in a plane crash. Are you stupid? PBD, you're Iranian. You should know this.
In a tweet, I don't know if you guys saw this one. We know exactly where you are. You're an easy target. We talked about this with Nancy Mace on a previous podcast. Now, the gamble why President Trump's voice cracked for half a second, his voice never cracks. The only time I've ever seen President Trump be nervous.
So it seems like most of PBD's concept of what has just happened has everything to do with the body language of Donald Trump. It's all about the body language with PBD, baby. If you're putting off a certain vibe, it's all vibes. It's all vibes with PBD. God and vibes. She's like, look, if you listen to Donald Trump, if you intently, if you read into absolutely every twitch and sound coming out of Donald Trump, you'll know that this is big.
Is the first time he had the debate with Hillary Clinton. For the first 10 minutes, he was breathing hard. Just go watch that debate. First one. After that, he's been locked in. And the second term that he's been in, I've never seen him be this resolved about the decisions he's making. The way he's handling the media is the best, maybe the best.
I love how they're not taking any real stances, especially PBD. The thing that PBD just loves is the way Donald Trump's doing it, baby. He's like, look, I could talk about whether or not this strike is good or bad, but do you see the way Donald Trump's handled? I've never seen him like this, okay? I have never seen him like this, and it's great. Oh my God.
You've ever seen in the history of presidents handling it. Matter of fact, I would say it's probably the best. You would put Reagan up there because Reagan kind of used humor in a way to kind of bring them down. But as active as Trump is,
what are you talking about?
What makes me...
He's so unprepared for this. It's fucking hilarious. He's just word salad right now. He's just trying to think of any words right now. Can I... Reagan. I mean, Reagan was doing things. Chuck Schumer. People... have you heard of Iran before? They were just like, all right, we're gonna shoot off the hip here, okay? And no, we don't need notes. I'm just gonna say words. My audience is too stupid to notice.
Makes me kind of process this one here is...
Are you processing it?
The fact that as we're going through this next phase, the gamble is...
The gamble?
Is Iran now going to retaliate? Will they? What
is that? It? Just Iran?
They do?
Is he aware of the Houthis having already said they were going to retaliate and that Iraq was going to retaliate? I mean, have you been paying any attention, PBD? It's absolutely going to happen, and of course, and actually, they already have. Breaking news: Iran has struck Israel again.
Do you think this is President Trump's way of saying, if you do retaliate, if you retaliate, you don't want to know what we do to you? I'm willing to bet that message has been sent.
That was hilarious. I gotta see that one more time.
If they do you think this is President Trump's way of saying, if you do retaliate, if you retaliate, you don't want to know what we do to you?
What the fuck
I'm
was
willing
that?
to bet.
Like, anybody else completely thrown off by that? It's like his brain just reset. His mouth just started like doing some weird ass shit.
Message has been sent. And by the way, tweet came out from the president. I don't know if you guys saw this or not from the president. It was from a news.
Okay, I think we've encapsulated what the take is from here. It's nothing. There's nothing coming out of the PBD podcast. They have no idea what to say about this. So PBD's just like doing a vibes-based take. He's like, look, Donald Trump, God, that inspires me. Donald Trump, God had something to do with this, and I don't know. I'm processing it. Vinny is like, look, we need Iran to attack us so that 100% of us can be on board with this thing. This whole thing is this is a wild situation. Everybody over here at the PBD podcast, really, they don't even know how to make this value-taining right now. All right, we cannot watch this whole... I do not have it. I don't have it in me to watch the whole thing. It's too much. It's too much.
That's too much, man!
Plus, we have to watch... We have other shit to watch still. But in between that and the next video, Benjamin Netanyahu said some stuff. Here's the AP, I think.
Congratulations, President Trump. Your bold decision to target Iran's nuclear facilities with the awesome and righteous might of the United States will change history. Israel has done truly amazing things. But in tonight's action against Iran's nuclear facilities, America has been truly unsurpassed. It has done what no other country on earth could do. History will record that President Trump acted to deny the world's most dangerous regime the world's most dangerous weapons. His leadership today has created a pivot of history that can help lead the Middle East and beyond to a future of prosperity and peace.
This war is going to lead to peace. This completely unjustified war is going to lead to peace. This is Orwell, people.
President Trump and I often say, peace through strength. First comes strength, then comes peace.
Jesus Christ. 1984. All right, that was the in-between video. Let's go to the Charlie Kirk podcast. He just got done streaming. He did, oh my God, 2.5 hour long stream from Charlie. I wonder what he had to say about all of this. I can't wait. I can't wait. Cannot wait. Where is this? Come on.
Come on!
Who the fuck is this guy? What in the fuck?
Hello, everybody. I'm Blake. We'll be having...
Who the fuck is Blake? Who the fuck is Charlie, dude? I don't care about you. Who the fuck is Blake? I don't know you. I don't know who you are. You have a very creepy face.
Striking back is looming very large partnership area of the
Here we go.
Technical
Egghead boy
challenges. No, my home studio is not bombed.
No, I'm not saying he's a nerd. I'm saying his head is shaped like
hello,
an
everybody.
egg.
Tonight's a very serious evening. I first just want to say we have to, regardless of your opinion of this operation, which I do want to hear about, this operation was done seamlessly.
They're doing the same thing over here as the PBD podcast. Like, look, Charlie's like, I might take an opinion on this, but first I want to hear what everybody else has to say.
Regardless of your opinion of this operation, which I do want to hear about, this operation was done seamlessly. And you better believe the military capacity and military might of the U.S. military was on full display for the world to see. This is an operation that really only the U.S. military can handle. And not even the Russian military would be able to do something like this. And I got to be honest, like...
Not even the Russian military. Does Charlie Kirk think the Russian military is stronger than the United States military? What is he talking about? Wasn't Charlie saying, wasn't Charlie anti-war? Wasn't he saying Donald Trump was the anti-war, sort of, you know, anti-Middle East war, forever wars guy? I can't remember.
Not even the Russian military would be able to do something like this. And I got to be honest, like, we did not even know what happened until it announced. Now, I had my phone off because of Shabbat, but now that I'm looking back at text, I was getting
everything really big happens on
because of Shabbat? Who turns off their phone for Shabbat? Also, isn't Charlie a Christian? Since when is Charlie a Jew? That's news to me.
Like the Trump assassination.
Trump getting shot. No,
it's the other Trump assassination.
No, exactly. Yeah. Don't get me started. So it's like, and so I was getting some, I like three.
Like, am I losing my mind? Hold on, I have to look this. What is he? What? Why is Charlie Kirk, a Christian man, turning his phone off for Shabbat?
Happens on Shabbat, like the Trump assassination.
Getting shot. No,
it's the other Trump assassination.
No, exactly. Yeah. Don't get me started. So it's like, And so I was getting some, I like three hours ahead of time, I was starting to get some like, hey, game on, but I didn't know because my phone was off and I have no regrets. So first of all, only the U.S. military would have been able to pull this off.
Yeah, I just looked it up. Charlie is absolutely. I was like, dude, am I losing my mind?
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
It's Charlie. I had to freaking look it up. I had to look it up. It was like to just like double check. Dude is a Christian, 100% evangelical Christian man. Why is he turning his phone off for Shabbat? It's one of the strangest things I've ever heard.
And honestly, you know, we've kind of been, there's been some doomerism.
Also, this just happened. How long is he leaving his phone off? This is ridiculous. Shabbat starts on Friday.
About the U.S. military, like, oh, it's super weak, it's super woke. Well, actually, at the top levels for top level sophistication, like operations like this,
we still, for the most part, if it really matters, if it's like you have to fly the bomber that drops the bunker
Correct.
buster, or you have to be the special forces who rescue the president when he's kidnapped, those guys are pretty good.
Yes,
and
correct.
it's not great to have only those guys be the absolute best if that's what's happening. But
and God,
what the fuck are we talking about? I love this. This seems to be the take on. They are so scared of actually taking a position on this. All that they can do is talk about how great the actual operation was, how seamless it was, how Donald Trump was guided by God. But they're unwilling to criticize. I thought all these guys are fucking anti-war. What happened?
these pilots is a very difficult operation, and they crushed it. And so now
They crushed
to the,
it. Oh,
and
yeah.
not at all to an easy assignment. So I sent out a couple tweets, and this is my personal perspective on this. And the president's going to be going live in about 20 minutes because his address is going to matter a lot. This is going to be one of the most important presidential addresses of the last 10 years, and definitely one of the.
This is going to be the most important presidential address of the past 20 years. That is hilarious. I love this because we already know what happened. The presidential address, I feel like Charlie was expecting like an hour-long Donald Trump press conference, and instead he got 2 minutes of some very strange address from Donald Trump. No questions taken. I cannot wait to see what he thought about that. That's fantastic.
If not the most important primetime presidential address in President Trump's career.
It's going to be incredibly.
President Donald Trump has been
the
clear
gravitas
for 20
will be
years
overwhelming.
that Iran will not get a nuclear weapon. For 20 years, he has said that Iran will not get a nuclear weapon. Now,
they didn't.
For some people that are criticizing President Trump, your criticisms would have more.
And they can absolutely now get one. They're more incentivized to get one now than they were beforehand.
Potency if President Trump did not try to have a diplomatic solution beforehand. There was a 60-day diplomatic window, and Iran was just.
That's a lie. That's a lie. That's one of Donald Trump's lies that came out after the attacks. I never up to Israel's illegal strikes on Iran on Friday. I had never heard the term 60-day window in reference to this situation. I didn't hear it one time, and I'm fucking glued to the news all day, every day. It only came out after Israel attacked Iran. And this is one of these lies that Donald Trump literally started, and that all of his little sycophants have brought out. Look, Donald Trump, he gave him 60 days, even though nobody had ever heard of that before, and that there was a scheduled meeting between U.S. Representatives Steve Witkoff and like the foreign minister of Iran scheduled in Oman on 2 days after those strikes happened. It's such a nonsense. Like, these people are so just. People say, "Oh, they're not a cult. They're not a cult. They have serious They disagree with Trump on a lot of stuff." And then Donald Trump does this, and they all just immediately capitulate.
Playing games. They were just going wishy and washy. I don't know if you want that. And President Trump said, "Look, on day 61, you're not going to like what happens." President Trump let Israel off the leash, and Israel did what Israel did. And President Donald Trump, he was very, very patient. He had a lot of restraint. Now, understand.
Was he?
This is not.
What Donald Trump just did was patient, according to Charlie Kirk. Even though we completely betrayed the talks that we were engaged in, this was showing patience. Don't you see? Don't you see? This was just him being very patient.
This is not yet a settled issue at all.
It's not a settled issue at all. Okay. What about it is not settled? What does that
Because some
mean?
people are still calling for regime change. Oh, go for the head of the snake. President Donald Trump has actually said we are not going to do that.
Donald Trump also said that he was waiting 2 weeks and did it 48 hours after he said that. So just because Donald Trump said it doesn't mean it's decided. Donald Trump has said lots of stuff that turned out to be completely false. This is not it's not at all decided. Hold on. I'm going to scoop ahead. I just want to see how he reacts to Donald Trump's little speech. I cannot wait. Remember, Charlie Kirk said this was going to be an incredibly important speech. One so important that it will rival all political speeches of the last 20 years, said Charlie. So I cannot wait to see how he reacts to this.
I don't think he's going to be sharp at 7. I think at least 10 to 15
He won't
minutes.
wait too long. He wants those ratings too. And at 11:30, people
gotta get the
I know, but this is big.
ratings.
This is big. They got to make sure every word is correct. And so, by the way, the emails we're getting, freedom@charliekirk.com, the younger you are, the emails we're getting, the more critical you are of this operation, the older you are, the more supportive. And so that is playing out, freedom@charliekirk.com. And by the way, in our podcast all week, and you guys can subscribe to the Charlie Kirk Show podcast, we're going to be covering this in great detail with unbelievable specificity. You guys can subscribe. We'll be doing a giveaway in a little bit, by the way, for everyone that subscribes. That we've been talking about the age and generational difference, that like over 40, you're more sympathetic, under 40, not sympathetic.
Sweet. That's such insight. You're just reading chat polls that you're making.
Thank you very much. A short time ago, the U.S. military carried out massive precision strikes on the three key nuclear facilities.
Hold on, we've already watched this whole frickin' thing. It's so short. It's hilarious.
Never been a military that could do what took place just a little while ago.
Nobody could do it.
Tomorrow, General
Actually, we're the
Kane,
best.
Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth
Pete
will have
Hegseth.
a press conference
He's
at
gonna
8
solve
a.m.
it.
at the Pentagon.
Look at Pete.
And I want to
He's
just
not
thank
drunk.
everybody, and in
He's
particular,
not drunk at all.
God, I want to just say we love you, God, and we love our great military. Protect them. God bless the Middle East. God bless Israel, and God bless America. Thank you very
Everyone,
much.
including the people we
Thank you.
bombed.
Okay, well, first of all, what a visual. You got
Was this the most consequential speech of the last 20 years, Charlie? Look at the visual. I thought we were talking about speech. It was going to be the most consequential speech. Is the visual is what's important. Okay. More vibes. Seems like Republicans are going fully vibes based on this speech.
First of all, what a visual.
Amazing.
You got JD Vance, you got Marco Rubio, you got Pete
yeah,
Hegseth.
little
What a
Marco.
difference
Don't worry
between
about it, little Marco.
Tony
Gentlemen.
Blinken and Lloyd Austin and Kamala Harris and Joe Biden. So that was very fast, as I would expect. It was short. It
what
was
now?
straight to the point. It was exactly what I would expect from President Trump. Now, we're getting the full transcript.
That's exactly what you would expect from Donald Trump. Is neither of those words. What are you talking about, Charlie? Donald Trump is concise and to the point.
Give me a joke.
Dude, he has no idea what to say about this speech. He's like, this is exactly like Donald Trump, to give very brief press conferences without letting anybody ask any questions. He's not the guy who stands there and has hour-long press conferences day in and day out and, will prevaricate about anything and just sort of monologue for over and over and over again. This is him. This is Trump. It's Trump's bag, short, to the point, 2-minute speeches. That's always Donald Trump. They're just sort of rambling on about stuff. He never does that. This is quintessential Trump, is what this is.
We're going to replay some of the more details of the speech here. Look at that lineup
Great.
right there.
More details?
That's Team America.
That was the
you got
whole
JD
speech.
Vance, you got Donald Trump, Marco Rubio, you got
He's just repeating who's at Charlie has absolutely no idea what to say about this. He's like, look, he's he starts off just listing who's standing there and like, look at this image. It's a beautiful image. And he's like, okay, this is quintessential Trump. And then he just goes back to naming the people standing there. He has no idea what to say. He has no idea what to say about this. It's amazing.
Pete Hegseth. And by the way, I am the most vocal person that
Are
says
you?
no endless wars.
No, yeah,
At
yeah.
the moment
Yeah.
we're at in
Yeah, you are. You're one of those guys who's like, look, no more forever wars. America first. Can we spend our money on America?
right now, this is not by any means yet showing that we're going to get into a whole nother endless war.
Oh, so this isn't an endless war. This isn't even a war. I get it. So that's why Charlie is so upbeat about this. He's like, actually, this does not go against my anti-war stance at all. Starting a war with Iran?
Can get there. You can always run the risk. That's always been my contention.
This is the momentary
But I have
war.
full faith in President Trump to
Full
navigate
faith.
this. It might say,
Full
oh, Charlie,
faith.
what evidence do you have to support that? Donald Trump took out ISIS without getting us in an endless war. ISIS.
Huh?
Donald Trump bombed the Houthis without...
Donald Trump took out ISIS without getting us into any wars? What are you talking about? The U.S. government has been doing engagements against ISIS for 12 years. We're in Syria. We have a base in Syria right now. Like 11 for like what? Like 11, 12 years. We've been engaged with ISIS across multiple continents. We've even done engagements in Africa, like in Libya. What are we talking about, Charlie? Donald Trump hasn't ended any of that. That's still ongoing. It's just not in the news.
Getting us into an endless war. Donald Trump took out Soleimani without getting us into an endless war. Donald Trump moved the embassy to Jerusalem without getting us into an endless war. And so the elements and the details around this are Donald Trump decided to act with the authority given to him to go take out Iran's nuclear facility. I want to try to get
that we assassinated. It's good that we assassinated Soleimani, says Charlie Kirk. This is great. It's great America stuff, anti-war stuff.
Back here in a second,
This
but
is all
first, I want you guys to
anti-war.
email us freedom at
Engaging in war is actually anti-war, says Charlie.
charliekirk.com. Your thoughts on President Trump's address. Please include your age. We're also going to be doing a series.
Why does Charlie want people to include their age in case they're a 14-year-old girl that was looking for an MRS degree? Anybody see that clip? Shit was wild.
Tonight of signed giveaways. If you guys want a signed hat, we're happy to email.
Wow,
we're
he's
happy
gonna
to
sell
send a
merch?
couple out.
Selling merch instead of talking about the war. Charlie, do you not have enough money? You have your own freaking political action committee.
Freedom at charliekirk.com. If you subscribe to the Charlie Kirk Show podcast and send us proof of subscription, freedom at charliekirk.com. Okay,
Jesus
Jack, your
Christ.
thoughts. Jack.
Oh, we got to get Jack to give our thoughts because you're too afraid of actually giving a true opinion about this. Okay, that's cool, Charlie.
On President
Jack,
Trump's address
can you tell
on
us
this,
your thoughts
very
about this?
important night.
Because Charlie's got to try and sell merch and avoid actually taking a full stance on whether this is really war or not.
Well, Charlie, and I'm looking at the transcript.
Actually, he said this is not war, but he's actually, that's why it's not actually contrary to what, this is such a weird vibe. It's such a weird vibe from Republicans, how they're trying to backtrack all this anti-war shit. They're like, look, Trump engaging in a war isn't a war, and that's why my support for him, even though I've been vehemently anti-war, is actually not a problem. Jack, please tell us what's up.
Now, President Trump saying we've gone a long way into eliminating this threat.
Actually, I don't have time for Jack. Jack, I'm sorry, pal. You can go fuck yourself. Honestly, I'm good on the Charlie Kirk. We got through, wow, more of that than I would have liked. Although, actually, we skipped ahead at one point. So, yeah. All right. No, that's plenty. That's plenty, Charlie Kirk. That's too much, in fact.
That's too much, man!
Little too much, Charlie, if you ask me. All right, let's go to breaking points. See what people had to say. I think it was Krystal, Kyle, Ryan Grimm, and what's that other girl's name? They reacted to this as well. This was from a few hours ago.
Hello, everybody. Some very big news that we can share with all of you. Krystal, if you want to go and put it up there on the screen, we'll read directly from Donald J. Trump's Truth Social. We have, quote, "We have completed our very successful attack on the 3 nuclear sites in Iran, including Fordow, Natanz, and Esfahan. All planes are now outside."
Isn't Sager another one of these MAGA boys who's been saying Donald Trump is actually more anti-war than the Democratic Party?
Iranian airspace. A full payload of bombs was dropped on the primary site, Fordow. All planes are safely on their way home. Congratulations to our great American warriors. There is not another military in the world that could have done this. Now is the time for peace. Thank you for your attention to this matter. We've also been informed by President Trump. We're recording this roughly around 8:30 p.m. Eastern Time. President Trump will be giving an address to the nation at 10 p.m. at the White House regarding our successful military operation in Iran. Quote, "This is a historic moment for the United States of America, Israel, and the world. Iran must now agree to end this war." So it happened. Yeah, I mean, turns out that the 2 weeks was actually a ruse, basically to get all of the military equipment in place. It does.
Oh my God, the copium. The copies of... Actually, I guess it turns out that it was a ruse. Yeah, or what's another word for a ruse? A lie.
It's basically to get all of the military equipment in place. It does appear, guys, that this was done with the B-2 bombers, the stealth B-2 bombers, capable of dropping these massive ordnance penetrators. Krystal, do we want to put up some images if we can? Yeah. These are, by the way, these are being dispersed right now by the Israeli military. Please keep that in mind. But they do, at the very least, for the moment that we're reacting to this.
This account actually took those images down.
There you go.
So,
see, this is why we always have to be careful.
Yeah.
So we don't yet know what the images that have come out of there. By the way, we don't actually know a lot, even about the attack itself. Trump, is expected to perhaps announce details, but part of the reason I think that we're all doing this right now is this is it. The die is cast. Like it's we're at war with Iran, and there's really just no getting around that very simple statement at this point.
We have not declared war on Iran, and we are waiting for the White House to even muster the legal justification, though if it exists, if they point to anything, it will be dubious at the very, very best.
I'm really glad you highlighted that, because that's something that I think we should all really spend a lot of time on. I mean, this is one of the most extraordinary and aggressive, independent, unilateral actions launched by a president of the United States ever. And I'm struck by that. I'm struck by, in my opinion, just such a foolhardy decision, given, the consequences that are unfortunately very likely to come. We have thousands and thousands of U.S. service members. The Straits of Hormuz is at risk. We have a naval base in Bahrain. We have air bases and U.S. military bases in Iraq. And I spent my whole career and have met so many people who've suffered in the global war on terror, and it's really just terrifying, to think that we're right back, and it's totally unnecessary.
And let me just explain some of how this went down, just tracking from the beginning. So first we had the revelation that Israel had bombed a bunch of sites in Iran. The initial reaction from the Trump administration, from Secretary of State Marco Rubio, was to feign effectively surprise and say, oh, well, this was a completely unilateral action. Very shortly thereafter, it became clear from Trump himself that he was claiming credit for it. And they put out to the press that actually all of their recent attempts at diplomacy and the claim that they were going forward with this next round of nuclear diplomacy talks, that this was actually a ruse to create an ability for this Israeli surprise attack. Since then, we've had this whole will they or won't they, very reality show-esque, theater put on from Trump, where he's seeking the advice from this one, and different things are being leaked to the press and all sorts of misinformation. And really, the propaganda effort kicks into full effect. Suddenly, even though our Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, at the end of March, told us the Iranians are not close to a nuclear weapon, They are not pursuing a nuclear weapon. The IAEA says the same thing. We have no evidence that the Iranians are pursuing a nuclear weapon. But suddenly Trump and Fox News and CNN to a great extent as well, suddenly it's Iran is on the brink of a nuclear weapon. This is taken as effectively a fact. Very WMD, Iraq war. The vibes are, off the charts. And so you get this drumbeat going. And the question that the president of the United States, is asking the American people.
Absolutely.
There's an old saying in Tennessee, I know it's in Texas, probably in Tennessee, that says, fool me once, shame on you. If fool me, we can't get fooled again.
Fool me, can't get fooled again.
Iraq war, the vibes are, off the charts. And so you get this drumbeat going. And the question that the president of the United States, is asking the American people isn't, hey, do you want a regime change? Which, based on the reporting, is what we have actually greenlit, and the logic, that we're headed on already. I mean, even all the strikes in Tehran, there weren't nuclear facilities in Tehran. So what are we doing there? So the question that's being asked of the American people from the president isn't, hey, do you want to get involved in another idiotic, disastrous, like morally atrocious, illegal regime change war? It's, Iran's about to have a nuke. We can't let them have a nuke. And from there, the logic flows to this moment when we directly engage. But I don't want anyone to be fooled by the idea that we weren't already involved, that this operation hadn't already been greenlit. We know from Reuters, we know from Ken Klippenstein, that the regime change operation had already been greenlit by Trump. And I think a lot of the machinations that we've seen going back and forth over this ensuing time period has been mostly for show. And this was the intention effectively all along.
And Krystal, just to add to that point real quickly, you said that, as Tulsi Gabbard said, that the nuclear program was not up and running. What she also said is that it had not been running since 2003.
Right.
Khomeini shut it down in 2003. That's the intelligence assessment, that it has been dormant for more than 20 years, and the intelligence community believed that it remained dormant. I think there's one piece of news that I wanted to put up here that emerged today, which is relevant to this, which is Amwaj Media. Really, really impressive. They have a ton of sources very close to senior leaders in Iran. They reported today that the supreme leader assembled what's called as you see it here, the Assembly of Experts. This is in Iran's constitution. This is how they, and I'll scroll this up so if anybody wants to pause and read this. This is how they determine their successor. They've got this little 88-member clerical council. They sit down, they come up with candidates that are going to replace the supreme leader, and then they pick one, and that becomes the new supreme leader. So Khomeini is saying here, okay, this might be it for me. I'm going to take Israel and the United States at their word. After this hospital was hit yesterday, the day before, Israeli President Herzog was saying, okay, Khomeini cannot live any longer. And there have been all of these, reports that Khomeini is going to be killed by the Israelis, but Trump has been holding him back. We don't know whether or not we can believe any of this because, we're in the fog of intentional disinformation in order to gain advantage in the war. What Khomeini is saying there, and he's been under pressure for years now because he's in his 80s. It's guys, you need to come up with a successor, but he'd been pushing off this creation of a successor. So now today he's announced, all right, we're going to do a successor. What does that mean? You can kill him, you can bomb the nuclear sites. What he's trying to signal is that the Iranian state is going to continue. From Israel, you hear them saying, we need to get rid of this threat to us. We need to be done with this. It's be done with it how? It's a thing. It exists.
Yeah.
It exists today. You can bomb it all night long. It will exist tomorrow. And you can kill Khomeini and they'll have somebody else.
Emily, sorry, just before you speak, Krystal, could you put Ken Klippenstein's feed up? He has a report just out from a single minute ago, which is very important because there's two things that we all have to focus on here right now. Regime change and potential.
Oh, God. We are living in the worst timeline right now possible. Everything. everything we are doing is just hurtling us towards a worse future, minute by minute.
Escalation and retaliation by both the Iranians and then escalation from the United States. So I'll read here from Ken, quote, the U.S. military is now briefing troops that its strike on Iran, quote, will likely result in counterstrikes on U.S. bases and facilities in the Middle East and likely activate Iran and other foreign terrorist organization cells abroad, including the U.S., to conduct strikes against U.S. persons and facilities, according to a briefing I have obtained. So obviously, Ken, great friend of the show, with great reporting there. But that is the nightmare scenario. And that is why I'm so afraid that there is no stepping off this ladder now that Donald Trump has, again, unilaterally put us on. You know, he says peace. You know, you bomb a country and pray for peace. As Ryan just highlighted, you know, the Iranian state is arguably, I mean, at this point, something Sohrab Ahmari said on our show that I have really been thinking about is that, in a way, you know, the Iranians were so infiltrated by Mossad that initially it was a disaster and it was a total humiliation, but they've regrouped to a point where they've been able to militarily continue their activity against Israel, at least with some limited amount of success, to the point where Israel's own reporters are saying this place looks like Gaza. So that's their still, you know, military capability. We have to look to the Straits of Hormuz. The barrel of oil price could go to $100 per barrel. All of our U.S. facilities in Iraq and in Syria. I mean, there's so many Iranian proxy groups all over the country of Iraq. The government of Iraq, by the way, will not be supporting us very much. They protested our own action just to.
Not only did they protest our action today, I mean, if you were paying attention, the Grand Ayatollah in Iraq literally said that there would be retribution for any U.S. involvement or strikes on Iran.
Come on!
At the United Nations. And the Gulf Arab states also are not supportive of this. So the logistics operation is a total nightmare if this thing gets worse. 2 carrier strike groups in the region. So I just,
Sagar,
you know, we have to highlight that. Go ahead, Emily. Sorry.
Well, no, I was actually going to ask you where we should be looking at retaliatory action potentially happening.
Iraq is a big.
Yeah. I mean, that came, I mean, what I was just talking about with the Grand Ayatollah in Iraq happened, it was like 36 hours ago or less. Yemen, right before the stream, right before this happened, hours before it, said that they were going to strike the United States. I mean, and other countries have voiced, you know, support in different ways for Iran in the case of the United States doing a thing like this.
Iraq is a really big one because Iraq is actually the place where our forces are probably the least protected and are very vulnerable, possibly to getting rushed by like those ground cut up Hezbollah folks who have rockets, who for now have not had. The Straits of Hormuz is the biggest one. Also, don't forget about the Houthis, which, you know, despite bombing the shit out of them for what, like 10, 12 years straight now or something, has still maintained.
Sagar, while you're talking, let me put this up on. Let me put this up on the screen.
Yeah,
this is to your point. Secretary General of Al Nujaba, Iraq's, Iraq is filled with these Iranian-backed militia groups. One of the biggest ones said, "You bomb them, we're going to target Americans, not just military but also civilian." And there are thousands and thousands of Americans, running around.
Not to mention, as a story that Krystal and I highlighted in our show, do you know how many Americans are trapped inside of Israel right now? Hundreds of thousands. There are no evacuation flights. The entire airspace is closed. So we could possibly see something there. Who knows what the Iranian response will be.
10,000 service members in Qatar, which Qatar has been, engaging in direct diplomacy with Iran, saying like, look, we're not involved with this. Please don't hit us.
Yeah.
And Saudi and the UAE have been saying the same thing. Like we're sorry that we are this close to the United States. Like, we're not doing this. Like, please do not retaliate against us.
Well, and twice, I think it really bears emphasizing, twice now we used the pretext of supposed diplomatic negotiations as a ruse.
Yes.
I mean,
illegal.
How serious can you be about negotiations? Actually, Tim Dillon was making this joke. When you're killing the people you're negotiating with.
Exactly.
Like, is that a serious, you're serious about diplomacy when you're murdering the people that you're supposed to be dealing with?
Give me a joke.
Now, twice over the course of just weeks, we've used pretend diplomacy to run cover for bombing campaigns. And, so not only with, Iran in the future, because now I'm sure Trump, when he comes out tonight, he's going to say, here's a few things I predict he's going to say. First, he's going to say, we tried, we were at the table with them. They just were obstinate. They wouldn't come around. We tried again. They rejected us again. And he may even say, hey, now come to the table. Now let's come to a deal. Who in their right mind? You're threatening right now to kill their leader.
I think in a way it's already been said, but it's come along with complete surrender. Like, come negotiate with us, but you have to surrender first, and you have to disarm.
Rod, you're thinking now. We should have had a bomb long ago to prevent exactly what's unfolding right now. So, Soccer, you were pointing out the polymarket odds of Iran developing a nuclear weapon have actually gone up, because that is the actual logic that we've created. And I want to emphasize this because this is so important in terms of thinking about where we're going to go next. Because now what the Hawks are going to say is, you can see the polymarket odds there. Now what the Hawks are going to say is, well, maybe we took out Fordo, or maybe we degraded Fordo, but they still have these capabilities. And by the way, they can still build back, and we still have this evil regime in place. And as long as they're in place, we can't feel safe that they're not going to build a nuclear weapon. And then, okay, so what do you do then? Oh, well, I guess we just have to take this regime out and let democracy flourish and, install the Shah's fail son or whatever the bullshit is going to be. But that's the way this.
Yeah, and that democracy shit is always a fucking joke. We never actually wind up successfully installing democracies in any of these Middle Eastern countries that we try and do it in.
Logic goes. And listen, Bibi Netanyahu knows that, right? But I am so reluctant in a sense to bring him into this, because there's all this language. Oh, we got dragged into where Trump's getting tricked. Bullshit.
Yes.
This man promised to bomb Iran on the campaign trail multiple times. You can go look at the White House feed. They put out a very nice compilation of all the times that he said that Iran can't have a nuke. And he specifically said that we should be bombing, that their nuclear facilities should be bombed multiple times on the campaign trail. Okay. Joe Biden, million issues with him. According to the reporting, the Israelis have been pushing this regime change operation for years at this point. And the Biden administration said, no, this would be too catastrophic. This is a bad idea. No, no, no. From what we can tell,
the United States
did the same for a while. So, this is not a.
Now that I'm thinking about democracy in the Middle East as it relates to the United States, honestly, the United States is more successful at destroying democracies in the Middle East than we do with installing them.
No, no, no. From what we can tell, Trump did the same for a while. So, this is not a good idea. I can see how this would go poorly. I can see how this would, get us involved in all sorts of things we don't necessarily want to be involved with. We've got other priorities, etc. And then he gets to a point and he decides, I'm bored with these negotiations. Let's just bomb them. Doesn't that seem quick? Doesn't that seem easy? And now here we are on this chain of escalation listen, maybe we'll be wrong. Maybe they'll just bomb Fordo and that'll be it. And there'll be no retaliation. There'll be no fallout. We won't get pulled even further. And maybe that'll be it. But it is very hard to see how that is what plays out here ultimately.
Yeah, honestly, specifically as it relates to Iran, right? Because Mossadegh was elected, right? But when he started to try and, nationalize the oil in the country that we just bombed, right? We did a coup, which resulted in the current regime being in charge because they were more friendly to us, to companies like whatever it was, whatever BP was at the time. I mean, BP is a direct beneficiary of all this, of that coup that we did in coordination with MI6 way back in the day.
I think I've said this before. I'll just reiterate it. The best case scenario right now is Libya. That is the best case. The best case is we came, we saw, we bombed, and we left. Right?
And it's 10 to 15 years of chaos.
It erupted into a 15-year civil war.
But then, of course, a
and the
beautiful
rise of
democracy.
and
Democracy rises like a
thriving
phoenix.
Democracy that we have right now. I think Krystal is so correct. Like, Israel Israel is both a primary and a secondary actor, but at the end of the day, like they are the secondary actor now, especially with Donald Trump. One thing I do, especially.
Yeah, because they really are a puppet state in the Middle East to some degree, and yeah, they were absolutely the primary actor though. They started this. We allowed them. Donald Trump supposedly greenlit this attack, whatever it was last Friday, I guess. So really, we're working in coordination. You know, that's how I see it. But of course, you know, all the missiles that they used to start this war were given to them by us.
I want to highlight on the regime change front is I have been watching this Reza Pahlavi stuff very closely, which I know it sounds crazy, but we talked about it here before. Fox News is referring to this guy as His Royal Highness. Krystal, if you want, my latest tweet is specifically highlighting a Israeli report that came out just 3 hours ago. This is from Ynet News inside of Israel. This Emily Schrader, quote, multiple sources. There are discussions ongoing with the United States and the Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi for the day after the Islamic regime fails. So, as you can see, that is look, I mean, I am forced at this point to take these seriously. I also would highlight Pahlavi's latest tweet himself. He says sources inside Iran say that regime's command and control structures are collapsing at a rapid pace. Meanwhile, the international community is beginning to realize the Islamic Republic has no future.
This response is AIPAC making him the new president of the United States?
Discussions about a post-Islamic Republic Iran have begun. We have our Ahmed Chalabi. And I'll be honest, Ahmed Chalabi was way more legitimate, as illegitimate as he was. and the Shah's fail son.
That's actually one of the things, Emily, I was thinking about today is like, I am actually in disbelief. As negative of an opinion as I have of Donald Trump, I am actually in disbelief that we're doing this again. Like, and it's so much dumber because at least in the Iraq war, they bothered to like have a propaganda show for us. Yes. They bothered, and we were all, after 9/11, like we were galvanized. We wanted to do something. They put on the propaganda show and they had Colin Powell at the UN. They did the whole thing. And this, like I really want people to think about this. We have not been offered one shred of intelligence that suggests Iran was close to or developing a nuclear weapon. Our own intelligence community says they're not. The IAEA says they're not. And all Trump says is, well, I don't care what Tulsi Gabbard said. Trust me, that's basically it. And Sagar, I know you were reporting that none of the new, quote unquote, new intelligence comes from our own intelligence community. We're trusting the word of the Israelis.
Exactly.
How many decades have they been saying Iran is
I didn't
a
even
day
hear
or a
about
week
this.
or a
I
month
didn't
or a
even hear
year or
about that.
whatever?
That's all I've been saying this whole time. That's what I've been saying this whole fucking time. I had not heard about that aspect of it. The fact is, you listen to what Donald Trump has said, like up to this point. It is basically he's just puppeting and repeating everything that Benjamin Netanyahu has said about this in the last 30 years, and most recently, once again, in the wake of Israel's attacks on Iran.
The stupidity and how they think we are so stupid. And when I see the propaganda, and Fox News is the absolute worst. They're the ones out there calling the Shah fail son His Royal Highness and ready to put him right on the throne. CNN is egregious. The little bit I watch of MSNBC was slightly more tolerable, I'll say, if you're going to grade them in terms of rank, just because they're negatively polarized against Trump. But I can't believe how easy it is to whip these. Well, I can. Sadly, I can. But it's astonishing to see how quickly you can whip these places up into total manufacturing consent, propaganda shops, regurgitating whatever it is that the administration wants them to, framing.
It truly is. It's WMDs once again. Let's not forget that George W. Bush got the same laundering treatment from the fucking media, even though there was no evidence for it. They just kept going and going, and it's been like 25 years. Nothing's changed.
In the way they want it to be framed. And it is so wild to me to see this all playing out again, but in a speed run, like social media, AI slop version of what we got the original time.
So this is 24 minutes apart.
Oh my God.
24 minutes
Matt
apart.
Gaetz.
Matt Gaetz.
Oh my God.
Oh my God.
Jesus Christ. Of course Matt Gaetz comes out. I am so proud of this administration. Aww. So cute, Matt.
And yep. So on the one hand, he's saying, I'm so proud of this administration in reference to an Alex Ward report that Rubio has told European allies the Trump administration's preferred option with Iran is a diplomatic deal. Then after Trump posts on Truth Social that Fordo was bombed, Matt Gaetz says, President Trump basically wants this to be like the Soleimani strike. One and done, no regime change war. Now,
Trump, this is hilarious. This is hilarious.
This is ridiculous.
I am so proud of this administration for their diplomacy. Actually, diplomacy is a sort of nonsensical. He's making peace by doing a surgical strike.
Trump posts on Truth Social that Fordo was bombed. Matt Gaetz says President Trump basically wants this to be like the Soleimani strike. One and done, no regime change war. Now, for what it's worth, Matt Gaetz is somebody who, when he was in Congress, was adamantly in opposition to the way war powers have been used and abused by presidents in the last 2 decades. And actually, the comparison with the Bush administration is interesting because I take issue with the way that George W. Bush used war powers, but at least they did some semblance of going to Congress.
Yeah.
Right. And now we are looking at the imminent potentially the imminent deaths of American service members in a war that we have entered because we have just dropped massive bombs on another country with no congressional authorization. So I just want to say I've been checking in with sources. I know we all have, but a couple of things from just 2 people close to the administration. One referred to this, and Krystal, this gets to the politics that you were talking about. One referred to this furiously as a betrayal and went on in all kinds of different colorful ways about how exactly this is a betrayal. Another says the staff at the White House is split pretty much down the center. That's their estimate on what this is. A lot of people are being very vocal behind closed doors about being opposed to any use of force in this situation. Other people saying even more intense things from that. Some are worried that because the NSC was gutted not long ago, that you're going to have a lot of resentment in the NSC about what happened after the gutting of the NSC. So I think that's actually somewhat interesting to the point that you were making about we had that post of Michael Tracy posted Douglas McGregor at the Maha Rescue the Republic rally on the National Mall a couple of weeks before the election, where it was like barefoot hippies and evangelical Christians. I know because I went and covered it. And a lot of it was about peace. It was a lot of hope and change, optimism about.
Yeah. How's that all working out? Okay. We're going to move on from breaking points. Let's see what Hassan had to say. This is the Hassan Industrial Complex. Hasanabi. 2 hours ago.
Breaking. Donald Trump just said, we have completed the very successful attack on 3 nuclear sites in Iran, 4 down, Natanz and Isfahan. All aircraft are now out of Iranian space. A full load of bombs was dropped on the main site, Fordow. All aircraft are safely on their way home. Congratulations to our great American warriors. No other military in the world could have done this. Now is the time for peace. What the President Trump announces the U.S. has bombed Fordow, Natanz, and Isfahan in Iran. He calls it successful and says U.S. planes are outside of Iranian space. Now is the time for peace, he writes. Dude, the peace president does it again? What do you mean? What do you mean the peace president? We just bombed a foreign nation. What the do you mean, peace president? We have completed our very successful attack on 3 nuclear sites in Iran, including Fordow, Natanz, and Isfahan. All planes are now outside of Iranian airspace. A full payload of bombs were dropped on the primary site, Fordow. All planes are safely on their way home. Congratulations to our great American warriors. There's not another military in the world that could have done this. Now is the time for peace. Thank you for your attention to this matter. What are the other bombers doing today? What do you mean? They're probably coming in because of a potential retaliation, which might come. And I think it will, but I don't know. We'll see. Now we wait. Now we wait. From this point on, we wait. We see what Iran's retaliation is going to look like. But remember, right as this information was coming in, I said they are perhaps holding off on deploying ballistic missiles because they're worried about an imminent American strike. This was the most expected, the most anticipated attack of all time. Seymour Hersh was right, for the record. No, Al Jazeera is just
All right,
now
bringing you some breaking news now. We're just seeing U.S. President Donald Trump post on his Truth Social account that the U.S. has attacked 3 Iranian nuclear sites. Trump has said that joined the Israeli air campaign, and now we wait to hear more from Tehran and the Iranian government. All planes are now outside of Iran airspace. I'm reading now from the...
They got caught so off guard that their delivery mechanism for this looks like my live stream. Look at this. Both CNN, literally, they screenshotted it so fast that they still have the notification up.
Yeah, so we do know that the president is still currently inside the West Wing with his national security officials. We saw CIA Director John Ratcliffe enter the West Wing just a little over an hour ago. Secretary of State Marco Rubio, we just spotted moments ago outside of the West Wing on the phone, engaged in a phone call. And look, I mean, so far all we know is what we have seen the president post. Of course, this is very different from some of the things that we've been hearing in recent days, that he was still weighing this decision. Well, despite that 2-week deadline that he gave himself on Thursday, just 2 days ago, he has now, of course, made that decision moving forward with this series of strikes. I think very notable, I was in some conversation with folks who are wondering, does this mean the U.S. when he says we? Well, he thanks
I don't even know
American
if I can leave for New York now.
This. No other military in the world could have done this. Some other things I think very much worth emphasizing here, Jessica, is he says that the bombs were dropped on the primary site, Fordo. Of course, that was really what we'd been hearing in all of our conversations, that really only the United States bombs, these B-2 bombs that you mentioned, we had reporting that had left that Missouri Air Force Base yesterday. They were the only ones that could really penetrate Fordo, that nuclear site, to really help the Israelis in their ultimate goal of wiping out Iran's nuclear capabilities. He says that they have done that, of course, and strike 2 other facilities as well.
Will this be like a Qasem Soleimani moment of restraint from Iran, and not even restraint at that point? It's like complete and utter domination, or does Iran retaliate against American troop positions in the region and close off the Strait of Hormuz?
Into this in a far more offensive way than we have seen, and also kind of going against some of what we've also know as many people really wary of the United States getting involved in this. Some key things I think, though, are also important to note here, Jessica, is what I had heard in my conversations after we had reported earlier this week that the president had reviewed attack plans on Iran. I was told that behind closed doors in these conversations, he had asked his team specifically if there was a way to have the United States carry out some of these strikes without launching them into a prolonged war. I've been told repeatedly in my conversations here with White House officials that their goal was to see, even if they get involved in this, perhaps that does not necessarily mean that the United States is getting involved in a war or that this will make it a full-scale war. Of course, we have to see how the Iranians will respond to this, but that has been what I've been told in my conversations here at the White House.
And Elena, just to give the people Barack tweet that's in Hebrew is somehow going to tell us Israel knew about this all along. Wow, dude, color me surprised, brother. What a shocking development. Meanwhile, he was trying to pull the Ayatollah to Turkey or something. Or the foreign minister to Turkey, right?
If Israel wants to get rid of any threat of Iran having a nuclear weapon and getting rid of that program, how do you achieve that goal? And the big question around that was whether the U.S. would get involved, because, as you mentioned, the key way to do that is with these bunker buster bombs. You need these B-2 stealth bombs.
CNN is Lockheed Media. Seriously, it's just a never-ending commercial for the military-industrial complex with these fucking people.
In order to do that. Now, the Israelis had said they had contingency plans, but they certainly wanted the U.S. to step in here and help them offensively. The U.S. had been helping them defensively, trying to protect them as Iran was.
What do you mean? You shut off the Strait of Hormuz, the entire world's oil production collapses. Not the entirety of it, but a big
That's
chunk
exactly
of it.
Right. I mean, and you're right. I do think stepping back and looking at how we got here is so important. I would note as well, of course, that one, the president has been saying for months, even before he took office, that he believed that the Iranians could never have a nuclear weapon, that the ultimate goal was to find a way to prevent
Look at them.
that.
They're already
the first
packaging this
attempt
as
at
like
that was really what we've seen this administration do, which is try to engage in negotiations
bloodthirsty
with the
administration ready to collapse the entire globe, but instead a peaceful demonstration of restraint, a first strike.
No, yeah, we've watched so much of this fucking footage from the mainstream media now at this point, and it's been just terrible. They're basically just saying, look at the great great success that Donald Trump has managed to achieve by, attacking a foreign country. The man who said that he wasn't going to get us in any wars. They don't, of course, they don't actually say that part of it. But they're just like, oh, they just look at like how great Donald Trump is at doing crimes.
Illegal.
Couldn't have done it without Lockheed Martin and the B-2 bomber.
What a psychotic country we are.
Just news, President Trump saying that we have completed our very successful attack.
Chatters. This is one day of traffic in the Strait of Hormuz. Oil tankers, cargo vessels. It is a tremendously important choke.
Is that real? That's how many boats are. Oh my God. Wow. That's gotta be like 1,000 boats.
Point that Iran stated they would start mining if they were attacked. The calculation here is simple. As I said, either the Trump generals are correct and Iran will behave in the same way that they did after the Qasem Soleimani assassination, but this is a severe escalation beyond that. This is exactly what Israel did to the Palestinians for 75 years, basically, not in the same severity, obviously, but like this is a show of force that says you will not negotiate with us. We will not negotiate with you as even partners. We are here to dominate you. Just as the Abraham Accords basically proved to the Palestinian population that there was no other way out of this, that they were backed into a corner and they had to fight their way out of it. This is another escalation from the American government and the Israeli government that their goal here is complete subservience from the Iranian government. They are no longer a sovereign nation from this point on, is basically what they are saying. They have their airspace. They've used the diplomatic
to
talks
get to the depth
as a cover, as a protective cover,
that facility
to basically blow up these facilities. Now, we don't know. We don't know if they actually were successful,
but again, it's what we do know is that there has been talk that supposedly Iranian officials pulled out most, if not all, of the nuclear material from these sites, meaning that if they want to build a bomb, they're still going to have all of the uranium, the 60% enriched uranium, which will make it much easier to get it to 90% enriched uranium, and this is going to set them on the path of probably making nuclear bomb much more likely.
Like Fordo had not really been directly hit as far as we know.
That's right. The Israelis had primarily focused their attention on the Natanz facility. We know that they had done extensive damage to the above ground facilities, some damage to the below ground facilities, and then as well some damage to Isfahan as well, although they left a lot of that untouched. Some of that, according to experts who I've spoken to, may stem from the risk of radiation that could...
Heavy GPS jamming and disruptions are being recorded right now throughout Iran and across other areas of the Middle East, likely part of tonight's U.S. strikes against Iranian nuclear facilities, as well as the preparations for a possible response by Iran. From Phil Stewart, national security reporter for Reuters, U.S. B-2 bombers were involved in strikes on Iran's nuclear sites. U.S. official tells Reuters. This is the liberal media talking about this, by the way.
The mother of all bombs, which is in Afghanistan. That bomb is actually not the mother.
Why is this guy so excitedly talking about it? Do you see the way he's like the mother of all bombs? Like this sort of his. Oh my God, the excitement coming off of this fucking guy. It's almost like she's got Lockheed Martin stock or something.
On Iran's nuclear sites, U.S. official tells Reuters. This is the liberal media talking about this, by the way.
The mother of all bombs, which is in Afghanistan.
Like
that bomb is actually not the mother of all bombs if you consider
right
the GBU-57, because it is smaller than this 30,000-pound bunker-busting bomb, which would, every expert has said, would be the bomb that you would use for the Fordo facility. At this stage, we don't know
what will
that they
China
have
and Russia do now? I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but the fact that this happened feels as though China and Russia allowed it to happen, if that makes sense. Like, if they saw Iran as a valuable partner, a valuable enough ally, I doubt that they would allow Iran to get bombed. They would probably intervene far before this took place, if that makes sense. Like, I don't think America can move B-2 bombers into Iran and fly over Iranian airspace and blow up Iran when there are Chinese assets in Iran. There are Russian assets in Iran. Well, notice they didn't actually bomb the fucking Russian facility. The Russian nuclear facility was untouched. They will intervene now. I think it took everyone by surprise. It took everyone by surprise. So why is a dumbass 33-year-old Twitch streamer who is simply looking at the readily available reporting on it, telling you that it was going to happen literally this weekend because I read Seymour Hersh's reporting on it, which was almost entirely correct. There is no world in which if I am speculating on something and telling you that this assessment has a high likelihood that the Chinese state is oblivious to that reality, or rather the Russian state is oblivious to that reality. That's not how states work. Many of you don't understand that like states literally engage in deconfliction when they literally do war with one another. Even they communicate flights to one another. I'm not saying that the B-2 bombers were communicated ahead of time to Russia and China, but I would be shocked if they didn't. My whole point is,
okay, all right, that's enough from Hassan. We still got a number of other ones to get through here. I think I'm going to take a break between this content and like I said, I was going to try and do the rest of the content I have. But I think I'm going to like make 2 streams for this. But we still got a few more videos to go through, and there has been some more stuff that has happened since then. I know. Crazy. But it's true. First, though, let's go to Al Jazeera. This is Chris Hedges, I think, came on. Yeah, Chris Hedges went on to Al Jazeera like exactly 1 hour ago.
The speed of Israel's war on Iran, the dubious justifications, the airtime given to hawkish voices, and the volume of speculative coverage comes with an ominous sense of déjà vu. For anyone who witnessed or has studied the role of Western media in making the case for the United States' war on Iran.
I think we picked up like almost 20 subs from this stream. We're like almost like we're like 986 right now. 14 away from 1,000. Not bad. By the way, if you're watching this and you're enjoying it, finding this coverage at all enjoyable or informative, do consider hitting that subscription button. Totally free and help support the channel.
Back in 2003.
Just saying.
The parallels between then and now have been impossible to miss.
Think about it.
Questionable claims of weapons of mass destruction, a target nation long seen as an adversary of the West, and large segments of the media working as foot soldiers for the war effort. How is it that more than 20 years since the Iraq War, this is where we're at? Chris Hedges was with the New York Times in 2003. Mr. Hedges, thank you for your time today. You left the newspaper back in 2005. You now have your own podcast on YouTube. Are you as stunned as so many are by the parallels we're seeing between the run-up to the US's war on Iraq in 2003, especially the construction of official narratives and the media's role in amplifying them, and what we're seeing now with Israel's war on Iran?
I'm not stunned because I spent 20 years overseas covering various conflicts, and most of those who call for war use lies and myths and half-truths in order to justify it. What I'm stunned at is that we fall for it once again. The parallels are, as you mentioned, quite eerie. A country, Iran, that doesn't pose any threat to us in the United States, and now imperils our existence. Its leaders embody pure evil. Freedom and democracy are at stake. If we don't act now, the next smoking gun will be a mushroom cloud, and massive bombing will bring regime change and peace and harmony. I mean, that is essentially the playbook that was
Give me a
used,
joke.
For Iraq and Afghanistan, and is the same playbook with many of the same voices, of course, that is being used to justify a war in Iran.
You talked about some of the same voices that we heard back then, back on air now. They were prominent in the US media 20 years ago. They were pushing for the invasion of Iraq. Now they're agitating for the war with Iran. What does it say about the US media landscape that these voices get so much play even after the disaster of Iraq?
Yeah, well, it's just another example of the bankruptcy of the US media, which is these people, of course, were wrong. They were wrong about Iraq, wrong about Afghanistan, wrong about Libya, wrong about Syria, but they are well funded. They migrate from administration to administration. They are, when they're not in power, ensconced in these think tanks, the Project for the New American Century, the American Enterprise Institute, the Foreign Policy Research Initiative, the Atlantic Council, the Brookings Institution, which are largely funded, of course, by the Zionist lobby and the war industry. And so they have these megaphones on the media because of who.
Where does Chris Hedges live that it's freaking light outside while he was doing this interview? This is from an hour ago.
Represent, not because they actually understand. I mean, most of them are culturally, historically, linguistically illiterate about the countries they're calling the United States to attack. I frankly don't think they could probably tell the difference between Iran and Iraq. And that, I think, is a window into the vast failure of the press, and going all the way back to its cheerleading for the war in Iraq based on false assumptions. But it's had a series of debacles since then, including its horrendous coverage over the genocide in Gaza.
I'd like to play two clips for you. One from CNN back in 2003, the other one from Fox News.
President Bush, and he's not alone on this, seriously doubts that UN weapons inspectors will ever have a free hand in Iraq, that Saddam Hussein will bow to all the demands and give up all his weapons of mass destruction. And so the president presses on with his call for a regime change in Baghdad, presses on, and prepares for war.
There's an old saying in Tennessee, I know it's in Texas, probably in Tennessee, that says, fool me once, shame on you. If fool me, we can't get fooled again.
Talking about more than 22 weapons. That is why Israel is saying that the world was done a favor by their strike, because this is a danger not only for Israel, but the entire world, to include the United States.
Can you talk us through the language used in both those clips? How does the framing sow doubt in the mind of the audience? How does it gloss over the lack of substantiated evidence or intelligence? What is the role of this kind of reporting in building public tolerance or even support for war?
Well, it gives credibility to a fictitious narrative. Let's remember that the intelligence community's annual threat assessment, I'm quoting, quote, Iran is not building a nuclear weapon, and Supreme Leader Khamenei has not authorized the nuclear weapons program that he suspended in 2003. That was reiterated, of course, by the International Atomic Energy Agency. Netanyahu has been pushing this false claim that Iran is on the cusp of building a nuclear weapon for 3 decades. I know, because in 1995 I wrote a story quoting senior Israeli officials saying precisely that. So what they do is ignore verifiable fact. They ignore their own intelligence agencies. They ignore international bodies tasked, like
I don't want reality,
with carrying out these kinds of investigations. And this again goes back to Iraq, because of course the CIA assessments, the intelligence assessments did not show that Iraq had a weapons of mass destruction program. He had chemical weapons, that I covered that. So they cooked up their own intelligence, and that's exactly what's happening here.
Yes, I think this is an astute observation. Well, not observation, but sort of nutshelling from Chris Hedges. And yeah, he's been covering this Middle East stuff for a very long time. Since the beginning, some might say. Now, since that happened, around the same time that he was doing that interview, Iran struck Israel. Here is some of that footage, starting with Forbes breaking news. This is from an hour ago. Breaking news. Okay, this is the AP from an hour ago. This is in Tel Aviv. It's almost like a reddish gray skyline. Joe4771 with a sweet super chat. GSL is an important source of information for MAMs. Appreciate you, Joe. I try my best. You can see the Iron Dome and whatever other systems are going off right here. I hear them intercepting at least some of these missiles. Well, there was a lot of them coming, and some of them made it through. This is Al Jazeera from...
we have some news coming in now of reports of explosions over Tel Aviv. The Israeli military saying missiles have been launched from Iran towards Israel. Let's bring in Noor O'Day in Amman, Jordan, for us, keeping an eye on the situation in Israel. What more are you hearing about this, Noor?
Folly, we are hearing that there are up to 30 Iranian missiles that have been launched at Israel. A few moments ago, we heard the sirens here in Amman. Shortly after that, there were warnings and sirens going off in Israel, and the area that is under warning is quite large, from the upper Galilee all the way to the northern coast and the central areas. So the upper Galilee, Nahariya, Tel Aviv, and so on, all the way to Ashdod, further down in the south. All those areas are under advisement that everybody living there should be in shelters, that there will be incoming. And loud explosions have been heard, especially in the central area, in the larger Tel Aviv area. We're seeing some visuals of the attempts at interception, but we haven't had details yet about where exactly are the targets and what areas are affected. Of course, we have to remind our viewers that the reason why information is so difficult to obtain is because there is a prison sentence that citizens and journalists have been threatened with from the military censor, and so information is a bit difficult to obtain about the targets themselves and what is going on in terms of visual confirmation.
Right. And we can hear explosions now. Let's listen
the
on these
only
live pictures from Tel
democracy
Aviv.
in the Middle East. I love how we've been told that Israel is the only democracy in the Middle East, but they've made it illegal for journalists to cover the strikes that have been happening and getting through into Israel. It's so nonsense. That's how democracies do. Don't allow the free press.
Several loud explosions heard over Tel Aviv, Israel, following the U.S. Strikes on 3 Iranian nuclear facilities a few hours ago. The Israeli military says...
I'm going to skip ahead. A little bit.
Absolutely. And we've heard also from Hamas, from the Palestinian Islamic Jihad. And earlier we had heard from Hezbollah warning against any targeting of the supreme leader of Iran. Let's remember how the peoples of the region view what is happening right now. This is, to their eyes and ears, extremely Orwellian. The U.S. president striking Iran, talking about peace, describing Iran as the bully of the Middle East when they have seen and experienced and lost loved ones for decades because of Israeli occupation in Palestine, in Lebanon, and now also in Syria. They are looking at this and they are trapped in a situation not of their choosing, in a situation where they are completely defenseless. And they, even if they are not involved, even if they are not exactly allied with the government in Iran, people here do feel feel under attack, and they feel that peace in this context, in this political context of the U.S. administration, means absolute surrender to Israel.
Okay, we have some images now of the latest explosions in Haifa. These would be the interceptions seen in the skies, the interceptions of the Israeli missile defense systems after several missiles were launched from Iran towards Israel. Noor, let me just ask you about the public mood in Israel. There is, of course, support for attacks on Iran. We've talked about this throughout the week here on Al Jazeera. But curious to know about the Israeli public's sentiment as their country gets involved in yet another conflict. There is Gaza, which is still ongoing, of course. There was the war with Lebanon, Hezbollah.
Yeah, something we can't forget about. It's being completely sidelined right now. The fact that Israel's committing genocide and with like international crimes and starving the people of Israel, of Gaza, excuse me, and doing these farcical military aids that are just excuses for fucking massacring the population of Gaza.
Lebanon last year. Is there not a sense of fatigue among the Israeli public to these never-ending conflicts that their government gets their country involved in?
Well, one would think there is, but really, when it comes to Iran, there is still widespread public support. The Israeli public was fed up with the war on Gaza. They had other priorities. They don't trust Benjamin Netanyahu's motivations for this endless genocidal war. But on Iran, he has still managed to convince the public that this is worth it. We'll have to wait and see in the coming days how that will play out.
Okay, this is the last video of this portion of the stream. We're gonna end the stream after this one, and then I'm going to do a couple of things, try and start a new stream after that with everything else. I just think because of this moment, I think it's best that we somehow split the videos up. It's actually something I've been considering doing with the stream in general, but I don't know. I don't know if it would help or not, but at least in this case, I think it's going to be best for me to... I'll make like a new chat link after this for the second half. Yeah, I guess we'll call it the second half of the stream. Fourth or second half, however you want to see it. Let's go here. This is the last video. Associated Press. This is from 45 minutes ago from on the ground, showing the aftermath of another Iranian strike on Israel in the wake of this U.S. attack on Iran. God damn. Holy shit. Oh my god. It looks like Gaza. Holy shit. There's like 4 buildings here that are completely destroyed. Holy fuck. At least, oh my god. This looks like a completely different spot. Is this behind it? I can't tell. Holy shit. Okay. Wow.
Let's talk about the time.
Let's talk about the timing of this. When was this from? Oh, this is from. This is older. Okay, we don't need this one. Maybe we'll watch this on the second half. All right. That's gonna be it for this part of the stream. Jesus, this is insane. I cannot believe this is what we're doing today. I have no sound. Oh, there we go. Well, that's going to be it on this stream. Hope you all enjoyed. That's going to be it for me. Till I see you next, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, whoa, where am I? Midi, Afroponics, Gnarl by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Callie Brading, Sammy, Geodragon, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Moanoib, Nadia, Choki, Skelts, Selena, Mrs. Jen, Omega Star, Sasha G, Pitchfork Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X, Evan from Portland, McGoggles, Lovely Pariah, Mish, Becky, D Cypher, Sue Bates, and Icebreaker. You could. All these people here have helped produce the show which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You could too, for just a few dollars a month on Patreon. Now, I just want to remind everyone, in case you weren't listening, we're going to definitely do, or at least, yeah, it shouldn't take me too long to sort of get it all together. We're going to do regular stuff. We're going to try and cover a number of environmental things going on, as well as other aspects of this. I'm trying to think of what else I have prepared, actually. But I should be able to do at least some portion of a stream shortly, so look out for another link.